The Instructor Podcast with Terry Cook, talking with leaders, innovators, experts and game changers about what drives them.
Welcome to the Instructor Podcast. This is a show that helps you become an even more awesome driving instructor and run a better driving school. As always, I am your splendid host, Terry Cook. I'm delighted to be here, even more delighted that you have chosen to listen, because today we are going into the vaults. We're going all the way back to 2021 for something quite special. See, every year on the 30th of September, it is International Podcast Day. And in 2021, I did something a little bit different. I went live on Facebook for 6 hours talking to 6 different guests. And that is no longer available on Facebook because they start taking down live videos after 30 days now. So, it's exactly what I'm bringing today. The 6-hour recording from 2021, talking to San Harper, Emma Morgan, Lee Spary, Keir Wotherspoon, Robin Bates, and Chris Bensted. And as you can imagine, we cover quite a wide variety. And as I mentioned, this was a live recording, so when you listen back, yes, I've remastered, yes, I've re-edited, so please give me a little bit of leeway. And I am issuing you a challenge to listen to the whole 6 hours, every guest, because it's really interesting. You'll have a bit of a chuckle and you'll pick up some words of wisdom. But just before we get stuck into it, I want to point you in the direction of the Instructor Performance and Psychology membership, where we've got over 200 hours worth of content to help you become a better driving instructor, whether you want to build your confidence, improve your coaching, or develop your business. We can help. There's even a 7-day free trial. Simply head to patreon.com/the-instructor or use the link in the show notes to get yourself set up. But for now, enjoy the show. Welcome to the Instructor Podcast, and not just any Instructor Podcast. Today we have got a very super special Instructor Podcast Extravaganza. We have got 6 hours of phenomenal audio and actual video quality coming your way. With the next 6 hours, I'm going to be joined by a whole host of guests. Got Chris Bensted, Robin Bates, Keir Wotherspoon, Lee Spary, in fact, Lee Blackburn Rovers Football Club Spary, Emma Morgan, and we're kicking off with the marvellous and ever delightful San Harper. How are you today, San?
Good morning. Yes, I'm even happier now. My lovely husband just bought me a very large cup of tea.
Your husband who's broke his toe and you're making him run around after you.
Oh dear. No, bless him. He's very kindly bought that up for me. Yes, I'm good. Thank you, Terry. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too. I mean, I will just say to start off with this, we have made no preparations at all in what we're going to talk about, and this goes for every guest that's going to come on. It's all kind of spontaneous. I've got a couple of notes down, but I think the first thing I would like to ask you, because you were the first guest on season 2 of The Instructor, and I think I'd like to ask you what you've been up to since then. Is there anything new and exciting going on? Because I've done your course since then, so we'll speak about that in a minute. But every time I text you, you seem to be like in a river or up in somewhere crazy where there's no reception.
Funny. Do you know what? I'm losing track of time, Terry. I can't even remember when it was. When was it we did that recording?
Oh, don't ask me questions like that. It was I believe it was the 1st of August it went out.
Oh, my goodness. So it was a year ago.
No, this year.
Oh, this year. Was it? Oh, blimey, goodness me. I really am losing track of time. Yeah. Wow. Oh, okay. Yeah. I've been trying to be really conscious of, that whole thing about replenishing yourself, kind of filling up your reserves. You've had a really busy week and you might be feeling a bit stressed or there's a lot going on. I've just been really, really conscious to make time to get out and do fun stuff, basically. Yeah, and I'm not like I've done it every single week, but I have been really conscious and aware of it. And it's been good. And I've been dragging out another driving instructor, actually, when she's had some spare time. And she's lent me her stand-up paddleboard, which has been great. So we've had a good time.
I've been doing a little bit of that this week. I've got this week off from lessons and I've just taken, I think on Monday night, I turned my phone off. Well, I put it on airplane mode. I didn't turn it back on until Wednesday morning. Just the idea of getting away from the the hustle and bustle and the grind, if you like, of the nonsense that we normally go for every day. And I think that I've been trying to get out a little bit every day and just breathe some fresh air, which is always great. Which I suppose kind of ties into what I would like to speak about a little bit, which is your course. Because when you first came on the Instructor podcast back on, I'm pretty sure it was the 1st of August, we spoke about mindfulness. And a large part of that was around your course or one of your courses, since which I've done. So, I mean, before I tell you my experience on that course, and I'll sort of personally to you and to anyone else that's listening, tell us a little bit about the course.
What I wanted to do was, as you know, I've been an ADI for 18 years, and I discovered mindfulness, and I found it so amazing, and I was integrated into my work, and it just got to a point where I just thought I really need to be sharing this stuff. So I've been planning for ages to make a course, something that I could share enough information about mindfulness to make it relatable, and for driving instructors to be able to use mindfulness for their own benefits, to make them feel better and maybe be able to cope with stress and anxiety and other issues such as pain. I used to suffer with chronic neck and shoulder pain. The first thing I did was I actually held a focus group with some local instructors, and we had a conversation about what the issues are, with our jobs and the difficulties that some of us encounter. And that gave me some ideas really as to the issues that need addressing. And of course, we've all had pupils who suffer with anxiety. And we all know that it's a huge barrier for learning. A lot of these people are perfectly capable to drive a car, but it's the whole stress and anxiety part that really causes difficulties, especially around tests as well. So I put a course together. I just wanted to make it really comprehensive in that. And it's the same with teaching people to drive, and the same for me too. When I learn things, I like to understand something. It's all well and good somebody just telling me this is how it is, but I like to understand why. I want to know, well, why is that? What does that mean? So I wanted to devise a course that explained about what mindfulness was, dispelling any myths, explaining actually what's going on in the brain. So we kind of cover the science part of things, and then actually what's going on in the body. And then we just kind of go through some different areas with mindfulness. It's a very broad subject, as you know, Terry. So I just wanted to take some key things that I've learned, all the courses that I've done, and all the events that I've attended, and all the things I've learned. I just wanted to cherry pick those key things that I found the most helpful, and I kind of integrated it into a 6-week course, and that includes meditations, and obviously there's downloadable slides as well. But yeah, did that answer that question? Probably not.
Oh, it does, because I think that, like you says, you've done a lot of it, and you're picking the key components out and offering that to others. And it definitely works. Mindfulness definitely works. And I think that one of the ways it works, I can give you a really relevant example now, in that just while you were talking, I tried to share the post on Facebook and it wouldn't. I was still obviously paying you utmost attention, but then I twigged it because I'd set the privacy settings so that only I could watch it. I didn't panic, I took a breath, and then I changed the privacy settings and set it. So now we can have people actually watch it, which, hopefully will be more beneficial than me just displaying it to myself. But, I joke about that, but it's true that, that's when mindfulness does help, because I suppose in that situation, you've got two choices. You can take a breath and deal with it, or you can have a meltdown. There's always room for middle ground, obviously, but I think that's the large part of what mindfulness, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It's being aware of your experience and not trying to fight against it. And this is where a lot of us struggle, because we resist stuff. When things are going wrong, we go into that panic mode. And it's first of all to recognize what's happening to us physically, and it's our brain's way of trying to protect us. That raised heart rate, and our mouths go dry, and all these other physiological changes happen. But first of all, it's recognizing that, and then it's learning ways to manage and control that. Exactly as you just said, the breath is certainly a big part of that. But even for me, one of the biggest learnings for me, I have to say, is the the way that it's helped with my emotional intelligence, it's helped me not sweat. It's not to not take things so personally. I had a message from somebody the other day who's had PTSD, suffers from PTSD, and they said it's not the big things in life that they find challenging. It's the little things. It's the silly little things. Literally the other day, it's not to say that I don't still get triggered by things and other people's behavior. I do, but I'm able to reframe it a lot more quickly. And a good example of this was the other day, I was helping the people to do a parallel path in a congested street, and a van came up behind us, tooting his horn, and then he pulled into the space that we were going into. And I was just a little like, whoa, what's with this guy? And I was triggered, I was a little perturbed, shall we say. And in another life, I might have kind of got out and I might have, said something, or I would have been angry about it. But what I did is at the end of her lesson, and she got out the car, and I just stood back and I watched this guy, and I realised he was delivering some white goods, some kitchen goods by himself, and he was panicking. He was panicking that he couldn't get a parking space to deliver this stuff. And when I realised that, all that annoyance and irritation just melted away, because I stopped taking it personally. Because before I kind of made it about me, like he was, being rude to me. His behaviour was rude and it was inconsiderate to me and my people, and I'd taken it personally. As soon as I stopped and actually watched what was going on, I was able to see actually it absolutely nothing to do with me. It was all to do with his stress and his panic and his anxiety with what he was trying to do. And we've seen this. In fact, this kind of is quite a good segue actually to this whole subject about the fuel situation. We've seen loads of posts on Facebook about people getting angry. And don't get me wrong, I know there's people who really are taking it to the extreme, filling up extra containers and stuff. But a lot of these behaviours that we see with people that we get cross about, it all comes back and it all stems from some underlying fear that we often don't know the backstory behind. And once we sort of start to see that, or when we can understand or realise the backstory, it helps to not take things so personally, and it helps to kind of not get quite so bugged out by things. Basically.
Yeah. No, I think that makes a lot of sense, especially like with the fuel stuff at the minute, because as instructors, we need fuel to work. We ain't got fuel, we can't drive. But there's other people, I think, sometimes that we're quick to forget that they might need fuel to get to work. Now, yeah, all right, there's ways around that and they could get their bus or a taxi or whatever, so it's not in some ways as important. However, that's not necessarily always going to go in their head. They're going to have their priorities. They need to get to work. What time would they have to get up to get a bus if they had to start work 8 or whatever? So, like you said, it's that overriding feeling sometimes. And you mentioned before as well about it being the little things that often trigger you rather than the big things. And I think that's key, because would you agree that sometimes when you get that big problem, you have that maybe the initial panic, but you then just deal with it. You're almost forced to deal with it.
Yeah.
Whereas the little stuff, it's almost niggly.
Yes, 100%.
You can avoid putting it off. So because you avoid it, it stays in the brain just tickling away at you.
I think that's exactly it. And that's something I used to struggle with, is that rumination, is that pattern, that niggly thought revisiting and circulating over and over again and driving me mad. That was one of my things I found really hard. So mindfulness has definitely helped me to be able to recognize when that's starting to happen. For example, like I said, I recognized the other day when I'd been triggered by this guy's behavior. It irked me initially, and it was just allowing that little bit of space then just to actually to try and see the bigger picture, and sometimes it's not possible to see that bigger picture. I was talking to an ADI friend of mine the other day, and she'd rushed out and bought petrol, not because of fear of not being able to do her job, but her mum's really sick and she lives hundreds of miles away, and she had a fall recently, and she said to me, I've got to be able to get there at the drop of a hat. and we just don't know, and I think people are very, very quick to judge other people, but you just don't know what's going on for people. And a lot of these behaviors, be it aggression or panic or all these behaviors that we might sit in judgment when we're an onlooker, they're usually through somebody's fear, governed by somebody's fear, about something deep down.
Yeah. And I think we're too judgmental sometimes anyway, aren't we? We're very quick to judge other people. As much as we're quick to judge ourselves, I think that we'll judge ourselves and then get defensive about it, but we're really quick to judge other people. But we initially started off talking about your course, and I want to touch back on that because I've just completed one of them. And so, yeah, I think it's a good opportunity for me to share with you and anyone else listening. And you're welcome to.
We haven't had a debrief, Terry, so yeah, feel free.
Well, it was crap. You had a bad attitude from start. No, it was really good, and I'm sure that people watch this, but oh well, he would say that, and it's like, well, yeah, I would because I did it and it was good, so therefore I've got you back on to talk about it. So, I found it really beneficial. Maybe not necessarily in the ways that you would have intended. I'm not sure if that's correct, but I just found it partly just through speaking to like-minded ADIs that wanted to learn and develop and hearing their experiences. So not just from my development and my growth, if you like, throughout it, but also from hearing other people's. It's sort of like, oh, it's not just me. Because we've got quite a lonely profession. I'm coming off topic. I'll come back to that maybe, but yeah. So the thing I found, not so much helping my students, although I do use it to help some of my students. Some of them do like it. Now, speaking of which, I think there's one of us watching now. Hi, Georgia. It's to help me, and I think that it's got me better at taking a breath during lessons because I'm someone that always wants to just help and fix people. So when that student starts struggling or they ask me a question, I go straight into what I would refer to as instructor mode. I'm like, bang, instructor mode, and then just start going and spouting words. And I'm guilty of that. And one of the things that your course taught me just stopping and taking a breath and not being afraid to say to the student, just give me a moment to think about that. And they're fine with that. As long as they don't take 20 minutes to have a cup of tea while we're doing it, there's no problem with that. And I think that, in a weird way, is one of the best ways it helped me. I think the other way it helped me was because it's something that I'd been practiced anyway in terms of sort of meditation and being more mindful and gratitude and that side of it. I think it polished up a lot of that and it put a lot more clarity behind the stuff that I was practicing. So I think from my perspective, maybe I wouldn't be going into it the same way a lot of other ADIs will, but I just found it super useful. So yeah, anyone that's either watching now, and by the way, if you are watching, feel free to chuck in some comments. I'm happy to get involved with anyone in the comments. Or for anyone that's listening, I highly recommend taking up Sam's mindfulness course for instructors. And I am still hoping to attend the other one, but we've discussed why that may not be going ahead.
Oh, thank you, Terry. I mean, I've got to say, the MBSR is running at the moment. So obviously the course you did was the 6-week mindfulness and compassion for driver and rider trainers. But there is another course, which is, I guess, a lot of people call it the gold standard of mindfulness courses. It's the original course developed by John Kabat-Zinn, who's the guy that brought mindfulness to the West back in 1979, I think it was. And it's an 8-week course, and it's a little bit more intensive, not so focused on the compassion side. It's pure mindfulness, really. But I've got 4 ADIs that come onto this course because they enjoyed the last one so much, and they really wanted to develop their practice. And that to me was just, I was just so thrilled that course has just whetted their appetite to that extent that they're keen to develop their practice further. So it's been fantastic. Yeah.
Excellent. I'm going to take a moment just briefly to say hello to Robin Bates, who has joined us and said hello. And I'm also going to take a moment. Oh, Emma Morgan says hello also. But I'm also going to take a moment to say hello to my mum, who has now joined us, who is watching. So hi, mum. But yeah, I would highly recommend it. I know we've just spoke about that. In fact, for anyone that didn't listen to the podcast, I want to touch on it briefly, the idea of mindfulness, because we just spoke about your course, but for anyone that hasn't listened, how would you describe mindfulness and the benefits of it?
Okay, so it's basically it's a way of being with the world. So it's not something that it's not a tick box exercise. And as ADIs, we're kind of used to that CPD being something that we go away, we learn, we go tick, yeah, I got that, I get it, I understand it. It's not like that. It's a way of being. What it is actually defined as paying attention in a particular way, on purpose and non-judgmentally. That's how John Kabat-Zinn defines it. But I guess you could sort of say it's a bit like having a yoga practice. Like I couldn't teach you a bit of yoga today and then expect you to do the splits next week. I mean, that's just not gonna happen. But it's learning a way of being, and that there's two types of practice. There's an informal practice, which is meditation, mindful meditation, and that's what helps to allow us to focus the brain. So this is where the brain changes come in through this focused attention. So we've got something called neuroplasticity, and what that means is we can change the way that our brain responds to stress. So ordinarily, certain chemicals get fired off when we're in a stressful situation. Our body is a biological response to stress. But through meditation as a practice, it starts to strengthen the parts of our brain responsible for when it's the parasympathetic nervous system, when we're chilled out, when we're soothed. And it helps to calm down. It's like turning the volume down on the parts of the brain that get stressed out. So that's the first thing. It's actually that brain changes that can come about through the meditations. The second thing is something called an informal practice. And that is like you just said, it's integrating that way of being into your life. It could just be taking a couple of seconds even between what you're doing, a couple of minutes between lessons, just to sit and just come back to drop out of autopilot and just come into the present moment and just think, actually, how is it for me right now? One of the biggest things for me, when I talked about pains, I used to come home in absolute agony. I used to have to take painkillers because being sat in the car all day, I'd be in an awful lot of pain. But because now I'm able to come out of autopilot regularly throughout the day, I recognize when that tension's starting to creep in, and it manifests in my jaw and in my back, and I can start to feel it creep in. But now I recognize it's happening, and I can breathe into that space, or like you say, I can say to the people, should we just take a minute? I can sense when they're getting stressed out and tense as well. So these informal practices can be really helpful as well, just coming out of that autopilot that we all spend a lot of our lives in, back into that consciousness. And when we're in that place of consciousness, we see what's going on, be it we're starting to get in pain, we're starting to get stressed, people around us are starting to get stressed. It's almost like you can step back a little bit. You become the watcher of that experience rather than falling down the rabbit hole and getting caught up in that whole story. A lot of it's a story that we make up in our heads around the story behind whatever's happening. We don't get caught up in that story. You kind of step back and you become the watcher of that experience. And through becoming the watcher, you can then take a different kind of response comes about. And you come from that sort of wiser place that we've all got inside of ourselves that we kind of forget about sometimes. That deep down wisdom, we kind of feel a bit wiser. And for me, I feel like I've got my best mate kind of with me. Somebody's got my back, and that person me. And that's just something that you kind of learn to cultivate for yourself.
There's a couple of bits
Yeah.
there's a couple of bits I want to pick the meat off the bones there. But before I do, there's a lot of love for my mum in the comments right now, which is good. People saying hello to Terry's mum, which is always nice.
Hello.
But yeah, one of the things that, again, going back to your course that you helped me with, and I remember speaking this on the course, is my focus when I'm doing podcasts, because my eyes go all over the place. I try not to look at the screen too much, which isn't great when I'm doing a live video. I appreciate that, but I do get screen fatigue quite easily. So I try and look around so I'm not staring too much. But one of the things you helped me with was the 50-50 listening. where, when you listen to someone, your mind just wanders off. Well, that 50-50 listening, so you focus on the body parts so often when you're talking, not you specifically, whoever's on this talking, I'll focus half my brain on my right knee. And weirdly, it helps me focus a lot more on what the person is saying, which, you would think it wouldn't. You would think you're putting your brain somewhere else, but what you're doing is you're stopping your brain wandering.
Yeah. That's exactly it. You're using an anchor, which is coming back to the body, and you're just anchoring that attention. And like you say, even though you're only kind of giving 50% of your attention, it's still more than completely wandering off and completely losing focus altogether. And a lot of people find that really, really helpful. And I use my thumb, and it's something that I do a lot when I'm listening. I go very still when I'm using 50-50 listening, and I just And a friend recently, I was talking to her about it a while ago, and she said to me, "You're doing it to me now, aren't you?" I said, "Yeah, I am." She went, "Oh, I don't like it. It feels weird." I said, "That's probably because we're not used to it. We're not used to people giving us their full attention." Okay, because you're always like you're chatting and people interject and you don't get to finish what they're saying because people speak. So she was like, "Oh, this is weird," but it was great, and the conversation we had was a lot maybe richer than maybe it would have been, and I felt that the things that I said were a lot more value because I waited to listen, to when she'd finished speaking. Yeah.
I think the other thing it's done, and I don't know if this is just a byproduct of it or was intentional, but it makes me notice when I'm not paying attention. So if I was like just now, I checked on here to look at the comments, and it's like, oh, I'm not thinking about my knee, which means I'm not listening properly, and it brings me back. And I do it with wife, I do it with everyone now. Like you say, then face-to-face conversations, it's weird that you paying more attention whilst thinking about something else. It's an odd one, but I also want to touch back because you mentioned about where the stress, if you like, manifests. You mentioned the jaw clenching, and that's mine, and it still happens, and it's weird because even last night I'm laid in bed. I was listening to something in bed, and I'm like, all of a sudden I realised my jaw is just like that. It's like, how long's it been like that? And you don't realise till you realise, and then you're slacking it off. Then I'm aware of it, and then I can relax. Then I'm dozing off 5 minutes later because I've taken the tension out of my face. So
You know what? Exactly what you just said. It's that awareness. I was doing something the other night online with some ADIs that didn't know anything about mindfulness, never experienced it before. And I did a very short practice, and I asked them to feedback how it was. And one of them said it was kind of neutral. And I said, "Have you noticed any change? Have you noticed anything? You noticed any changes around your heart rate and your breath?" And they went, "Oh, my heart rate slowed right down." I hadn't noticed that, but it had happened, but they hadn't even noticed it. So I guess before they were, sometimes when you're on an online thing, your heart starts beating when you've got to speak. You're a bit nervous, speaking in front of other people. After the practice, he hadn't noticed that had even happened, because most of the time we're only conscious from the neck up. We're only conscious from this part. We really don't tune into what the body's telling us, that mind-body connection. The body can tell us so much as long as we listen, like you say. And it's not just that listening, audio listening. It's a much bigger scope, isn't it?
yeah, and we were talking sort of before the show. Yeah, and you asked me because I was saying I was a little bit nervous, but I wasn't nervous about doing the show. Whereas a year ago, I wouldn't have done this. I do lives in my little group, but I know that the 100 people that are in there, or the 30 people that are in the other one, or whatever, I've no concerns about that because I know them and they know what to expect from me. Whereas I think doing this a year ago, it just wouldn't happen. I'd have been too nervous. But like now, not just through mindfulness, but through a whole host of stuff, I'm fine doing it. But I could feel myself starting to panic. Like, what if there's a power cut? I've committed to do a 6-hour podcast extravaganza. What if there's a power cut halfway through? Then I'm not doing it. And I did essentially a grounding session and just sat here, closed my eyes, took some breaths just for 3 or 4 minutes, and just everything just went, and it's all just nice.
Yeah.
And yeah, and it worked a treat. And they come in, and yes, there's a little bit of switch. I'm just thinking, don't cut out. But like I said at the start, I put this the feed up in a private only feed. So it's only me that can see it. And I'm wondering why no one's tuning in. Whereas we're having like 9, 10 live watchers throughout ever since I put it on the thing. And it's just not bothering me. Like, all right, I'll change it.
It's only you and I, Terry. No, it's only if we just think it's just you and I, we won't get nervous then, you see. No, I'm listening.
I mean, I must admit, the one that does still terrify me is public speaking. That
Well,
not so keen on public
It's funny
speaking.
it's funny you should say that because I'm speaking at the instructor show, the Intelligent Instructor ADI and JC one.
Yeah.
That you're going to as well, aren't you? And I've got to stand up for half an hour and speak, and I've not done that before. I don't think maybe a long time ago on a different subject. And the way I look at it is, I've just got to practice what I preach because now I've got the tool. I know I'm going to feel nervous. I know I am. But I know, like you just said, the grounding, and sometimes you just have to keep coming back to it, coming back to the breath, and just helping that body to heart rate to settle because the mouth goes dry and the heart rate goes fast, and we start to shallow breathe. And this is what we see with our pupils, so we can sort of relate to it.
Yeah, and I think it's acceptance as well. If you accept that you're going to be nervous about something, you're not going to be as nervous because you're not getting nervous about being nervous.
Exactly. Yeah, it is acceptance. Because I accept I will be nervous, and there's nothing I can do about that. But I can just use the tools that I've learned and that I can now share with other people, and it'll be fine. But it's interesting. Do you remember one of the sessions I said to you, I felt a bit discombobulated? Something happened, and I said, sorry about that. I feel a bit discombobulated, and you, which I love that word, and you said, do you know what? If you hadn't said anything, we would never have known. And that's it, isn't it? I think a lot of the time we're worried about how we're perceived. We're worried about people can see the fear. They can smell the fear come off us, But people, by and large, people don't tend to really notice, do they? I think a lot of the time we're just worried how we're going to come across, aren't we? We're worried how we're going to look or how we're going to be viewed by the people. That's really what the crux of it, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. Sorry, I did get slightly distracted there because look, it appears my mum is taking over the comments now. She's apologised for not responding sooner because she's been making my dad's lunch. So, hi, Mum. Yeah, so, but, I mean, how do you feel about the presenting the ADI NJC? Because, like you said, you've not done that before. I mean, you must be pretty happy about that. And also, I suppose, would it make you feel better and a little bit less nervous if I did some heckling from the crowd?
Absolutely, Terry. Oh, I'm relying on you heckling. Absolutely. Yeah. I don't know, Terry. It's funny because this is one of the things I've learned is non-striding. So not really, it is what it is. I'm preparing as best I can, and I'm just going to go out there and just do my thing. And I get it. I guess it's accepting I have no control over how it's perceived. And I think just authenticity and being honest. If I dry up and forget what I'm going to say, I'll just say, okay, this is a really good moment to demonstrate how mindfulness can be really helpful when you forget what you're going to say and your mouth dries up, because these things happen. And if it happens to me, then I'll just say, this has happened and this is what I'm going to do. And I'll just take a moment. And just breathe. And I guess it's just being honest and just going with the flow. Yeah, I'm not thinking too hard about it, actually. In the best way.
Good stuff. You mentioned before about chilling out, you use that phrase, and I think that's quite key. I think that as people, we don't do that enough. Obviously, not everyone, there's people that do it, but it's somewhere that I'm used to be bad for, and I'm getting better and making an effort to improve upon. But one of the things that I used to have this mental block about chilling out or kicking back or whatever, that I couldn't move. For me to relax, I've just got to do nothing. I've got to sit down and watch telly, and that's how I have to unwind. And it's not. It's like you were saying before. I made the joke when we started about every time I message you in a different river somewhere. Is that your way of unwinding? Is that your way of chilling out?
I love being in nature. I think it's recognizing what feeds you, and a lot of us don't know what that is. I think that's difficult if you don't actually know what it is that nourishes you and regenerates you, and that can be all different things to all different people. Many different people have got different things that they love. My husband loves to go fishing, and I love to be in nature, and I'm not a very good swimmer actually, but I love to be around water. In water, and I actually got myself a life vest so I could just go and be in water and not go out my depth, and it's all been fantastic. So I suppose it's just recognizing what feeds me, and that's exactly it. Being out in nature, walking, being near water, in and around water, and being aware that that's a necessity for me. And if too long a time goes by without me being able to experience that, that starts to affect me. And then I'll start to notice, oh, I'm feeling a bit fed up this week. I'm feeling a bit, not myself, a bit narky, whatever. I think I need to kind of replenish myself. We need to fill up our own cups, don't we? If we've got nothing, if the cups run dry, then we've got nothing to give. And I think we can all relate to that with our lessons. We've all been there when you've had a long day and you think, God, I feel like I'm just dry. I've got nothing. My mouth's dry. And it's hard to give from an empty cup. And that regeneration, replenishing can come from all sorts of things.
Yeah, I think as well, one thing I've learned anyway, is it's not all, you can almost give yourself more time before you need to replenish by putting blockers in. So like for me, I try and block out some of the negativity. So I try and have a social free Saturday. And every Saturday I'll try and come off social media. Just there's that one day a week where I'm not seeing all that, what is largely nonsense. And I love social media. I love interacting with people. It's a great tool. It's a great resource. And there's some brilliant things about it, but it's very much in your face. So I'll try and have that one day a week. And I think I mentioned before that Tuesday of this week, phone switched off all day. I'm not talking to anyone. No one's giving me any stress. And I think that by taking those things out, it actually reduces the need to replenish. You can actually go a bit longer, if you like, in between. I'm not saying that's necessarily a good thing, but certainly helps.
I think what you're talking about, it sounds as if you're recognizing what drains you.
Yeah.
Because there's drainers and sustainers, and this is something we talk about on the course, isn't it? And you've recognized a drainer for you, and so that you're trying to find a way to so that you don't get drained, your battery doesn't get drained quite so quick. Maybe.
See, yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a reason why on this show I bring in what I refer to as leaders, experts, innovators, and game changers. So it's great that you phrase it that way because you're right. That's what it is. I notice the stuff that drains me, and I notice the stuff that replenishes me. And for me, like podcasting is one of the ones that boosts me. And the reason I had no worries about doing a 6-hour podcast extravaganza today is because I'll be fine.
Yeah.
I love it. I'll enjoy it, and I've got people on I want to speak to. And even just on that note, I can't remember why I did it. There was a reason for it, but I did a post recently about, I remember what it was now. A couple of my guests had messaged me and said, relayed messages they'd had about their appearance on the show. So people had heard them on the show and messaged them. And I'm like, really pleased. My initial brain went, why aren't they sending that to me? But then I take a step back and it's like, no, because that's not what I am. My role in this has always been to be a conduit. It's to give you guys a showcase and just to be that, I say that conduit, and that's how it works. And I'm really good at that, and I know I am. And again, a year ago I wouldn't admit that publicly, but I am, and it's like I come in and I do that. So when I might have these sort of almost a genesis of an idea or a genesis of a conversation, you guys can then just make that sense of that. I'm exaggerating slightly, but you guys then take that gobbledygook that I'm talking, make sense of it.
Well, yeah, sometimes I know what you mean about gobbledygook. It's hard, isn't it? Sometimes the words flow easier than others, but yeah, I think it is recognizing what, it's all about those drainers and sustainers, isn't it? And recognizing that. And I suppose this is what the course, in fact, you said exactly that, didn't you? At the beginning, you said you kind of knew a lot of this stuff, but it just helped to clarify and have a bit more. Yeah, it just kind of helped set those things out a little bit clearer. And one of those subjects was precisely this, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think because it was tailored to ADIs, it helped just relate to the job we're in as well there, because I mentioned before that it's quite a lonely profession in a lot of ways. And it's only really been this year that I've stepped out of that one and actually embraced other ADIs. I think when I first started, the ADIs that I would meet at test centres and the ones I'd see online, it was just this wall of negativity. Yeah. But since doing this show, well, since initially doing the 5-Minute Theory podcast and then doing the Instructor podcast, it's like, I was saying this to someone recently, it might have been Lou Walsh, but it's just opened up this, there's all these awesome people over here as well, which is cool. We are about 2/3 into the show. And one thing I would like to ask, well, time flies when you're having fun, Sam. One thing I would like to ask you in particular, because I've asked a lot of ADIs, I value your opinion, because we don't normally get into the nitty gritty of teaching. We talk about the side roads that, excuse the pun, the standards checks, and the fact that standard checks are now tied in with, or probably been announced that they're going to be tied in with pass rates and all that malarkey. I think I'd be interested in two things. Firstly, have you noticed more people coming to you because of that? I suppose, secondly, your opinion on that.
I haven't, no one specifically said that. I do know that for a lot of people it is a concern, but no one's actually voiced that to me personally. How do I feel about it? Right at this moment in time, in all honesty, I don't really quite know how I feel about it. And that's my honest answer. I wish I could sort of say something a bit more, I don't know, captivating, or a bit more, something with a bit more value. But I don't know how I feel about it, Terry, to be honest. That's not very helpful, is it?
Hey, but you know what? It's actually quite refreshing, because I think everyone I've spoken to so far has had quite a strong opinion. So it's quite nice with someone that's a little bit like me that still doesn't have that
Yeah.
formulated opinion, because it seems like every person I speak to, my opinion changes slightly.
I think with the mindfulness thing, coming back to that, I guess it's about that idea of I can't control it. I've got no control over what's decided for us. I know we can, there's focus groups, there's people making petitions and all that kind of thing, but ultimately we are governed by what is, DDSA, what they decide how that's going to work, and we have no control over that. And I suppose for me, it's just accepting that's how it is, and just being open-minded and curious. Think, well, okay, let's just see kind of how this works. That's honestly how I feel, because I thought, well, what else can I feel about that? I could get really upset about it and cross about it. Will that change anything? Absolutely not. I wouldn't have thought. But that's kind of where I'm at, really.
Yeah. I also want to ask you, because I don't know this actually. I don't know if I asked you previously and I've forgotten, or what. Are you a podcast listener?
Yeah, I love Brené Brown. So I like to listen to Brené Brown. I've listened to a bit of Gwyneth Paltrow. So yeah, a couple I have listened to. Yeah.
Now, well, in fact, that kind of answers my question, because I was going to say, aside from this one, aside from the Instructor podcast, which would obviously be the top of your list, what would you have any recommendations for us podcast wise? But you've mentioned a couple there. Would there be any more than that? Or?
Oh, I'd have to. Oh, what would be the podcast? Obviously, there's other people. Obviously, there's you, and there's other people doing fantastic work within our industry, who I know you know as well. I don't want to sort of plug them on your show, but cool.
No, plug them. I'm sorry
Okay.
for interrupting you, but it's one of the big things about my show.
Yeah.
Is that I've always tried to use it as a platform for instructors. I get people from outside the industry as well, but I know Mick Knowles, his podcast is back in today. I think it launches today. I think it's today. And he put a post up the other day, and I'm sharing it on mine. And every now and again on a podcast, I'll mention it, because, I want to listen to a podcast as well. So there's that one and Dipod. But this has always been a platform for showcasing other ADIs.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And it's lovely. I think I said I posted, it's great to hear that. And I know you guys have spoken on the podcast together. Yes. And so obviously Mick Knowles, who else? Yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of the time I just listen to random stuff. I love, there's so many people in the field of mindfulness that I really love. Kristen Neff, I find her stuff fascinating about mindfulness and compassion. There's Tara Brack. There's just loads of people, really. Rick Hansen, obviously John Kabat-Zinn. Yeah.
Would you like a podcast fact? I've noted down 6 podcast facts. Would you like a podcast fact?
No. Yeah, go on then.
Well, that's really anticlimactic if you'd just left it. No, I wrote down 6 facts especially. I'll give you the first one. there's over 2 million podcasts currently, or at the end of 2020, so there'll be more now, but over 2 million podcast shows with over 48 million episodes.
Goodness me.
It's quite a
Quite a
lot.
thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm one of 2 million. And when I look at statistics like that, sometimes I think it's important to take a step back and go, yeah, I'm doing all right, And I think we're quick to compare and quick to judge, but when you look, there's over 2 million.
Yeah. No, that's brilliant. And we all bring something unique, don't we, to the party, whatever we're doing. Nobody else can do us quite like us.
Yeah.
So,
I'm also going to make a podcast recommendation, and I'm going to try and tie this in with each guest a little bit. And a podcast I'm going to recommend now for anyone listening or watching, and I'm not putting a link up, so you'll have to find it yourselves. But I think you'll probably enjoy this one as well, Sam, is the Richard Nichols podcast. He was actually, I think, guest number 4 or 5 on this season of the show. It's got a premium podcast that you can pay like 10 quid a month when you get weekly episodes, but he does a monthly episode. And it's only about 10, 15 minutes long. And it's just, it's really nice. He's a psychotherapist. It's just tips around, mindfulness and confidence, all that side of it. And it's just really pleasant. Also, go back and check his episode out as well, because it was a brilliant episode. But yes, that will be my podcast recommendation. Richard Nichols podcast. Yeah, so that's that. And
I listen to things and then I kind of forget who I've listened to. I just kind of randomly come across stuff. I listen to YouTube. I use YouTube quite a lot too, like watching stuff on YouTube. And
how did you find coming on podcasts? Because I know you've been on a few now. This is the second one you've been on, and I know you've been on Mix and that kind of. How do you find coming on podcasts as a guest?
yeah, I really enjoy it. I mean, like you, Terry, a year ago, I would have been really nervous. I guess I hadn't. When did I first do one? I probably did one. Maybe I'm losing track of time, honestly. Maybe 2 years. I don't know. But I know the first one I did, my heart was beating and I was really nervous. But now I ground myself before I come on, so I just take a moment just to settle and come out of the head and all the rest of it. But no, it's really good, and I hadn't thought about any agenda. I hadn't thought about any topic. I just very much going with the flow and see what comes along. Yeah, but no, it's been good.
When you were on the show last, I did the quick fire questions at the end, and I'm trying to use my brain and memory now, which are always the most reliable resources I've got. But I think I asked you about a goal going forward, and one of your goals, I believe, was to introduce mindfulness to the ADI masses. Do you feel like you're starting to achieve that a little bit? I know there's a long way to go, but do you feel like you're starting to achieve that?
I really do. I mean, just from the feedback I've had from people like yourself who've done the course, and obviously, like I say, I've got these 4 that are doing the MBSR. There's more people that signed up for the course already, which is happening in November. So I'm really excited to be doing that again. Obviously, I'm getting invited to things. I to speak at the instructor show. I'm actually hopefully be getting involved with some research, because research has actually been done that has shown that mindfulness actually has a positive impact on driver attitude. So there's the prospect of getting involved with some research around that. I want to take this further with regards to the fleet industry, for professional drivers. I really do believe in this work, as you know. And I know that it's been implemented in schools more and more now and into sports. And the research is there. This stuff it works. But it's like anything, it's a practice. It's not just a tick box. Yeah, get that now. That's not going to work. It's having a change of mindset. It's being able to reframe your reality, I guess. That's the way to put it. You relate to things. You can't change the things around you, but you start to relate differently to them.
Yeah.
And it's like I say, a bit like you with yoga. The more you do it, the more flexible, the stronger and more flexible you become. And with mindfulness, you become more mentally stronger and mentally more flexible. So it's like yoga for the brain. That's kind of probably quite a good way of looking at it. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, my yoga's gone down a little bit recently. I set the goal of doing yoga every day this year, and I think I got through till about August or end of August, and then I missed a day. And then I sulked because I missed a day and missed a few days, and then it's been really sporadic, so it slipped a bit recently. But I'll kick back on again. In fact, screw it. Tomorrow, 1st of October, kick back on. New month, we can go then.
Yeah.
And I can do the rest.
I'm the same. I used to do yoga every morning as well, and I've slipped a bit. So we should make a pact, Terry.
Yes, accountability buddies.
Yeah.
Yoga accountability buddies. There we go. Every day we'll message each other and be like, have you done your yoga? And I'll say non-judgmental, but feel free to judge me and shout at me if I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, keep doing what you're doing. I'm massively impressed with first and foremost, the resources you're providing, the course went on. I'm massively impressed by that, and it's benefited me and indirectly then benefited some of my students and some of the people I'm around. I had a message from a student last week who'd said that I've had an effect on her because she's now using my mindfulness and my positivity on her child who just started school and who was struggling. And it's like, how awesome is that? So keep doing what you're doing, because I think the other thing that we don't always recognize the impact or the way we're growing. It's little things like it's almost indirect growth. So when I was asked to appear on the Project Edward podcast recently, and they're asking me about different stuff there, I was talking about mindfulness, and it's like that's going out to a different group of people, and that's come, partly through working with you. And I think that you wouldn't necessarily see that, if that makes sense. You don't always see the growth. I mean, I've got a friend who's on a dating website who was talking to a driving instructor on this dating website who spoke about my podcast. I think it's like, that's weird. It's, you don't always see the growth you're having or the impact you're making.
Yeah, it's true. But like you say, Terry, it kind of does, it starts to inform so many other areas of your life. And one of the ADIs on the MBSR, who was on the course, I think it was in the first course, the course that you did, said his wife just really noticed the difference in how he is. And it really starts to filter through. And this is why it was important to me to devise a course where people were able to actually embody mindfulness, actually practice it, and it filters through. We start to introduce these practices into our lives, and we relate differently to the world, and things start to change for us. And it almost like by osmosis, it kind of starts to filter through us to our pupils, because it affects our stress levels, it affects the way we relate to people, it affects our ability to listen and to communicate and to, maybe not judge and all these other things. And it just sort of rubs off, I guess.
Definitely. As we're coming towards the end of this podcast, I am aiming for some kind of smooth transition from one guest to the other. You are the first, so this is going to be interesting. But before we do that, I'm going to give you the opportunity to promote yourself, tell people where you can find you. And the other thing I'll say as well, when you come off, you're more than welcome to go and put those links in the comments as well. Because with 6 guests, I'm not putting all those links in the show notes. That's too long-winded for me. But you're more than welcome when you come off to go and put the links where people can find you in the show notes. But where can people find you? And what have you got to flog?
Okay, well, you can find me online. It's guildmdt.com, which is the Guild of Mindful Driver Trainers. And you can see I've got reviews on Google, so you can check those out, see what other people have said about me, people such as Terry and a few others. And there's a course that's starting. The next course is starting, I think it's on the 11th of November. And you can find that through my website, and it's in association with the DIA. So the DIA have been very much being on board with this as well. So that course is happening, and there are a few spaces left on that. We've got the MBSR run at the moment. But yeah, I mean, just get in touch if you're interested. And there is for people that have done my course, I hold a free practice session every Tuesday, because I don't want people just to do a course and then I just go, okay, see you later. Nice knowing you. I want to kind of help people to continue with this, and it's been really lovely, actually. Our Tuesday group, we've got ADIs from the first and second course, and it's just been really, really lovely. And it helps them to sort of have deeper understanding. They can ask questions, and so that's been really lovely too.
You're shaming me slightly because I haven't been to that Tuesday catch-up one yet.
I mean, you're a busy guy, too busy doing podcast. But you will, I'm sure, when you get a free Tuesday, Terry.
There's a bit of truth in that. So a couple of things. I'm going to say hello to Annie Gendron, who has said hello in the comments. Annie is a future podcast, and she's also doing some brilliant work behind the scenes that's going to be coming up in the Instructor Podcast Premium subscription. The other thing that I was going to ask you was, do you have a favourite decade?
Well, it's got to be the 80s, isn't it? I'm a child of the 80s, We're talking ABBA, Duran Duran, Adamant, Culture Club. Yeah.
The reason I ask is because I also run another podcast called Decapod, and we're currently reviewing the 90s.
Oh, it's pretty good too.
It is. It's a little bit more my area, but area? What word is it? Era. Yeah, era. But I am looking forward to getting onto the 80s. So the way we've scheduled it out, that's I think that's like the last decade we're going to cover. Decapod, yeah. What I would say, don't listen if you're easily offended. It's
Definitely won't listen then, Terry. I'm
yeah.
very easily offended, don't you know?
But no, make sure that you go and check out, whether you're listening or whether you're watching, make sure you go and check out Sam's stuff because it's awesome. And what I will say, and you can touch on this as well a little bit before we go, that I keep noticing online the negativity and it's not just ADIs, I know it's not, but it's, that's our industry. But the negativity and the reluctance from ADIs to invest in stuff and to pay for stuff. And apparently, if you are selling something or providing a resource for ADIs, the only reason you're doing that is to make money. And it's a bit like, yeah, there's some truth in that. Of course there is. It's a business. Not just you, but anyone. If I were to start doing standard checks workshops tomorrow, in fact, no, screw it. The Instructor Podcast Premium, which people pay the subscription fee for. Yeah, I'm doing part of that to make money. I'm not trying to become a billionaire. I want to make money doing that so I can invest more time into it.
And the thing is as well, like I've had to cut back on my learners because of the work I'm doing with mindfulness. And I provide a free class every Tuesday. I have to prepare for that. I do I really appreciate the platform that you and Nick have given me as well. And, I went and met an ADI for coffee the other day. And I'm passionate about this work, but it means that the more I do of this, the less I can teach, which means I can't earn. That's my revenue stream being depleted there. So obviously I've got to make these classes, I've got to find a way to sort of sustain myself. Of course. And it's the same for everybody, isn't it? But do you know what? I'd do it for free if I could. If I won the lottery tomorrow, I'd do it anyway because I love it. I absolutely love it.
And that's the key thing because as well with that, if I'm playing devil's advocate, which I try not to do too much, but if I'm playing devil's advocate, the response to that is, well, if you've got to drop learners to do the mindfulness stuff, don't do the mindfulness stuff. But it's like, that bothers me in itself because you're not the one complaining. Other people are complaining that you're offering this service for a fee. It always baffles me because you're not forcing people to use you. There's no mandatory. So if you were to go out, again, I don't want to use you as the example. I use myself as the example. If I was to go out and advertise my premium subscription, well, people can scroll past.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think sometimes, I've posted things and they haven't been shown on certain Facebook groups. And I wonder is it because I'm selling a service in their view? But then I've had other people speak to me about it and say, oh, that sounds really interesting. It's something I could probably do with. And we're all in this together. We all relate to the same problems, be it muscle tension, stress, pupil stress, diary management, all that stuff. We're all affected by the same stuff. And I've found a way that has helped me massively. So why would I not want to share that with people? Of course, I want to go, hey, look, I've done this. I've learned about this. It's really helped. It's amazing. And it's changed my life. And I want to share it with as many people as possible, be that ADIs and obviously with the MBSR, it's like the Cotswold Mindfulness. I've got cotswoldmindfulness.com where I do mindfulness photography as well. So there's other areas of mindfulness that I work in too, but I'm passionate about this work and I really believe in it.
Yeah, definitely. I think that with the groups and stuff, when I first started doing the podcast, I would go and post in every group. It was just like, okay, this is how we do it. Because I see other instructors do it that way. And I'd go and post in every group. I'm a bit more selective now. So I occasionally do it in a couple of other places, but I tend to have 3 groups I post at different times on a Sunday because I try not to be massively spammy.
Yeah, there is that to consider. And I'm a bit green on that respect. I don't quite know what's always kind of exactly like where, how, what time and how much, I'm a bit like, I don't know the best way, but no, yeah, I don't.
Right. Well, I now have our next guest to join us. So I'm going to bring in Emma. I'm going to let you just say hello and then I'm going to I don't know if I'm going to kick you out. I think you might have to leave.
Okay.
One way or another.
I'll say hello and then I'll leave you to it. But thank you ever so much. It's been brilliant. Good to see you. Get somebody to make you a cup of tea.
I've got bottles of water here.
What you my mum says. Oh, that's good.
Emma Morgan joins us now. Emma Morgan.
I'll leave you to it, guys. Cheers.
Well,
Bye.
just before you disappear, Sam.
Okay.
Emma, Sam has said that her favourite decade is the 1980s.
Yes, I heard it's a good call. It's a really good call. It's not as good as the 90s, but it's good second.
Yeah. 80s, 90s. Yeah. It's all blend a little bit. Yeah. All good.
Right. Well, thank you for being guest one on the podcast Extravaganza, Sam. It's an absolute delight, as always.
Yeah. Lovely. Thanks, guys. All the best. Have a good session. Cheers. See you next time.
Cheers.
Bye.
Emma, we are. Do you know what? Right, here's something I'm going to do. Right, are you ready? This isn't in joke. Anyone watching or if you're listening, you won't see it. Right, but welcome to the Instructor Podcast.
It doesn't feel right. I'm loving how I've been watching, and it's been so professional, and then I'm on. Well, can I start with a question as well to just give so people know the level where I'm at joining this Instructor Podcast?
No.
Oh, can I ask?
What question would you like to ask?
What does ADI stand for?
Approved Driving Instructor.
Oh, it's approved. It's the A. I was like, it gets me every time.
Yeah, it's when I first started, I thought it were advanced because I'd heard some instructors first were an advanced driving instructor. But I think that's more instructors that, want to be a bit like, yeah, I'm the king, a bit like that. But no, do you know what? Screw it. Let's start this a different way because I'm trying to get a nice smooth transition from guest to guest.
Oh,
I've
sorry.
Ruined it. No, not you. I've ruined it. Don't worry. I am going to introduce you briefly. Emma is my podcast bestie. We do a podcast together called Decapod. If you're watching this and you're easily offended, don't watch or listen to Decapod. Emma doesn't offend anyone.
No.
I tend to offend people sometimes. But either way, we will continue. But also, Emma, some of you may recognise her from Series 1, where you joined me on the show and interviewed me. I think it was our last episode of Series 1 after all the bonus ones as well. I can't remember.
Yeah, I've got a horrible feeling I asked what ADI stood for in that as well.
Can't remember. Memory and brain power isn't my strong point.
Neither of our strong points.
But how much has your life changed and improved since appearing on the Instructor Podcast?
Oh, immensely. It took me on a journey I never knew I could have gone on.
Is that all down to your appearance on the Instructor Podcast?
Oh yeah, absolutely. On a more serious note, though, it did kind of give me this inkling that it's quite interesting. You were saying like public speaking is something that that kind of helped me go. I want to go down that route, and that I'm on this path that I want to become a public speaker. So yeah, we've made light of it, but I did really enjoy it, and I did enjoy coming in, and I did go in and I listened to everything. I was a really good sort of guest host. I did go and listen to everybody, so have a vague idea what you were talking about.
Yeah, it always interested me because on Series 1, I had like the bonus segment at the end where we'd get fellow guest Chris Bensted would come on and do a little update on the latest news. I can remember you messaged me once saying you might like listen to it because it was like you were listening to like a little secret, little private group or something, which was interesting. You are also, what's the term? I've forgotten. An agile coach.
Yes, not quite formally. In about 2 weeks, my day job will be formally an agile coach. But I work in agile project management for a big corporation, and teach people how to do something called agile project management. But I also have like a wild claim that I can agilize anything. So you could give me something, and I can break that down in agile terms.
Right. Well, I don't know what that means. What does agilize something mean? Tell me what it means, then I'll give you something to agilize.
Yeah, project management has kind of got two main schools. I'm not going to geek out too much because I want watch the watches dip now.
They keep going up and down. Anyway, I think people are tuning in for 5 minutes, then going, no. On to next.
So we've got two kind of different main ways of doing project management. managing things. So particularly for like big corporations, so your more traditional project management is something we call waterfall. And that is what we also call big bang delivery. And what that means is basically think about the shape of a waterfall. What we have to do is we have to keep getting things done before we can sort of progress. And then at the very end, we deliver the whole thing. So say we're going to roll out some new software, we would roll out the whole thing at the very end, and we would have milestones that we meet along the way. Why Agile is so sexy is what it does is we would have the same. It really is. I'm going to put the sexy in Agile. I'm determined. It actually still looks at that same delivery. So that same big piece of delivery, but we break it up into smaller pieces and we look at everything in terms of value, and we look at ways of delivering things quicker. So actually we're getting things into the hands of our customer quicker. So they might not have the whole piece, but they've got some form of value and they get it much sooner. So it's really about breaking things down into smaller pieces and delivering things incrementally.
I am going to take a guess that you are a driving instructor, or at least hoping to become one. And I'm also going to take a guess that you have a soft spot for podcasts. If I'm correct, head over and check out my other podcasts. Just search for Driving Instructors and Vision Zero, or the 1 Minute Driving Instructor Tips podcast to get even more driving instructor content coming in your ears. I don't want to go too much into Agile coaching on this episode because we are coming on a later episode when we're going to be talking about Agile coaching. However, you have now given me the title for that episode of I'm going to put the sexy into Agile. With this being a live podcast, obviously the Amazon man is here with our food. So I'm hoping that the wife sees to that because he's now come to the side door rather than the front door. So we'll find out in a moment.
Yeah, we will. Get him on.
Yeah, you just have to talk for a minute and I'll disappear. If that comes to it. Live podcasting, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
But, that's the other thing I want to say. And as with Sam, we have not prepared anything for this conversation. It's all spontaneous and off the cuff. Now, I'm going to throw in, especially for you, Emma, that's what my wife's got it. I'm going to throw in, especially for you, a wrestling reference already. Because, also, hold on, because we've got comments. Amanda Leake is very excited that we're both on together. She also says Agile is sexy.
See, I've already done it. My work here is done.
Yeah. No, we've got another 15 minutes yet. I can't do it by myself. Well, probably could. Do a decapod by myself, pretty much.
Take that back.
Yeah, it's a joint effort, 60-40. And Chris Spencer says, it's weird watching you both.
Oh.
But wrestling reference, I watched a wrestling match recently between Bryan Danielson and Kenny Omega. And there is a point to this, I promise you, right? And at first, we expected them to like bang and all action, but it was quite slow paced. And they're kind of just feeling each other out. Then you realize why, because it went on for 30 minutes, which you'd have been very excited that it went on for that long, obviously. But it went on for 30 minutes. And we then realized, at the beginning, they've been feeling themselves out. They've been easing themselves into it. And I thought, for the first 3 shows today, I'm going to have to keep my enthusiasm's energy levels down. You've ruined that already. Can't ease myself into it. I've also seen a comment from Chris Bensted talking about my T-shirt. So, is there anything in particular you would like to talk about? Anything you would like to cover on this show?
Not really. I just really like the idea of coming in and being a bit naughty and not being well behaved at all, and then let everybody else be a bit professional. So I was just going to let you ask questions and I'll answer them as best I can.
You clearly haven't seen the rest of my lineup because you're not the only one that will ask questions. Well, let's speak about podcasting for a minute then, because you are obviously an acclaimed podcaster of might. You have 2 podcasts now, very similar podcasts. Tell us a little bit about both your podcasts. For anyone listening or watching now that may want to go and get more of the Emma Morgan mightiness.
Yeah, so my podcasting started with my original one, which is called The Crazy Ex Club, which is something that I started sort of coming out the end of my marriage breaking up. So I kind of wanted to do something positive. And also when my marriage this is going to be like really enlightening for people, isn't it? Or like really uplifting. So when my marriage ended, and I really thought like life could not go on as it was, but I was genuinely very lost, very overwhelmed in that moment, and I'll never ever quite forget how that felt. Then a year on, such a different person, such a lot had happened, and what I thought was, wouldn't it be nice to find a way to talk to almost like Emma from 12 months previously. Talk to that girl that was really, really scared about what her life was going to be going forwards and things like that. So it started as a coaching podcast, and it's just me talking into my mobile phone, sort of saying, this worked for me, it might work for you. And as that progressed, I kind of got, you're going to absolutely be astounded by this, but I got quite tired of the sound of my own voice. And thought, I can't keep doing this. I can't keep doing these monologues. I want to get other people in and I want to talk to them. And then I thought, I want to hear other people's recovery stories. And that's the other thing is people get the wrong idea about my podcast. They think it's about bitching about exes, and it isn't. It's about saying how you recovered from a breakup, and actually being in my crazy ex club is really good because it proves you've overcome something really big in your life. So it's a truly positive. I hope it's a positive experience, both to be on it and to listen to it.
And if you had to pick your favourite guest, who would your favourite guest of the Crazy Ex Club be?
Oh, it have to be Robin.
Bring you on here. I'll give you a chance to promote your thing, and it's going to go out to literally hundreds of people, and you don't even choose me.
You know that your story is my favourite story, and you know also that your pitch was the quickest yes I've ever given anybody to come on it. So you know, you just wanted the public like affirmation. You're an assault now.
Yeah. No, I'm reading comments. We've got the gang on. Amanda Lee, hold on. Yeah, we have got the gang on. So Chris is finding it amusing. Amanda's calling us pod royalty. I'm referring to you now as Mighty Morgan. Robin says it's a crazy sex club. Chris says it's the, I can't even say that word, podiatrists. It's too big for me, that, Chris, I'm afraid. Oh, that's what she said. Amanda Leaks is a time traveling podcast. Annie's saying good one. I don't know what that was referring to. Robin says it really doesn't have to be him. And Amanda Leak is saying how rude. So there we go. So we've got the gang in. Yeah, so you're also in another podcast. You've also got another epic podcast. Tell us about that one.
I think, no. I'm just trying to see if I can make you pull that face again. I really wanted to, like, because I do it on the podcast all the time, but no one ever gets to see you pull the face. Well, yeah, we co-host an absolutely amazing podcast, and it's actually quite nice. Like, so because you can't came on my podcast and I went on your podcast, and we were like, well, we should do a project together, and we both just fell into the idea. I think it was your idea initially, and I kind of was like, yeah, I can get behind that. And I think as long as we agreed a year, I think I was in. But yeah, basically, let's look at different decades. Let's talk about them. Let's sort of pull them apart a bit. And we look at popular culture. So your music, your film and your TV. I choose some remarkable things. You choose a lot of thrillers for some reason. And yeah, and we kind of like talk a lot of nonsense in between. And I'm really scared how quiet you are and how you're looking down. I love it. Yeah, Decapod. My favourite thing.
It's like a live rendition of our. We'll do a live one at some point. It's like a live rendition of our podcast because we're getting to see the crap that you spout and how I just maintain the cool, but start on hearing afterwards when I can just refer it back to you. Either way, anyone watching, and I appreciate if you're listening back on the podcast version. In fact, if you are listening back on the podcast versions of this, just shout out the answer. Just shout out the answer to this question at your radio. I will hear you. It's fine. But anyone watching now in the comments, tell me, is Misery thriller or horror? That's all you've got to put, thriller or horror. Is Misery a thriller or a horror? Also, if anyone wants to share links to the Crazy Ex Club or Decapod in the comments, feel free. So, but yeah, podcasting then. Why podcasting? What's good about podcasting?
So I knew I wanted something really creative, but Oh, this is what. Oh, Emma. I didn't want anything where I had to show my face because I don't like looking at my face. So it's like you talked about yourself going on a journey. If you'd have asked me to do this a year ago, I would have said no. So it's quite interesting, sort of where I'm at now as well. But yeah, I didn't want anything where I had to look at myself and sort of deal with that. But I just wanted some sort of creative thing to do. And I'd talked about starting a podcast for about 5 years, to a point where it was almost a joke. So I'd meet up with friends and they'd go, got it going yet? And I'd be like, no. And I'd probably had about 4 or 5 different ideas before I started mine. And I am quite comfortable in that kind of speaking space. Don't know if you noticed, but it's something that I quite enjoy doing. We've spoken before as well about, as children, we probably both would have quite liked to become radio presenters, and for whatever reason, for both of us, that's not been a thing. And I kind of feel like it ticks that box. And sort of going into sort of like when I coach, I do a lot of personal development coaching. One of the things I ask them to do is I ask them to tap into that 8-year-old self. What did that 8-year-old want? What were their dreams? What were their aspirations? Because there's probably at least elements of that you can pull into that. And I think I thought back to stuff that I liked as a kid, and I quite like presenting things and talking.
Well, I wanted to be a radio DJ, as you mentioned, and I also wanted to be. I never wanted to be a journalist, but I wanted to write. And as of today, I'm now officially a writer in a magazine.
Nice.
So there you go. Not saying which yet because it's not out there in the public, but I'm officially a writer in a magazine, so that's good.
Well, on that, this is something I've never told you, and I don't think we were friends when it happened. But did you know that it was prior? Oh no, that's going to make me question everything in the world. Oh dear. Oh, well, my podcast has been reviewed in the Psychologist magazine.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
When was it reviewed in Psychologist magazine?
in March.
Why March? How come no one knows about this?
Because I kind of shared it on Facebook and then didn't talk about it again.
Oh, dear me. Robin, if you're still watching, right, when you come on later on at 4 p.m, you're welcome just to rant about this and just blaze, because that should be everywhere. The fact that no one knows this is an absolute disgrace, right? You have complained, not complained, maybe that's a bit harsh. I don't know what the right word is, but commented before that you weren't always happy with some of the numbers you got. That's how you get better numbers. That's it. That's what you do. You take that review and say Psychologist magazine, which is the magazine you love, by the way. I'm right in saying that, right? And then brag about it. Bloody hell. If Annie is still watching, because Annie is the only one that's answered my question about thriller or horror, I believe, and she says the book is, she's wrong, whatever. So she says the book is horror and the film is thriller.
That's general consensus, but we're always referring to the film.
Yeah, and general consensus isn't always right. We don't go with the masses. 52% of people voted for something a few years back and they were wrong, whatever. Not getting political. But, right, okay. So if Annie's watching, Annie would say the same thing, but just take note of this podcasting. Listeners, right? I've really, I hate to get preachy, I'm sorry, but you've got me on my high horse. Listeners are really hard to come by. I was thinking about this earlier. Podcasting is different to anything else in the world. It's like if you're on Netflix and you watch something, what happens straight away? You get a selection of other things to go and watch. You're constantly being introduced to new things. When you're on Facebook, you scroll past of it. Nothing's a commitment. Even reading, you flick through a magazine, nothing's a commitment. I suppose the only thing could relate to is a book, reading a book, but nothing's a commitment. Podcasting is a commitment. When you get someone to listen to 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, or as our 1994 episode went, an hour and 50 minutes, when you get someone to come and listen to that, that's hard. It's really hard to do if you don't have that built-in audience and you're not making the most of it. Oh my word.
But do you know the unfortunate thing about the review is she got my name wrong.
Right, well, you miss another chance, because if you'd told her, she might have changed it and apologised and you get in there twice.
She called me Emma Morgana.
Brilliant. Don't get them to change it. No, that's awesome. Also, my favourite thing ever, was it George Washington? Apparently you look like George Washington, which is fantastic. It's absolutely
and
brilliant.
and all of Hanson.
And all of Hans Lee Spary, who said you look like Hanson, is on next, so you get to speak to him for a minute and send him
That's
your,
why I'm in the dark. So I've had another lighting issue. Now I've always got lighting issues. I've had a shocker. So I'm more like in the dark and in the shadows.
yeah. Oh, my mum's on. My mum's talking again. My mum says, "What a double act we are." I hope my mum
I
not
think your
listens
mum
to
should
Deca
come
Pod.
on. Your mum should come on as well at some point. And your wife. Yes. I want all of those people on a call together.
I'm gonna cut this podcast extravaganza short, I feel. I don't need this in my life. Annie's got 10 listeners for a teaser trailer. Well done, Annie.
Oh, excellent work.
But podcasting, I completely forgot the answer you gave me because
It
I went
angered
off and
you.
no, it's the I can't believe we didn't do it. Why should people podcast? Why should more people that? Even though it's hard and the hard work that goes into it, because I think it was Chris Bensted that what am I trying to say? Post what did he say? Oh yeah, a driving instructor's hour is 90 minutes. And it's true, we work out, but we've got to get from lesson to lesson, all that kind of stuff. So when we do an hour, we're actually talking 90 minutes. I think a podcaster's hour is 3 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, you listen to the show, you listen back to the show and edit, which takes roughly 1.25 the length of time. And then you've got all the time promoting it and all that kind of stuff. So a podcaster's hour is 3 hours. So it's hard work, but why should people podcast?
Well, you're going to hate me for this, but people shouldn't necessarily and I say that because it's more work than you might sort of think it is. But it also depends on sort of what level of podcasting you want to get to, because, I used to always sort of quite proudly, I used to say, I don't edit and I've started helping out with the editing, and I actually can now really see a massive difference between going in and fine tuning versus my kind of thing. I was like, I just want the conversation to come out as it was. And it's like, yeah, but my episodes might be half the size of a go. I've never realised. I tell you what, actually, if you want to learn how many times you say record a podcast, because you will not believe everybody does it, but you don't know until you have to go in and listen back to all of them, and you're just like, oh my goodness. And I'm even trying to consciously not do it today, and I know I've done it loads. But sorry, that's not answering the question at all. But if you do kind of like feel like you've got something that you want to share, and that feels like audio is a medium that you like, I do think it's nice. I think it's nice to be able to sort of tinker with something away from sort of eyes and stuff like that until you're sort of happy with it, and then sending it out into the universe. There's no greater feeling than that first time you ever send an episode out. And if you only I just remember I got one person that messaged me when my first ever episode went out. Messaged me, went, I listened to it, I really love it. And I've told my friend, she's just gone through a breakup and I think it would be really good for her. So I've told, and that, I never really had many aspirations other than it existing and maybe getting more listeners than me and my parents. That was kind of where my head was at. But I don't know if you found this. Like, obviously, like, we've become friends. I think we've become friends until you questioned it earlier. Oh dear. And the podcasting community is actually really awesome. It's really friendly community up until this point. Generally.
What would you say are the quality traits of a podcast host? And in fact, no, let me narrow that down a bit because there's different types of host. So, like we our show initially, season 1 was just you
Yeah.
spouting off. Season 2 was you having guests on. So the way you approach them were very different. So let's take the example of when you've got guests on. What would you say were the qualities of a podcast host that had guests?
So my approach always used to be, I'm there to listen and I'm there to give people a space where they feel comfortable to share their story. So actually sometimes the important part of a podcast when it's an interview one, particularly when you don't know the person, and also like mine, I'm trying to prize quite personal information out of people. So what happens before a press record's quite important for me. So there's often like a nice sort of chat, making sure people understand what's going to happen, what the format of the show is. I think that's really big for me, is giving people as much information as possible. ahead of record so that they know the way the conversation is going to steer, and then there's often a promotion bit at the end. But yeah, I always kind of go with I'm there to listen, so I kind of do tend to sort of sit back a bit. But I've had notes from various people saying I don't talk enough. Not from you, obviously, because you would never tell me I don't talk enough. But that's something I need to think about it being an engaging conversation, and it's duologue as opposed to just allowing somebody a space in the middle.
Yeah, I think that's perspective. I think that's down. I think if you ask 10 people, you'd get different
Yeah.
answers. I think that when I listen to the Creators Club, and I think I've listened to all but one, I think that you get the balance right, in my opinion, because the ones where the guests maybe aren't quite as forthcoming, that's where you engage more. The ones where it's more bantery, again, you engage more. The one where they're going on a monologue, you let them go on the monologue. And I think it's relevant as long as you know when to step in, because it's like been 17 minutes now and you're still talking. Then I think you've actually got the balance really well there. And I think that's important. And when you I mentioned before, I think in the episode with Sam about me being a conduit on the show. That's how I view myself. I'm the least important thing in terms of presence, but in the Instructor podcast, it's me that steers the show. And on 5 Minute Theory, I just talk, and I'm talking to a certain audience, and it's generally 17-year-olds. And when I'm on Decapod, it's equal and it's bouncing, it's learning that there are times when I'll steer that show and there are times when I'll step back and you'll steer it. And I think that's what a host is for me. It's that balance. And I think that's really important. And as I'm saying that, I'm now looking forward to watching or listening back to these 6 shows and seeing how I change between each episode. That's going to be really interesting for me. But we've got some comments in, and what's interesting about this is we have got the Decamorphing Power Rangers on board right now.
Yay!
Because we've got Chris asking for links from Annie, and he's posting the links, which is great. Beck Bradshaw, I don't.
That's
Beck
mine.
Bradshaw.
I know Beck. Hi,
That's
Beck.
mine. She's watching my live, I think you'll find. Says it a lot. Says a lot more than she thinks she does. And Andy Lee, who was also yours, I think, apparently.
No, I don't know. Not after his comments the other day.
I love the humour that Decapod hosts bring to the show. I think Emma is brilliant in Crazy Ex Club. I can't read the rest because it's all on my thingy. But either way, yeah. So
and it was nice things about me, and you can't read it.
Oh, I've read you that review. Would you like a podcast fact?
Yeah.
Okay. 49% of listening to podcasts is done at home, which surprised me.
Well, that's interesting. Maybe do you think that's a COVID thing?
Possibly, but I don't know when I think it's an overall thing, but it was from Podcast Insights, and 22% was done while driving. So maybe, I don't know. There's the podcast fact.
Yeah, I feel like with the commute reducing as much as it did, that's probably why so many people are listening at home now.
I've always listened to more at home, and I realise I did. Because I'll stick a podcast on when I go to bed. I'll stick a podcast when I hope my wife's not watching this because she'll argue that I do this. But when I wash up, I'll stick a podcast on and doing it at our house and have that on in background. So, maybe there's a lot of that going on that you don't really realise you're listening to podcasts on. But you are. So who knows? Yeah, was that podcast fact interesting enough for you?
It was all right. Yeah, it was adequate.
What's your opinion of the driving? Sorry, I'm just thinking back now to when this podcast goes out on audio version. That's going to sound like I edited something out. Because it went from a nice, pleasant thing like this. So what's your opinion? It's going to sound like one of them abrupt cuts. Speaking of which, if you listen to Decapod and you listen to 1995, and I took over the editing duties for that, and you'll see that she did a smashing job.
Oh, I thought you were going to call out the fact that there is a mistake in it. That's what I was pulling a face at you. I was like, why are you going to tell everybody? And then I've just told everybody.
If anyone can spot the mistake, which isn't a mistake, it's tiny, right? And I guarantee you 99% of people would not be able to notice it, right? If anyone can spot the singular, I'm not even going to justify the mistake, the instance in 1995, then I will give you a whole pound. Not you, the piece
I
that
was
will
going to say,
spot
as
it.
I know,
I hope all the listeners don't spot it now. And Haley Marriott says, sorry she's late to the party, was eating a sandwich. I would
Okay.
always prioritise eating sandwiches.
Yeah.
Always. What's your opinion of driving instructors?
Instructors.
Instructors
Yeah.
as a
Right.
whole, and I ask this bearing in mind the trauma that you've been through recently.
Yeah. So I tell you what, I was in your group a few weeks ago, and actually give Chris Bensted a little sort of heads up because he gave me some really lovely advice.
Don't praise him.
Around
Seriously.
It's too late. It's done. And I was talking about trying to find a driving instructor because this is the other thing that amuses me is like I come on this and I don't even drive, let alone instruct people how to. So I'm actually quite scared of learning to drive, and I need to learn to drive. I have to learn to drive. I'm a single mum. I need to be able to take my son places. That is the only reason I'm sort of going on that journey. So I've done my theory test early this year and trying to sort of get an intensive course sorted. But my general opinion of driving instructors, and I described it as trying to find one, is like trying to find a wedding dress. Because to anybody, someone like me, if you look on driving instructor websites, they all look exactly the same. And I'm sorry, but they just do, because you all tell us that you've got an amazing pass rate, or you're really good with anxious drivers, and it's like there's a checklist. And obviously you're going to have that on. But to me, I find it really overwhelming trying to approach anybody, trying to understand if I could work with them. A lot of driving instructors as well, you buy blocks of 10. So it always feels like you have to make a big commitment to find out that you might not gel. I had driving lessons about 5 years ago, just before my son was born. And they weren't a good experience. I felt like I told my driving instructor, learning to drive is making me feel really anxious. And it's always like, well, you'll get over it. And like I had a whole lesson where I basically, that time when they say, right, come on, we're going to swap places. And I just sat in the seat and I went, no. And he went, what do you mean? And I went, I'm not driving today. And I made him drive me around and just, it sounds like a real weird kink, but I made him drive around and tell me exactly what he was doing. And I hated them. I hated every minute of them. Oh, apart from 1 minute when I was changing gear and I accidentally slapped his thigh. And it just became more and more more and more embarrassing things. Like embarrassing moments sort of followed me around anyway. But yeah, my anxiety just became so much. And then he started cancelling lessons. So then the gaps between lessons was becoming more. And I was like going, a week's too much. Can I have 2 a week to try and reduce it? And we couldn't get to the bottom of it. And that was a really unclear, waffly answer. But you know why? Because I'm anxious even talking about it. You've asked me that before, and I instantly want to burst into tears to just thinking about those lessons and having to learn to drive again. So that's not going to feel very nice for I'm sure your community of driving instructors are lovely.
Oh, some of them are dicks. But it's true. I mean, it's the same for every industry. I'm obviously talking about the instructor industry, and you're right. There's a lot of generic stuff in there. You said some interesting things there. You mentioned about getting them to drive or talking through what they're doing. That's more common than you'd realise. But to you, it wasn't.
Yeah, I made him take his clothes off. No, I didn't.
That's more common than you'd realise. But no, it's like to you, it's uncommon. To someone that's never done it before, they've not heard about that. All you hear about is people learning to drive. So I think from a learner's perspective, how can I phrase this? Often, and I include myself in this sometimes, instructors can forget that not everything's obvious to learners.
Yeah.
It's new to you. And just because I get my thigh slapped 2 or 3 times a day, every day, doesn't mean that you're going to be like, oh, this is normal. I'm just going to pat his thigh. And the same with the websites, they are generic. There's 1 or 2 that stand out. Some people have, when you go on the first page, they've got like the 5-minute theory embedded on their page. So
Yeah.
they do a 5-minute theory podcast. We can help anyone learn the theory test.
It helped me learn the theory test.
There you go. Another rousing endorsement there. But no, it's very, very generic. And I think that's a really good point. If your opinion of instructors isn't going to be that they're all crap because you're friends with an instructor, who, you never see me teach, but I'm a half decent human being. And I think I've said this story before. I don't know if I've said it on the podcast or not, but I once had a student who pulled up at side of the road and she couldn't set off from the side of the road. She come from another instructor and she'd done all sorts, but she couldn't set off from the side of the road. I'm like, well, this is the basics. Why haven't you done this as well? Did it on lesson 1 and been doing everything else since, which is a red flag in itself. But she'd gone through 2 instructors previously, one of which kept using the phone while she was driving, which is illegal, and one of which was, in her words, was a dirty old man. And she said, so as long as you don't do anything illegal, and as long as you're not a pervert, you're better than my previous 2 instructors. And I thought, how low is that bar? If I can't beat that, then there's something wrong somewhere.
Did she pass?
Yeah, she did. Second attempt, admittedly, but she still passed.
Yeah.
First attempt, she drove the wrong side of the road because she forgot. And that's happened to me twice now. People driving that wrong side of the road because they forget. And for all the instructors listening right now, when we talk about us being assessed on driving tests and we have students at jail because they drive on the wrong side of the road, not all tests are equal.
No.
So you're an avid podcast listener. What podcasts would you recommend for anyone listening that they go and pick up?
So I'm probably going to do something that'll irk you a little bit because I'm going to say big podcasts, and which
There's nothing new there, is there? You don't need to say that in advance.
So I'm going to say big podcasts, and we should really talk about some smaller ones. However, they're really important, I think, because they're the reason why I wanted to start a podcast and also like my style of podcasting. So my favourite podcast is the Adam Buxton podcast, and that's where he interviews mainly comedians, but some other people as well, so notable people and famous people. And his format was the exact format I wanted to use. So he kind of does an intro, he walks his dog, does a little intro, does the main, then it cuts to the interview, and then it does an outro, and again he's walking his dog back home. And I just think that as a format's really lovely. And he's a listener. He just lets people talk, so that's what I like about it. You get lots of insights. And he does a Christmas special with Joe Cornish every Christmas day, and 2 Christmases in a row. They saved my Christmases because I had to have 2 Christmas days in a row without my little boy. So I literally went on massive long walks. I did 10-mile run last year, and that was in my ears. Sort of, I call it running off my feelings. So it's like, that's why I have to mention that one because it's really important to me. And Off Menu, again, it's a really big part, but it's such a good idea and it's so simple, but it's always really funny as well. So that's James Acaster and Ed Gamble, and they get a guest on and they choose their favourite starter, main and dessert. And it's the dream restaurant, so they can basically have anything. So guests can kind of really sort of have fun with that. They're really funny. They get a lot of comedians on, and I really love comedy, so I really like that one. And then I'm going to give another mention to Brené Brown because I did a little like fist pump in the air when San mentioned her earlier. Brené Brown's one of my biggest inspirations. I think she's one of the most amazing humans. Read her books, listen to her podcast, and there's an amazing interview she did with Dolly Parton. And Dolly Parton's one of her heroes, and it's so amazing when you hear one of your heroes hero worshipping somebody else. I love those moments when you kind of see that those people you killed to get on your podcast and they're swooning over somebody else they've got. And one little nod where it all began, and we've mentioned this on Decapod before, is Serial. So I always used to be petrified about anything to do with crime, true crime and things like that. Serial is one of the most notable true crime, and it took me on a journey not just of listening to podcasts but true crime. So I became a right true crime junkie on the back of that one as well.
Have you watched Lake Mungo yet?
No, I have not.
True crime. I have got a list of podcasts that I listen to that I'm going to recommend as I go on throughout the show, and I've tried to tie them into each individual a little bit. So I'm going to recommend The Evolution of Horror. Because of how much you enjoy horror. It does cover such wonderful horrors such as Seven and Misery and all those.
Good.
As well as the more traditional horrors like Nightmare on Elm Street.
Okay. Are you really proud of me? I checked myself language-wise then. I managed to pull flipping heck out the back.
Well, I'm trying to keep the language a bit more minimal today because I appreciate I'm on Facebook Live. And it's like, I've been banned before. I don't want someone coming on and saying, right, I'm going to report him. Because we all know that there's people that aren't the biggest of Terry Cook or the Instructor Podcast fans that may decide to sabotage.
No.
We all know that.
No. Be fine.
Oh, dear me. Okay, so I want to just wrap back around a little bit and I want to ask you about the 5 Minute Theory podcast. Why did the 5 Minute Theory podcast help you?
Yeah, so I found it. I was I don't know if I found it because I was actively trying to find something and it was that coincidental thing that we happened to be in the same group, or whether it was I found it because maybe you'd promoted it in the group. Either way, when I hate failing anything. So I found studying for my theory test quite stressful because I didn't have the way that my journey has gone. I didn't have an instructor. I basically signed up to this intensive course and they kind of went, well, part one is we've got you a theory test date. So off you go past that. So normally you'd like have an instructor to kind of like chat to about it. And I don't know, that maybe like help you with things and stuff like that. So I was kind of reading the highway code, doing the practice questions and it was doing okay. And I also had practice questions online and things like that. And it was all right, but there was some that every single time the question came up in the practice test, I'd get it wrong. And I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's just not sinking in. And I just guarantee the ones I don't know will be the ones that I get wrong. And it'll be that pushes me to the fail part. So I found it and started listening to it. And what I really love about it, and I'm going to be genuine, just for 2 minutes, I'm going to be genuine. Because what I think you're really good at on that podcast, you see your eyebrows go up then, is taking what can be quite complex, feels like complex information, and you break it down into really easy to understand. But so just to be honest, Terry, you agilize it a little bit. So there you go. And there's two ones that really stood out for me. And one was you say, try and choose think about what's the safest option. And then you kind of go, oh, and that was like, because I always used to get confused about like stop signs and things like that. And there's like one way you don't necessarily have to stop or something like that. I can't remember what it's and get my provisional like revoked from me now. And there was the other one, which was the cat size on motorways. And I think I did a little happy cry when when you broke that down because I couldn't think of any other way to sort of remember it. But I think that's why it's good. It breaks it down into bite-sized chunks and you can just about absorb that and then you're done for that question. And you can come at 2 different ways. But now you've got quite a bank of them. You could binge that. You could almost like binge your revision a little bit. Or what I used to do was I used to do 1 a day.
2 things on that. Firstly, I haven't got anyone recorded the driving test tips for tomorrow yet. So if any instructors are listening and they want to do that, let me know. We'll talk about that tonight because I'm not done enough podcasting today. And secondly, when someone praises or talks about or references your podcast, that's how you promote it. So when you go in Psychology's magazine and someone's talking about on there, you then come back to them and utilize it.
You know what also you can do is when someone's just been really nice about you could humbly accept that they've just been nice. You could try that approach.
Not good at that.
No.
That's as you're aware.
Clearly.
No, I do that behind the scenes. I'm not good at public displays of affection and niceness. What, I've started fiddling with something because you made me uncomfortable. No, it's like
you need to be
Before I do appreciate the sincere comments. Before we move on, because we're coming towards the end of your hour, I'll give you the opportunity now to promote yourself and sell yourself and tell people where they do it. Tell people where they can find you.
Well, I've got a podcast called Crazy X Club that I've not recorded for about 3 months, but it is out there on Spotify. It's all right. Like, listen to the interviews. Don't listen to they're going.
I'm stopping. I'm sorry. I'm stopping. Don't say it's all right. Don't use the word I'm going to sell my podcast by saying it's all right.
I didn't come on here to promote. I came on to support. So I'll go with my other podcast that I co-host with someone called Decapod. But that is genuinely awesome. It's so much fun. It's fun to record. It's fun to listen back to, and because people have come to join us to have a little look. It's also got the most amazing Facebook group. I absolutely love interacting with that group. And yeah, even though I get told I look like the president of yesteryear, that's absolutely fine. But yeah, looking at different years, we're looking at the 90s at the minute and discussing all things music, film and TV and that. But that is epic. That's my shiny object at the minute that I'm really, really genuinely proud of that as a thing. And I kind of want more and more people to listen to it.
Are you also up for hire as a public speaker?
Yes, I am. It just depends around subject area. So that's what I'm sort of trying to play with at the minute is you could get me on, I can talk about sort of breakup recovery and that's fine. But I'm not got my only qualification in that is my marriage ended. So I could come and talk on that. I could be really honest about that. You can anything agile, and that's another thing. If people wanted me to come in, I can do some sort of consultation around sort of agile ways of working and how people can make improvements. And I can genuinely agilize anything. So I'm up for that as a challenge.
You're also doing a TES talk, aren't you, for my Instructor Podcast Premium on agilization?
Uh-huh.
How would you agilize that?
What?
The TES talks.
How would I
Gone.
How would I agilize it?
Yeah.
What, as in actually doing it?
Yeah.
Well, it depends. So if you're coming at that from thinking that's a huge task about all the things we have to do, then we sort of split that into different sections. So we split that into sort of what do I do before, what do I do during, and what do I do after. So obviously the before is what do I need in order to make the recording? Do I need to write some words down? Do I need to memorize those words, or am I going to kind of do things off the cuff? So there's the preparation bit, and then you could break those bits down into smaller bits underneath. I think post-it notes on a wall, and you're just about right there. And then the actual drawing, and this was something else I was listening to with San because she's going to do her public speaking, and all you could do there, the best thing you can do is just prepare and just kind of have lots of little things sort of in your back pocket for if stuff happens and things like that. But it's breaking that down. So for me, that's that before, during, and after. That would be the key way to agilize that and make that feel smaller, so you focus on the bit you're in at the minute.
You say that same approach to driving, you'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Also, oh God, I hate having to say this. The post-it notes things work.
Yes.
Right? Because I've had books and organisers and planners and everything, and I've got this magic trick that I use. It's brilliant, right? So I'll fill in my planner on my notebook or whatever. It'll be things that I'm doing for the year, the week, the month, the day, whatever, yeah? Then I don't look in my book.
Yeah.
Because it's a book and I can put it away. I don't have to do the things. But when they're on that door there, yeah, I can't really avoid them.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's part of it. Part of it is talk about having vision boards and things like that. That's something else I'm quite passionate about. But it's got to be where you'll see it. Because what's the point if it's going to be somewhere that you forget to look at it? How's it going to remind you on the days you need motivating? And sometimes I call my post-it wall the wall of shame. It's if stuff's not moved enough, then it should hopefully at least tick at the back of your head right, I really need to do something about that. I'm sick of looking at it there. And there's actually something really satisfying and psychological about picking something up and put it into a done pile. So that would be my other thing, is make sure when you're getting them done, they don't go in the bin, because you want a reminder of all the amazing stuff that you've done, not just the stuff you've got to do. So I'm pleased it's working for you.
You're talking with the same enthusiasm there that you talk about 1995 music.
I nearly swore then, but I genuinely love agile and that process of breaking things down and because I just think it's so good for your soul to acknowledge all these things that we have to do to make a big thing happen. You don't see that side to me very often.
No, it's good. It's impressive. And I've worked with you a little bit around that. We did, I think 2/3 of the sessions we said we were going to do. And it still helped me.
Yeah.
Tick. Yeah, it worked. I want to touch back briefly on Crazy X Club. When's it coming back?
I don't know. I want to bring it back. But it's this thing of you think about overwhelm, and I've just kind of really nicely done that kind of before, during, after. The before part of that is overwhelming me a bit because I have to book all the interviews in and sort of get people on. And now I know how to edit, so now I need to edit as well. So I need to sort of work that in. And I was also trying to tinker away at some group coaching that people can do for breakup recovery as well. So I've kind of had a lot of plates that I'm spinning. Now that some of those are dying down, I would hope to start recording again soon. So actually, if anybody wants to be on it and they've got a really good like recovery story, remember I said at the start when I joined this isn't about talking nasty things about your ex, because if anyone ever did that, I would get their ex on the next week and give them the platform to sort of. I always sort of say that you've got to imagine that they've got right to reply. Can't just go on and say things about somebody and them not be there to defend themselves. So it should be back before the end of the year.
Or just don't put that episode out.
Well,
Or
yes.
you could have a podcast like that. You could have 1 week you've got one person, the next person you've got their ex, and that would be quite fun. Maybe not for them, but for me it would be. So yeah, so when you come off, feel free to go and put links for that, because go and listen to it. It's definitely a good listen. And again, just to I don't know, talk about your amazing marketing prowess. It took me ages to know that you'd done Crazy X Club. I think you'd sent me some messages about or comments or something about 5 Minute Theory, and how much you enjoyed it. And then randomly I saw this comment come up, and I'm like, oh, is that you? You do this that I've been listening to. Okay, so a couple of comments before we start wrapping up. Where are we? Oh, Chris Bensted looking for the report button.
The report button?
Yeah,
or the report button?
Report. He's going to report me for swearing. TED Talks is one hell of a rip-off of TED Talks, says Lee Spary. Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. Also, I've just seen myself lean forward on the thing down here, and I just realised I really should have an haircut before I went live on Facebook in front of all these people. And Annie says, still not again. You don't have to spin with the program if you only knew someone who could help with that. Ooh, there you go. But yeah, when we've done, feel free to go and put links for all of your stuff, but in particular Decapod, in the comments, because I'm not going to bother sharing all the links for all these on the show notes. In fact, I'm going to ask you a question because I want to do it sooner rather than later. I'm going to have 6 hours worth of audio content. What do I do with this? Do I break it up into individual episodes? Do I do one mammoth episode? Does it go on the podcast feed? Does it go on the Patreon feed?
I'd definitely break it because agile. And so 6 hours would scare me. So I would definitely have sections. And then that gives people, it's easier for people then to go and access the speaker that they're most interested in engaging with. So I'd definitely do that. Yeah, stick it behind a paywall. And if you stick it behind a paywall, do we all get like a chunk?
Yeah, I've currently got 3 Patreons. You can all have, I don't know, let's work it out. You can all have like 5%. So you'll get about £1.
Like, it's like 100% gains.
What, for an hour's conversation? All right, so I'm going to bring it back to Decapod for a minute because Lee Spary will be joining us soon and he will be disappearing, so I may as well take the moment to promote something else I do, which is Decapod. Tell us why people should listen to Decapod and what's awesome about Decapod.
I'm just going to be, I will, but you look really happy when you said you'll be disappearing soon. You're like, thank goodness this is why I'm on early. So you're not dreading it all day.
You're in my top 6 of guests today.
No, hang on. I thought that was nice for a minute. Damn it. Right. People should listen to Decapod because I think if you're in our sort of age bracket, we're in that age bracket where we're getting quite nostalgic and we want to talk about the times when we were young and our backs didn't ache every time we get up from a chair, something that will happen to me in a second. And we want to think about when we were young and sprightly and one of us was a cool kid and one of us not so much, but and what we were listening to, what we were doing in those days. And particularly the 90s, we've kind of said it is one of the best decades. It was a really exciting time. There's such cool stuff coming through. The film, everybody knows like my love for the music, particularly around 1995 and then onwards. And we have a laugh, don't we? We do genuinely have a laugh. Like, I listen back to it and it makes me giggle. So when I've been doing the editing, there's bits I have to really pause it because I giggle again at stuff that we sort of said. And if you don't listen to it for any other reason, listen to it. I think it's 95. I pull out the best Terry impression ever, and it makes him livid. And it's one of my favourite moments.
It made me livid. It was just the rant you'd been on for about 7 minutes, and it was like, what on earth is going on?
I think you said wasn't drunk.
I think he might have been. Either way, we now have Lee Spary to join us. So before I bring him in, I'm going to take a moment to thank you for joining us on the show. It's always a pleasure. Occasionally a chore, but really appreciate you coming on.
Thanks for having me.
And you can hang about for a moment, and I'll give you the opportunity to share your thoughts with Lee around why you do or don't look like Hanson all of them.
Yeah. No, I concur with it. As soon as I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. So I'm going to get my hair bobbed on the back of this.
Oh, I think you're
I was on my phone and on the computer.
just never have enough Terry goodness, can we? Right. No, appreciate your time, Emma. I will let you disappear. Make sure you go and share not just Decapod, but the Crazy X stuff. Take a minute to go and promote yourself in comments as well.
Yeah, maybe I will. Have a good one, and I'll speak to you later. See you later.
So, Lee Spary,
Oh, Terence.
how are you?
Yeah, good. Got some
Oh.
parallel parking done this morning. Bang.
What, you are, students?
Well, collectively together, I suppose. It was all fun. Lots of fun.
I think that parallel parking, if I'm being honest, is probably my least favourite lesson. It used to be my favourite.
It is my favourite.
All right. I think I'm at a point now where it seems like every student that comes dreads the parallel parking. And at first I used to quite like that because I used to enjoy coaching them around and be like, oh no. And then they'd end up liking it. I think I'm at a point now, I don't want to coach anyone around to like it anymore. Just like it to begin with. I think it's that. But no, thank you for joining us on the show. I've said on the previous two guests, we have nothing planned and nothing scripted, so this could go anywhere. But I am going to ask because for your episode, when you came on, at the time, you were my most successful ever episode.
You sound like that's been replaced since.
Yeah, that was replaced since. I do apologise. But it
At
doesn't
least I
matter.
held it for a while.
You held it for at least a week until the next episode came out.
Yeah. A bit like my beloved Blackburn Rovers. We were the best for a tiny bit of time and then fell away.
Don't matter. Every win counts. Just if you would be so kind, tell me a little bit about, because that was the first podcast you'd done, wasn't it? Tell me a little bit about your experience of recording a podcast and what happened, if anything, afterwards.
It went better than I thought it would. I assume that's down to your expert editing skills. I felt like I waffled too much. So I think if I came on again, I'd sort of maybe try and waffle less. Possibly.
I don't think I didn't have to edit any of yours. The only thing I did was take out, again, the and some of the ums and ahs, but that was probably more me than you. There's no waffle there. And some of the feedback I got back from your episode was genuinely really good. And you got some good feedback as well, didn't you?
Yeah. I was genuinely surprised, how well it went. I thought it went better than I thought it would go. So I suppose that's just me in a nutshell, really. Whenever I do anything, I always think it might be okay. And then it's better than I probably expect it to be. Usually. Not all the time.
I mean, the other thing I want, and we touched on this on the show, but I think I'd like to mention this now, is when I first released the Instructor Podcast, and again, I'm saying this again now because it's going to be a slightly different audience, but when I first released the Instructor Podcast, you were one of the first people to message me and say, you love what I'm doing, you want to appear on the show. But you also caveated that with, I know you won't want me on, I know I've nothing to say, and all this kind of stuff. So looking back now, how pleased are you? And I don't mean to load that question, so I'll phrase that differently. How do you feel now, having done the show, knowing that that's the initial message you sent? Does that make sense the way I phrase that?
Yeah, I think I suppose there's a lesson there to be sort of, believe in myself a little bit more possibly. But, going back to when I messaged you, I've massively underestimated you because you were this person now that I only just started talking to. And I thought, oh, he might struggle with this podcast. So I'm going to throw myself in there just so you've got an ally, you've got someone that's going to be on there definitely. And by the time I came on, it's gone, it's amazing. So I probably underestimated you actually. And, I feel bad for that, but you've done so much better than I thought you'd do. So congratulations.
I mean, you should feel bad for that. I thought you were being very nice, but no, it's like your podcast probably going to fail, so you want to get on before it does.
No, I just thought, it helped get it going is what I mean. If you were struggling for guests, I thought that might happen, and you've not, and you've had so many interesting people on. And congratulations, by the way, on your 5,000 download.
I should have been saying, I've just been criticising Emma Morgan and not promoting herself properly, and I should have been saying that in every episode. Yeah, I made a jokey comment yesterday about I needed 85 people to hit the 5,000, and I only wanted 84. Now, I don't normally do that many on through the week. The Sundays is the big day when I tend to get about 100 to 150 downloads, and most of them will obviously be the new show. And then they're a bit sporadic through the week. The Wednesday episode tends to be about 50 or 60. But yeah, it was, I got thinking N79, and I wasn't expecting that many. I'm kind of, oh crap, I'm actually going to do it today. And I didn't want to do it today. I wanted to do it, yesterday. I wanted to do it today. And yes, it's a lovely milestone to hit 5,000 downloads on International Podcast Day. In fact, hashtag International Podcast Day. It's like, oh, it's a great way to celebrate. So yes, thank you for that. Now I have got a little bit of chatter. Let's see what people are saying. People are talking to each other, which is always
Chris
nice.
is watching. Chris is always watching.
Chris, yes. We've also got Bob Morton watching. Well, I think that was you. What reference point do you use? And then Bob says it all begins with Blackburn Rovers winning the title. Andy Lee saying he loves the self-parking feature on new cars. It takes over the need to parallel park. Chris is then saying it's putting out of us a job. Yeah. In fact, you know what? Screw it. Let's bring it right back to driving lessons. I do want to come back onto podcasting, a sort of the broader scheme, but you're in between lessons at the minute, aren't you?
Yes, I've got my 3 o'clock one is starting at 3:15, so I've got time to do this and then head off again.
Awesome. What do you like about being a driving instructor, and what other things? Like you said, your favorite lesson is parallel parking, but what are some of your favorite things you enjoy doing?
I just love it all. I mean, I'm one of them people that I wouldn't do it if I didn't love it. When I came onto your episode, I was talking briefly about how I, worked in retail, and I sort of worked my way up from, being a till person all the way up to, being a manager. And I used to love it. And I used to have a little notepad at the side of my bed, and I used to wake up in the night and write down things how I could make my store better. And I loved it. And one day I just thought, don't like this anymore, and then I just quit. So no doubt I'll probably do the same with this at some point, but I wouldn't do anything I didn't love. And I get up every day. I love going to work. Sometimes I'm quite deflated when I come home because I'm sort of buzzing all day, and then I get home and I turn the engine off and I'm like, oh. And that's really weird because I love my own life and stuff, but it's just, I don't know, I get so kind of, the adrenaline of it's great. I just love it. As long as I feel like that, I'll still do it.
You ever get bouncy? I know sounds when I'm on dual carriage we're doing 70. I find myself almost bounced up and down. I'm like, come on, we can get this up. We get above 65 now, like that.
Yeah.
And but I get what you're saying about coming home and that sort of an element of deflation, because quite often I'll just get out and I'll sit on bonnet for a couple of minutes, and I just like that sort of nice cool breeze and just unwind, and it's like, right, okay, the fun's over. And like you say, as much as you like the home life, it's I don't know about you, but my wife doesn't always appreciate when I come on and start being a driving instructor on her.
Yeah. Well, I'm teaching James how to drive at the moment, so he gets the driving instructor Lee and the regular Lee now. He gets both of us.
How's that going?
It's going really well. I've taught some of my exes to drive in the past, and it's never worked very well. And I think it's another one, without kind of dragging up my episode, I think, before client-centered learning, it just didn't work. They didn't like being told what to do by the person that they were with. And you know what I mean? And it didn't work for that. But now it's more coachy. I think maybe that's the reason why it's working so well with James.
Maybe. I know that the wife don't like it when I attempt to tell her what to do. It doesn't go well. I mean, on that then, you mentioned before about, you'd almost potentially wake up one day, decide you've had enough. I'm a little bit like that. I need to keep myself fresh. Otherwise, I tend to have a ratio of about 3 or 4 years before I give up and move on to something new.
I mean, the only time I've not done that, the only time I've been thinking about that is when I've overworked. And I definitely sort of did that in the early years of being a driving instructor. So it'd be like, the more hours I do, the more money I can make. And I'd be doing like really daft hours. I even did it a few weeks ago when we sort of when it all kind of, when we unlocked, so it was like start of the year, sort of April time. I thought I'm going to work so much. And I just got sick of it, and I do three sessions a day now, 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, or 3:15 today. And I enjoy going to work. I enjoy it when I'm at work. When I get home, sometimes I think that was really good. I'm glad I don't have another one.
Yeah.
I've done enough now. I'm going to go and enjoy the night and, stick some footy on or do something that's not being a driving instructor. And then the next morning, I'm like, right, let's go to work again. So it's kind of the perfect blend, I think, now of like work and home. But you can, in this job, overwork, I think, and then start hating it and then hating your learners, which is not good for anyone.
Yeah, I think that's actually, let's come back to that in a second, because you mentioned football and we touched on this at the end of the last episode. I want to touch on it again now. I feel like it's an important thing to this. You know where I'm going, don't you? I feel like it's an important thing to discuss. So when we look at your name on Facebook or whatever, it comes up as Lee, BRFC Spary. What does BRFC mean?
Well, the story is, in 2011, we got took over by new owners, and they promised the world. They were like, you're going to get in the Champions League. We're going to sign David Beckham. We're going to sign Ronaldinho. We're going to be, and it's not been like that, because we've got relegated since then. And they're basically liars. That they're just awful people that have destroyed the club inside and out. Created in Lancashire, destroyed in India is the slogan. But going back to what we're saying, in 2011, because of all this kind of excitement, I decided to drop my middle name, which is Anthony, and replace it legally with 3 more middle names: Blackburn Rovers Football Club. So I've got 4 middle names. And when I did that, I didn't really think anything of it. And then someone told the local newspaper in Blackburn, and it went into the newspaper, which was nice, And then somehow Sky got hold of it. And then I was invited to Ewood Park to meet the Sky people. And I was on sort of Sky Sports News every 20 minutes, every hour for 20 minutes, like the rolling news. And that was an eye-opener in terms of Twitter, because I got so much abuse from it. But, who cares about that?
I think it's brilliant in so many ways. But actually, do you know what? Why did you drop the Anthony? Why didn't you keep that and be Lee Anthony Blackburn Rovers Football Club? Is that just taking it one step too far?
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about, initially, I was going to have 11 middle names, but you couldn't fit that many on the website. I was going to have Tim, Henning, Colin, Alan, Chris, so the whole 1995 championship winning team, and all their first names are their middle names. But I wasn't allowed 11. There wasn't enough spaces on the online form, so just went for 4.
I mean, I think you made the wise choice there, I'll be honest.
Nobody wants Henning as a middle name.
No. So which is the most impressive for you? Is it appearing on Sky Sports or appearing on the Instructor Podcast Extravaganza Live?
Well, it has to be the Extravaganza Live, really. But I would say 6 hours is not much of an extravaganza.
Don't do that.
It's more of an event. So I'd say event. Extravaganza is 24 hours. thing.
I've got to say, if I had another guest lined up, come on now, you'd be gone. I can't believe you said that.
Top effort, though, all the same.
I think in terms of podcasting, it's an extravaganza.
Yeah. Okay. It's an amazing podcast extravaganza.
Yeah, there's not many 6-hour podcasts about. Speaking of podcasts, I've been asking all my guests this, and I do want to come back to driving stuff in a minute, definitely. And I want to recap on your episode, because I got some really, and I know you did as well, got some really good feedback on that. But what other podcasts do you listen to? What would you recommend to the listeners and to people watching live that you go and listen to now?
You were the first podcast I ever listened to.
Oh.
I only listened to it because I thought, oh, this is good. It's a thing about driving instructors and stuff. And then since then, I've listened to the, what's the name? The other one, the Decades one. You do the
Decapod.
That's it. I like that. But yeah, I'm not really a podcast person, really.
So you would recommend 2 podcasts, Instructor Podcast and Decapod. I think that's the best recommendation I've had so far.
That totally makes up my extravaganza comment.
Yes, it does. We'll give you that. All right, then, bring it. In fact, you know what? I am going to make my podcast recommendation now, and I'll see if I can tie this one into you as well, because I'm trying to give a recommendation of my own for each one. And I am going to suggest... I've got it down to 2. And the thing is, I haven't planned these in advance, so the last one that I've got is going to go to Chris Bensted, and it may not be appropriate at all. But either way, I am going to suggest potentially, let's go with this, podcast called Selling Without Sleaze. It's a really good podcast by a lady called Sarah Jolly Jarvis, and it's all about, essentially, well, like it's on the tin, selling without sleaze. It's really good at selling. And I think as instructors, we can often be pretty poor at selling ourselves and putting yourselves out there. So not necessarily a suggestion for you, but probably the closest suggestion I could find for you. But yeah, anyone listening, go and check that out. So, but yeah, coming back to your podcast, I want to touch back on this because you messaged me a couple of times talking about some of the feedback you'd had on the show. So just tell me a little bit about that. You don't necessarily have to give names or be specific, but some of the feedback you got.
Well, yeah, it's all been great, really. The feedback I've had has been good. I've had a few friend requests on Facebook, which, I've not had since I got married, I used to get loads of friend requests when I was single. But yeah, not so much anymore. But yeah, it was all really good feedback, and it was people kind of relating to what I was saying, which is really nice to hear. And it's so people that didn't really know the difference between like coaching and instructing, as I refer to it. And it sort of helped them with that, and they were asking me questions and stuff, and sort of, I continue to get sort of inbox questions now about like, how would you go about this, and how would you do that in a coachy way and stuff, and stuff like that. So, one of the aims from being on the podcast was for the people to listen to it, and if people can take things away from it and help them, then that's what I wanted, because that's what I've done. Like I said on the episode, I've listened to other episodes on the podcast and taken something probably from everyone. So I was just hoping that someone else would do that as well, and it sounds like they have. So happy day.
Definitely, and it's something that made me reflect a little bit, because I know you were telling me about some of the feedback that you've got, and I mentioned this earlier on in the show actually, but I think I did. But you were telling me about that, and I initially was a bit like, it's my show. They should be telling me this. And that was like my first response. And then I had to take a step back, and it was like, what's my role? What's my role always been? And I did mention this before, but it's the conduit. It's to come and get people like you and put yourselves out there. I'm not there for praise. It's to celebrate people like yourselves. And I thought you did an absolutely wonderful job of, try to think of the words. Emma mentioned before about how I dumbed down the theory test to make it really simple.
Yeah.
And I think that you did that really well with some of the coaching stuff. You just made it really almost entry level access. Do you know what I mean? It just really simplified it.
I'm from Blackburn, Terry, so a spade is a spade. There's no point, fanning around with all these words. It's just bang. That's what it is. So that's probably why.
Yeah, but it works. I think that there's a time and a place for long-winded explanations, and I'm pretty good at long-winded explanations. But sometimes we just need to get to the point, explaining. I say to my students sometimes if I ask them to explain something, I ask them a question, and then say I don't know. Like the parallel park I mentioned before, say, okay, how would you parallel park around this car? And they say I don't know. And I'll say, okay, now pretend I'm your 5-year-old kid that's asked you. And they'll tell me straight away.
Yeah, that's really
Because
good.
they take away all the nonsense that we try and put in there, and they say, well, you pull up alongside car, verse back, turn towards curb and straighten up. Like, yeah, that's literally all you're doing.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
ways we can make it easier, but in terms of the maneuver, that's literally all you're doing.
Yeah. I mean, the really classic example is MSPSL, isn't it? Trying to teach a learner MSPSL, when you can just say, see if you can do it, tell everyone you're going to do it. And they're like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. And, you're fanning around with all these acronyms. And it helps you so much with learners, isn't it? The simpler you explain things, the more likely they're going to pick it up quickly.
Definitely. And it's one of the things I didn't realize I was doing, like the MSPSL explanation, like you said there. I would simplify it or dumb it down or phrase it my own way, but unintentionally. When I went for my Sanders check, it was referred to as MSPSL. It was in my head. That's how you do it. That's how I was trained. There's no way stepping out from that. In fact, I can remember my trainer saying to me once, just because you passed, and I'm probably going to make him sound bad, and it wasn't meant in a negative way. It was meant to be a positive comment, but I probably took it the wrong way. Of just because you passed, don't try and start doing stuff differently. And it's like, well, no, actually, I'm gonna experiment. I'm gonna see what works. And inadvertently, I was doing what you said, but it was only, and I hate giving him praise. It was only when Chris Bensted came on season 1 of this that he broke it down and said, no, just look, tell, do. Like, well, so we're allowed to do that as instructors, which, that just comes back to what you were saying. But let's take this a slightly different direction, because, we spoke about mindfulness to begin with. I don't even know what we spoke about in that last episode. There was all kinds of stuff going on there. But I think it'd be quite nice. In fact, no, screw it. Before I take it a different direction, I'm going to ask you, is there anything you'd specifically like to talk about?
No, I don't know. No.
So you've got a platform right now. Feel free to interrupt me at any point.
No, I'm happy to lead it, Terry. If you tell me what you want to talk about, I will happily fill the time.
I think it would be good to dig into sort of the driving instructor side a little bit of working with students, because at the end of the day, this is an instructor podcast. As much as we're going to talk about everything over the forthcoming probably 3.5 hours now. So tell me about working with students. Tell me about how you find that. As in, what's your general clientele? Is it 17-year-olds? Have you got a massive mixture, or?
Yeah, I mean, I live in a student city now, and I did when I lived in Liverpool as well. So, yeah, you do get a lot of students, but you get, it's very mixed. I've got like a few sort of, like mothers that are expecting, or like, pregnant ladies who need to pass because they don't want the buggy onto the bus, and, stuff like that. But, the easiest type of learner to work with is the one that's motivated, isn't it? So, sometimes people say, oh, if I get a 17-year-old, that's fine because they'll pick it up really quick because they're young. But sometimes you come across like a lady in like her 40s, that's got a reason, like she's starting a new job or she's pregnant, or if they're motivated, it's just so much easier to work with them. So I think, I enjoy working with everyone really, apart from the ones that aren't motivated. It's like, why are you even here?
Yeah. No, I think that I'm going to touch back on motivation in a second, but I think that, like with the older generation, I mean, I'm 40 next year, so I'm including myself in that. Often they'll have kids, and I think it's easy to relate to them about the kids. So when you'll get people going bombing down road, and you say, what if someone was there?
Yeah.
When you've got someone who's got kids, you say, what if your kid was there? All of a sudden, they start looking at that a bit differently, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, the classic one is, the people that pull out of junctions without looking properly. It's like, what if your kid was in the back of the car? How would you have pulled out? And just that realization, and they never do that again. If they feel responsible in terms of their families in the car, it's amazing how different they are. And I've used that in the past. People are like, "You've got a child. Would you do that with your child?" And they were like, "Oh no, I wouldn't know." There you go. You're now responsible.
And again, just touching back on the motivation side of what you said for me, have you come across any odd motivators? Or is it kind of the standard, need to pass for school, need to pass for work?
Well, yeah, I suppose like I had this. There was like a young guy, was sort of I think probably 17, I think, and he really didn't want to learn to drive at all. You could clearly tell that he'd been bought. I think it was just after Christmas, so it's one of those. What can we buy our 17-year-old panic buys? And he didn't have any intention of learning to drive at all. And I just kept telling him how girls love drivers and how girls love lads with cars. And that really motivated him for some reason. And he was like, yeah, turning up all the time. And so you can find like different ways. I didn't phrase it like that, by the way. I've kept that quite clean. But yeah, he was motivated for that reason. And that's it. It's just, it's all about finding out what works for them, isn't it? That's how it works. So whatever, if you can find that thing that works, and they often give you like little nuggets, don't they? They'll sort of help, give you little things that you can work with that you think, oh, right, okay, you like that, do you? And you can then, work on that and get them to respond to that. But yeah, like I said, there's nothing worse than someone that's not motivated. It's just really hard to motivate yourself as well, because you want to, if you're less motivated than that, it's kind of, but if it's the other way around, it's kind of tricky to deal with. But like I said, it's just a case of finding what works for them and then just working with that in terms of learning style or, motivation.
Yeah. Do you ever find that at the end of a lesson, like I know you said before, when we came out of pandemic, I can't say, when we came out of lockdown, you may be working a bit harder than you should have done.
Mm.
Do you find that when you do that extra lesson on a day, you start reverting back to more instruction than coaching?
No, I've kind of I've hit that on the head now. Nothing will make me do that apart from if they stop in the middle of a junction when the light turns to red and then they stall and you look to your right and you see all the cars setting up. Then Instructor Lee comes right back out of the box at that point. But no, I think it's what I've often found is that it makes me narky when I'm tired. And when I used to work like ridiculous hours, like 50 hours a week and stuff, I'd be getting mad at people that made the same mistake that the person before made. And I'd be mad at them in the same way that they'd done it twice wrong. It's just like ridiculous. And the whole thing in your whole head just gets mixed up with who's done what faults and who's done what where. And then you go to bed and you wake up thinking about faults. I used to dream about driving and people doing driving badly. And the worst thing is after lockdown, I'd already had that experience of having bad, getting narky with people and getting irritable because I'd worked too hard. So I don't know why I threw myself into it and started working too hard again. So I knew what happened again, and it did happen again. So I sorted it out now. So I'm really happy with my schedule.
Oh, good stuff. I still fall into instructor mode, and I'm going to come back to the difference between the two in a second. But if I do that extra lesson, or if someone's like, "Oh, can we squeeze in a lesson this evening?" I'm like, well, actually, I could do it Monday. I'll do it, and then I'll get like 20 minutes, 30 minutes into it, and I find myself talking at them, and then I have to catch myself like, "Oh, come on, they paid for this lesson. Give them your best."
That's really good that you realise that, because when I was trying to become more coachy, I'd kind of record the lesson and I'd have to listen to it all the way back, and then I'd realise I was doing it. So that's half the battle won there, where you realise you're talking at them and you can stop yourself halfway through and then start asking questions instead. That's a really good sign.
No, it is. I think I think when I step back and look at this podcast with the 6 guests I've got on, there's a lot of stuff that tie in from there. So you've got like San Harper on first, and it's all that mindfulness, and that's the sort of thing that helps you with that. It's that idea of I'm more aware of what I'm doing now. And this was, being honest, before San as well. It wasn't just because of San, but I'm aware of what I'm doing. I'm aware of what I'm saying and where my brain's at, and I catch myself doing this stuff. But one of the ones that always stood out for me was the student. I said, I can't remember what the thing that she'd done was, but I said, well, obviously we'd do this. And she went, well, it's not obvious to me. Like,
Yeah.
no, you're right. It's not because you don't know that. Why would you know that? You know, and then,
I've got a training instructor. She might be watching this actually. And I always have to tell her about, obviously. She's when I'm sort of sat in the back watching her do a lesson, she'll be introducing something that the learner's never seen before. And she's like, obviously you do this, and obviously you do that. It's like, fucking hell, it's not obvious. So
Yeah,
it's just
music
a
for that.
turn of phrase, really, isn't it? It's not something you're deliberately saying.
yeah. But I think it's important to catch yourself because, like you said, the person hearing it doesn't always know. It's just a phrase. To them, it's
Yeah.
like, you can imagine being silent thinking, should I know this? You know,
Yeah.
but I want to touch back on again what you said there because annoyingly I've forgotten the example you used, but when you start the lights and everyone else is setting off, it's learning when to balance the coaching and instruction, isn't it?
Mm. I mean, that's a situation where you just got to get out of the way, haven't you? So that's why I'd use that technique instead. But in that situation, you you can obviously you change the level of help you give them based on how they are, how they're doing. But they could be absolutely fine, and then if they stall at that moment in the middle of the lights, they're not going to be fine anymore. So you don't have to ask them like, "How are you feeling at the moment?" You know how they're feeling. They're stressed. They look panicky, and and then if you can get in there quickly and talk them through it, then they'll appreciate it.
Yeah, and
And so will everyone.
yeah, you help get them out of the situation, and you can always talk about it after. I mean, there's a roundabout in where I teach over in Leeds, and it's anyone listening from the area, it's Kings Lane roundabout. It's like a big oval shape. It's like a really long oval. And I had this one last, and she just couldn't get her head around it. And we're driving around it, and we'd pull up and we spoke about it, and then we'd go and look again. And it's because she's on the move. We'd speak about it in car, and then we'd go and do it. But because it's on the move, she's struggling to take it in. So we parked up in car park. We went and stood in the middle of this roundabout, and it's like a green roundabout, not like a little mini headed white one. So he stood on roundabout, and we must have been there for about 15 minutes. But she's analysing the traffic going round. And it's like, oh, that car's there, so it's going to do this. That car's there, so it should do this, but it's not signaling, so I'm going to watch that. And just by standing there and being able to talk through that stuff, she just, in car afterwards, nailed it. And it's a different technique, but it's like I say, there's times when we have to jump in, and there's times when we just sit back and let them deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, in that's the sort of situation where no matter what you say, they're not going to learn anything from it at that point. So, you know that from instruction, they're not going to learn as quickly as if they came up with a solution themselves. But in that situation, you just need to get them out of the way because, the learning will never happen in that situation. It would happen afterwards when you park up and then you reflect on it and you talk about it. That's when they're going to learn from that situation. It's not when they're in that situation. So you need to kind of get them out of it, get them to park up, and then just say, right, tell me about that. Why did that? And then have that conversation and get them to reflect because that's truly when the learning, happens.
Yeah. It's the difference between doing coaching for coaching's sake and using coaching constructively. In fact, Andy Sinks is on, and he says it is an awful roundabout, and he generally parks in the car park and uses Google Earth, which is what I do as well generally, but it wasn't working with her that day. Yeah, so it's the difference between using coaching for coaching's sake and coaching to be constructive. And one of the things that we spoke about on your test, again, just I think I'd like to expand on a little bit more now, is pass rates. We spoke about the year where you had 100% pass rate and how that dipped slightly, partly because you were changing the way you taught and partly because you were changed areas and were teaching a different clientele where you found it's tougher. Now, at the minute, we are changing the way standard checks work and we're tying standard checks in with pass rate. Do you know what? I was going to load a question there. I'm not going to load it. I'm going to open that straight up to you rather than loading it and just ask you for your thoughts and opinions upon that.
It's probably, not a very popular opinion, but I think it's awesome. Because and I think as one of your guests touched on this, I can't think who it was. I listened to it last week when I was on the old cross trainer. And what did he say? It was something like that that's how we're going to be measured. That the more standard checks we do, the more kind of they're watching us work, and then they can help us and then give us guidance there and stuff. And if you have one standards check every 4 years, that's not. I don't think it's enough. And and I know it's not going to happen because they've not got enough examiners to bother doing it. But the more standards checks we had, the more they would know kind of what, as an instructors, what we're good at, what we're not, and how we need to develop. And because every standards check I've been on, even the ones where I've failed, the feedback I've got has been so important to me, and I've learned so much from that. And it's just that they've said, it's only like a 5-minute conversation, but it's putting me in the right place for me then to go forward and work on these things. And I think the more standards checks we have, the better we're going to be, or we could get better. It depends how people view it. Because obviously people think it's just like a telling off, and you're only going to be brought in because you've triggered the indicators and stuff. So it's kind of a punishment for triggering the indicators. And if you've got that mindset, then you're not going to develop from it. But if you see it as an opportunity to learn and be better at what you do, I can't see a standards check being a bad thing.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because there's two things in play. You've got your standards check, and then you've got the reason for the standards check. And I think you touched on that. It's almost as if it's being used as a stick to beat us with at the minute. That's the perception that's been put across. And I can understand
why people think that, can't you?
Yeah. 100%. The wording of those emails and the way they change the wording slightly afterwards, but still the wording there. And it is essentially what they're saying is if statistically you're doing a poor job, this will happen to you. It's not put across very nicely. I'm with you though, in the sense of I think we can use standard checks as a benefit. And just while you were talking then, like you said about ideally more standard checks would be beneficial. I think part of it is the repercussions. Now, no one wants to fail a standards check, especially not 3 times, because you'll lose your career, you lose your livelihood. And I think it's that. But what I was thinking as you said it, and I'm going to ask you this rather than load it. Would you pay for an additional standard check? So if you had a mandatory standards check every year on 30th of September, every 4 years you had your standards check, but you had the option to pay for one in between, where you could almost pay for an examiner an hour and a half, and you do an hour lesson, and then you get 30 minutes with the examiner after. Would you pay for that?
Yeah. Yeah, of course I would. I mean, when I was doing the other one, the check test, I had one I got like the second highest score that you could get. Was it 5? Was it 1 to 5? I can't remember.
Yeah, 1 to 6, I think it is.
1 to 6, yeah. I got a 5 on the year anniversary of me being a driving instructor. And I thought, that's awesome. Like, that's really good, that I've done that. And then 4 years later, I got my another one. And I wanted that 6 so bad. And I messed it up. I got 5. And he was like, you were so close to getting a 6. And I was completely mortified of the thought of having to wait another 4 years to prove that I was a grade 6 instructor, and I could put that on my website and have that as like a tool for marketing and stuff. And I was horrified that I had to wait 4 more years. So yeah, definitely, if you were someone that had a grade A, for example, you might not feel the need to have one. But if you were a grade B, you might want to be grade A. So if you could pay to have that test brought forward to prove yourself, to show them where you've developed and how you've got better since your last one, then yeah, I could imagine a lot of people would want to do that. But if you see standards checks as a punishment, if you think it's like, it's kind of that perception of, if I fail my standards check, I might lose my job, versus if I do a standards check, I might get better at doing my job. It's kind of that mindset thing, and I'm in kind of that camp.
Yeah.
So I want to do a standards check. I want to be told where I'm good and where I'm not, and I want to get better at them things. And I want to score as many points as I can, so that's kind of my outlook on it. So that's why I would want them more often.
Yeah, I would. And again, I'm not making out like this is an idea that's going to save the industry. But I think it's quite an interesting concept in that, you could even have it so it's not your official standards check. So, I know that we can do that now with trainers. I could hire you to come in and sit on a lesson and effectively give me a standards check. And as good as you are, or as good as other people are, it's still not quite the same. So if you could get an actual examiner sat in there that when it's done, it doesn't actually go on your your record as being a standards check, but it's assessed the same way and you're given the same feedback. So you could potentially do that every year up until your test to actually go and practice that. I think that would appeal to a lot of people. I think that there's scope for that, and effectively you're then providing the DVSA or the government or whoever with funds to do it, so they can hire the necessary examiners, hopefully. I mean, probably a lot of wishful thinking in that, but I also want to come back to what you were saying about the reframing of it, the ways of looking at it. Is it, you can look at it, well, I'm going to fail. If I fail, I'll lose my job. I can look at it, I can learn and develop. I think I've said this before as well, but I think the first two I'm okay with. If I got to a third one, I'm going to struggle on that one. That's where I think I'd really struggle to get my head away from, oh God, if I fail this, that's it.
That's where I got to with when I said on my episode that the first standards check I did was 5 years after I got that really upsetting, second from the top grade. And I thought, well, it's 5 years down the line, so I'm going to be so much better at this. And I knew I was better. And then to fail it because I'd not paid any attention to the changes was really horrifying. And then I had another one, I think it was 6 weeks later, and I was really ill. I had like a really bad cold. And I had loads of like flu tablets and stuff, and I wasn't with it at all. And I remember seeing this wing mirror coming near. I was like, wing mirror, wing mirror. I was like proper like doors. So then I was on attempt number 3, and I was just completely panicking. That's where Bob Morton came into my life on his white horse and kind of saved me. But yeah, I was getting married the next year, and we hadn't paid off the wedding yet. And if I failed, I'd have to quit. I wouldn't have a job anymore. And it's so much pressure, that third attempt. But to get through it was like a big relief. But that's different. Like you said, if it's your first attempt, then it's more of a development tool rather than a dread.
Yeah. I know that I passed the old style part 3 to become an instructor. Well, I failed the first one and I passed the second one. My first attempt, I was abysmal. Like, I don't know if I've said this on show before about this one, but I can remember we set off, and as we've set off, she's ballsed up on the clutch. My brain goes, oh, that's the examiner making a mistake because she's not driven this car before, walks out. And then it doesn't go, oh, she's role-playing that. And then it just went downhill from there, And in fact, no, what the worst bit was, her name was, oh God, I'm going to change her name just in case. Her name was Sandra, right? So she said, okay, so for the purpose of this role play, you can call me Sandra. And I said, hiya, Terry. My name's Sandra. I'm your instructor today. And it went downhill from there. And I think I was abysmal. I think I got a 1 and a 2. That's how bad I was. So you don't get them scores. I know the best line ever from my trainer was sitting back. When I'd finished, I looked at him and he went, you failed, don't you? And I went, yeah. And I thought about it for a minute and went, what if I didn't know that? And that's how you told me.
Yeah.
But then I did really well on my second one. I think got a 5 and a 6. But then when I got my standards check, I didn't do a pass. I got a B, but I didn't do very well on it. And again, the nerves at the beginning, and this isn't excuses, it's how it affected me. Like the first 10 minutes, I was rubbish. Like I paid no attention to the student, and I kept looking over my shoulder at the examiner. That's where my attention was. And we had to pull up, and I said to the student, I asked them some question that they waffled on about. And while they were talking, I paid no attention to them. I just spoke to myself. I put myself in the right frame of mind, and then drove on, and I did all right and passed. But you mentioned Bob Morton there. So I think there's 2 things that I'd like to touch on. First of all, let's take a moment to give a little shout out to a friend of the show, Bob Morton, who is one of the loveliest people I know and is a ridiculously good coach. I went on one of his standard check workshops recently. And if you are after some standard check training, and I'm pretty sure Lee can provide that as well, and I'll throw it over to you shortly. But Bob Morton, for me, it's the first standards check workshop I've been on. And it was brilliant, not just because it wasn't just focused around the standards check, there's a whole host of things there as well. So yeah, little shout out to friend of the show, Bob Morton. Do you want to give me your thoughts on Bob for a second?
Well, he saved the super Bob Morton in my phone. He's wonderful. Like I said, when I was scratching around for help, going into my third standards check attempt, I was really terrified of losing my job. And I'd been watching Bob's videos on YouTube for ages, and I'd downloaded them as an audio file so I could listen to them in my car when I'm driving around. So like Bob all the time in my ears. And then probably it was like the day before my standards check, I had like a Zoom meeting with him, and that was really scary because it was like the guy from YouTube, but he was talking to me, and it was really weird. Like meeting your heroes. And he was great, and he sort of helped me. And he gave me a lot of confidence actually going into my third check. He was basically saying that what I was saying was the right things to do, and he was sort of asking me what I need to do. And I was telling him what I'm going to do, and he was like, "This is good. This is really good." And it kind of reinforced my confidence going into my third one. But yes, and he's got, as well as his, the workshops he does around, he just has like a subscription service as well called Client-Centered Learning. And I'd recommend anyone to subscribe to that because it's got really good content, and it really helps if you're training for part 3, or, if you've got PDIs doing that, or it's just really useful. And it's kind of a monthly subscription, so there's always content all the time. So I would definitely recommend subscribing to Bob, and he's wonderful.
Yeah, he is listening because I think they've currently got Bob and Chris debating over who's the best looking on the comments. But I want to ask you kind of on that briefly. People have to pay for standards check training. If I wanted to come to you and you were going to provide me with standards check training, I wouldn't expect it for free. I had San Harper on previously. If I want mindfulness training, then I will go and pay for some mindfulness training. If I want agile coach training, I'll pay for Emma Morgan. Well, I like to think she'd give me it for free, but whatever. And any walk of life like that where we want further training, we pay for it. But, and again, I think I asked Sam this in the first session, but I'm intrigued for you. Why do you think there's such a resistance or such a negative and ill feeling towards people from our industry that try and sell a product or provide a service to instructors?
I think, and I've sort of been a victim of this as well. So before I started slating these people, I have been this person. I think as a driving instructor in your own little world, you can get pretty much wrapped up in your own hype, and you can think that you're wonderful, and you think you're the best instructor ever, until something kind of hits you in the face like a standards check, which is what happened to me. When I speak to Bob, for example, as much as I feel like I know what I'm doing now, he'll say something and it just kind of like triggers something in my mind, and I'm thinking, that's amazing. That's another thing I can take from you now. And I think we do get wrapped up in our own hype very much in this industry. So when you see other people advertising, like services, people's first thought is often, well, I don't need that. Why are you trying to get money out of me when I'm wonderful? But when people open their minds to development, they can become so much better. And that's definitely what I did. And Bob is like a massive reason for that.
I would agree with that. I think 100%. I think the other thing I'd say, like you mentioned about people thinking, why do I need that? I've started to see more and more on social media at the minute, not just for my stuff, but for other stuff as well, where you'll post something and the first reply will be, "This is a pointless post." And it really makes me laugh because I think, that why are you commenting? That comment is more pointless than the actual post. Even if the post is pointless, that comment is more pointless. And it just makes me chuckle out of that. I mean, I don't know, I find it all quite amusing. But we have got Bob saying he's actually preparing new content right now. And you boys are in the background. So any new content that Bob is promoting, I think we need to take full credit for right now.
Yeah, well, more content, the better. It's excellent. It's good.
All right, so we are kind of coming towards the end of the show. So I'm going to give you, before we get the next guest on, I'm going to give you a moment just to promote yourself, sell yourself. And when you're finished, as I've done with everyone else, feel free to go put whatever links you want in the comments.
Okay. So yeah, like I said on my episode, I do driving instructor training in Preston, Lancashire, and regular lessons too. So it's part 2, part 3 training for the ADI test. So if anyone is interested, then, feel free to find my website at leastspary.com, which is, I've been told is quite You know, the fact that I've used my own name as my website is kind of, what's the word people use? Kind of like quite big of myself to do that, but I like it. So it's a good find my website.
When they're saying that, is that like in a derogatory fashion?
Yeah. It's like, oh, look at him, leespary.com. Why is it not Lee's driving instructor training.com? You know, it's like, that's my website, you know? So it's
You
a
know,
nice website. It's short.
I think disappointed it doesn't say Blackburn Rovers Football Club in middle, but I think it's a good way to do it. I think that anyone saying that, they got their head up their ass. I'm sorry. And plus, you know, if you ever stop becoming an instructor, you've still got a website. You can just demolish it and put someone else up there. You know,
That's exactly it, you see. That was my thinking.
Yeah. I mean, mine is TC Drive. I'm not sure what I'd be able to change that to, you know. But do you do standards check trading as well, or just part 3?
Yeah.
I know they're very similar.
I've done a lot of that really. I mean, it's the same exam, so it's sort of the same thing coming from a different angle. But that's what I did initially. I did helping people that are going for standards checks. Cause I feel that pain. I've been there. I know what that's like on your third attempt. You know, so yeah, I found that really helpful to sort of sit in the back of a lesson and then give them feedback at the end. And I've even done sort of sitting in the back interactively as well, where they've asked me to come in at certain points in the lesson rather than just me sit there and quiet and sort of take notes. Kind of have it more interactively, where if they find themselves dealing with an issue, they can sort of turn around and we can talk about it rather than at the end. But yeah, that's gone really, really well. And it's quite nice to do something that's not just driving lessons. So that's it's a different thing, and I think it's quite helpful to people. So I enjoy doing it.
The risk of being a bit of an ass. So when I say sell yourself, sell that. Because when you think about standards check lessons, in my head straight away, someone sits in back for an hour and gives you feedback afterwards. Yeah. And you've just offered a different version of that I wouldn't necessarily have thought of, that other people wouldn't necessarily have thought of. Now, I'm sure it's nothing world-beating. I'm sure there's other trainers out there that do that as well. Yeah. But there'll be other people that don't think of that. And I'm sorry for going down the bloody preachy route, but sell that. Put that out there. Make people think of it. And you know, I would think that, and my first thought will be, oh yeah, that sounds quite good. But no one else does that. You know that. So I would say go that. And also, the podcast I mentioned, selling without sleaze. There you go. That'll help you with that. Right, I can't read all these comments because it's overlapping with some subtitles. But actually, just want to read that, and there's a reason why I'm wittering about that. I also realised that I've been on a podcast for 3 hours now, not promoted my own once. So if you're listening to the Instructor Podcast, make sure you go and subscribe. Chris Bensted said, arrogant, pretentious, stuck up, self-centered. And I can't read the rest because it's over the subtitles. So I don't know if he's talking about me.
Is he talking about me, or is he talking about Bob? Because Bob was the last person that wrote on there.
Who knows? Chris, who knows?
My mum's watching now. My mum's just come in. So hello, mum. She's turned up 2 minutes before I leave. 2 minutes before I leave the show.
It will be staying up. I think he stays up. I don't know how long it stays up for, but it will be up to go back and watch at some point. Plus, it'll be out as a podcast episode anyway. But yeah, I think that's really relevant. And I think I've always been fairly good at being willing to pay for stuff. I just didn't necessarily at the forefront of my mind. But, you know, if I ever go to someone and I said, oh, right, I'll have this, and they say, oh, it's this much. Well, yeah, that makes sense. You know, I think the thing that bothers me with people is when they get offended that you're selling something. It's like, well, you don't have to buy it.
Yeah.
It's just an option. You know, you go to a shop, there's loads of stuff to buy. You don't have to buy any of it.
But I think the people that are like that are the people that think they're wonderful and that they don't need all these things. Like, why are you promoting this thing when I don't need this thing? But the people that will benefit from it are the people that strive to get better and want to develop, and that they'll see these different options and think, oh, I'm going to try that, or I'll try this, or I'll subscribe to that, or I'll watch that podcast. You know, you should never not want to be better. And that's the biggest thing that's changed with me over the last 5 years, because I thought I was wonderful and I really weren't. I was nowhere near as good as I could have been, and I'm still not, but I'm still trying to get better all the time. And it's so easy just to go out and do your lessons and come back and stagnate for years and years and think you're okay. And you'll get a few passes and some good reviews but how much better could you be if you got extra development? You know, that's the question.
And everyone's on a different journey, you know, so you've got to be careful about how we judge people. because even with yourself, like you said, for years, you were one of those people and then you had to come away from it. So everyone's on a different journey. And I didn't really start my self-development journey until a couple of years ago. And that come about by listening to a free podcast by Richard Nichols. So hopefully this free podcast inspires someone. And Chris Bensted just has been on to clarify, and I think you've just seen potentially in that he was talking about you having a website named after yourself, whilst also taking a moment to promote his own website named after himself.
Yes, pretentious was definitely the word I was looking for.
All right, so in a minute, I'm going to bring in the next guest, who is the wonderful fellow Instructor Podcast alumni from season 1, Keir Wotherspoon. But before I do, I'm just going to, again, thank you for joining us. It's been a great conversation, as always. I do appreciate you giving up your time to be part of this wonderful Instructor Podcast event.
Thank you, Terry. It's been wonderful.
Yeah, whatever. All right, so... Yeah, no, I do appreciate you joining me. I appreciate anyone that gives up my time. Not my time, gives up your time. But I know you have other lessons to disappear off and do. What are you doing this afternoon?
I'm seeing the same person that I saw this morning. He's got his test next week, so he's doing like a double session. So I think we're going to do a bit more parallel parking. So he didn't quite get it this morning. So I think we're going to let that. And then just whatever else sort of comes around.
So effectively, it's a Terry sandwich.
Yes.
And the filling in your sandwich.
That is horrible thought.
Fair enough. Right, no, cheers for joining us. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Goodbye.
And welcome to Keir Wotherspoon.
Sorry, Terry.
No, it's all right. I'm going to keep talking for a minute because I'm going to keep the masses entertained until you're sorted.
Let's do a little dance.
Yeah, I mean, no.
What?
No.
Well,
Are we right? Are we good?
good. I've shared it, so let's go. I have no
Awesome.
idea what we're going to be talking about today, by the way. Guess we're just winging it.
Neither has anyone. It was kind of the challenge I set for myself to see if we can spontaneously talk for so if we can all spontaneously talk for 6 hours solid. And so far, it's gone all right. So how are we, Keir? Oh, well.
I'm good, thank you, Terry. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. I think 3 hours into this podcast extravaganza, which Lee politely said wasn't an extravaganza, is more like an event, but screw him. I am still calling it a podcast extravaganza.
6 hours of podcasting is pretty intense.
I think in terms of podcasting it is, yeah. It's making it a bit more fun with being on Facebook, that's for sure. But you have been, no, yeah, definitely. It's the first one I've done live. In true Terry style, the first one I do live is 6 hours long, so with 6 different guests, as you do. But let's start off. Let's go back a little bit, because first of all, you were one of the first guests I had on the Instructor Podcast. I think you were number 4 or 5 around that on the Instructor Podcast. So, I mean, obviously, yeah, that was one of the defining moments of your life, I'm sure. How has your life changed since then?
It was. It was actually you were the second podcast I was on since lockdown. Someone asked us at the very beginning of lockdown, and then yours was the second. So yes, it was a very defining moment of my life. So thank you for that opportunity, Terry.
I was saying that in jest, but that's quite nice. Why was it a defining moment of your life?
I think for me, it just, do you know what? When you've got a message that you want to deliver, it's quite difficult if you're just sitting on your laptop and you're doing lots of posts and these types of things, you're kind of in your own head a lot. You have your message. So when you go to people's podcasts, it allows you just to relax a little bit. It allows you to get the message out there. And I suppose maybe the position I was in at the time, it just allowed me to just saw what was going on up in my head, really. Because, I think lockdown affected everybody in different ways. And, I'm no exception to that. And I think to me, it was just a conversation. It was just a nice conversation that we had, and it was allowed me to just express, maybe the things that I was kind of learning at the time or that I've learned myself. And yeah, it was actually a good moment for me, a good turning point, really.
Cool. In fact, let's take that opportunity for you to introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Cool. So my name's Keir. I've been in the fitness industry, so started off as a personal trainer kind of 13 years ago. Now what I actually do, so I'll kind of fast forward now if you want to go into the story, we can a little bit. Now I actually help personal trainers online. So I help personal trainers online to get clients into create a freedom-focused business online. So for me, like I had the gym. So I'll give you a little bit of a backstory. So kind of, I went to university and stuff, but about the age of 21. No, I wasn't. That's a lie. I was 26. I've just been doing a webinar and I've got loads of kind of numbers in my head. But I went to university at the age of 26. I sold my house and I quit my job and I went to university because I didn't believe I was intelligent enough to be a personal trainer. Really doubted myself. So I went to get educated. And that kind of led on to me actually becoming a personal trainer and not actually doing anything with the degree. Because the degree, you can't actually get a job in the gym, which is quite ironic. Really get a, £30,000 degree, but you can't even get a job in the gym with it. And you've actually got to have your personal training qualifications. And that just kind of led me to be a personal trainer. And then I think it was like 4 or 5 years later, I opened my own gym. So I opened my facility. But when I had my gym, obviously COVID happened and that just wiped everything out offline, sorry. And I didn't have that online presence. I wasn't a self-employed or online personal trainer at the time, so I didn't have that business online. So I literally had to transition completely online and try to figure out how to work the online world. Because to me, it was like it was like going offline and then you go into online and it's just a different beast altogether. It's absolutely just different. And yeah, that's kind of where that's led us to. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, definitely. I think that there's a couple of points, and I like to say there's some stuff I want to pick the meat off the bones off, but the way you put that about almost having to find a new audience and create this audience, I think is massive, because that's podcasting, and we've spoke about this recently actually. But that's podcasting. If you don't already have an audience, to get the audience to a podcast is really hard. And that's not belittle anyone that has an audience and then the audience can transition over. They've already put the work in to get that audience. But, you've come into that online space where you've got no audience and had to, in many ways, almost start from scratch again in that sense. Now you've got some knowledge and you've got some experience, some skills behind you, so you're in a better position, but you started from scratch. How was that, starting from scratch?
Hard, but I think, I don't know, it was more difficult than what I thought. See, my intention was always in my gym was to develop a program for personal trainers to come through to the gym, and I would help them develop as personal trainers, help them develop the brand and the business and move forward. So that was always like my vision. That was always there. It happened in a different way that I expected it to. So I suppose if it was going through the gym perspective, it would have been a transition period. So it would have been a case of, okay, I need to start like handing the reins over to more personal trainers and here, while I can help them work on theirs. And it would have been a nice, easy transition, but it was a kind of like doing this. Oh, boom, stop. Oh shit, what happens now? Right. Maybe we just go to plan B and just do what we're going to do. And it was tough. I mean, in starting any business, even if you've got an audience, starting any business is really difficult. It's probably the most difficult thing you can do. But for me, and I know a lot of other people who do talk about business, it is the biggest part of growth you could ever do. Starting a business, like starting something that you're really passionate about and you want to develop, and you can see that vision, that is the biggest moment, like biggest part of growth you will ever experience in anything, because it leaves you so vulnerable. And Terry, you know this, starting off as a driving instructor, you don't just kind of get your certificate and get a car and then, wow, you've got, a backlog of clients. It takes a long time to build up. You've got to make a lot of mistakes. And, you've got to understand like how things don't work, so then you can figure out how things do work. Like you have to make these mistakes. You can't just say, oh, you do this, this, and this, and you're like, oh, awesome, I'm just going to start a business and make £1 million. It's like, you've got to make these mistakes and you go, right, you don't do it that way. And then you move on and you do it this way. And that was the same process I'd done with the gym. It was exactly the same. It's just, in a different fashion now.
I'm going to come back to mistakes. We have got a comment from Emma Morgan. I think you've got a fan. This accent has caught her attention. And there you go.
Do you know what I was going to say when we come on this podcast? I was going to say, Terry, no one's actually going to understand what me and you were saying. We'll be talking our own kind of language. You're from Yorkshire.
Well, I say this a lot, but I do reduce my accent slightly. I don't think it's intentional now because I've said it, but I think when I start talking, if I know that I'm being recorded or talking to someone new potentially, or it's like going out to potentially dozens of people on Facebook, I will reduce it slightly because I don't normally talk like this. And I'm sure there's people that listen there can attest, because normally it's shoulders a bit more slouch and it's a bit more broad and the words are a bit shorter and a bit more slung together like that. But I consciously do, or subconsciously do that a bit, because I think part of it as well is I want to get these transcribed at some point, and it don't like my accent. There's a lot of work going into transcribing one of my podcasts.
I never ever used to be like bothered about my accent at all. Like I remember when Cheryl Cole first came through, whatever she was called at the time, Cheryl Tweedy. She first came through, was it Pop Idol or something she was on? And then she started getting mentored, I think it was by Simon Cowell or something like that, and they told her to change her accent. And I think she refused to do it. And I thought, yeah, good on you. You know what I mean? Like, don't change things if you have to. And I was never bothered by my accent. And it was actually one time I was in London. I was with a lot of I was in this like mentorship group, and the guy who was running it, I was talking one day, and I was quite nervous. He was in a big room, and we were doing this presentation, these things, and he just laughed in my face, and he went, I knew it was you talking because I couldn't understand a word you were saying. And then he just kind of literally diverted his eyes and started talking to everybody else. And I was sat there going, you dick. Like, I've never been bothered by it before. So now I'm not bothered by it, but I am conscious about maybe trying to be a little bit more clear with it. Because at times I would just spout off and people go, what are you talking about?
Oh God, that's the first and possibly last time Cheryl Cole will ever be mentioned on this podcast. But no, I think I'm the same as that. There's no shame in the accent. It's just, I think I'm trying to be a little bit more clear because I know it does get quite broad. We've spoke about this before anyway. But the other thing, I want to come back onto mistakes, but I am self-conscious of the accent at times. I think it doesn't bother me until I get teased about it, and then I get a bit self-conscious. I don't know why. I had a brilliant review not review. Someone sent me a message that I've been listening to the Decapod podcast I do. And if Emma's still watching now, she'll find this hilarious. In that, it said something along the lines of, loving Decapod, Emma's really endearing and Terry's really northern. That's like the worst review ever. No, it's not. You can't just, if she's getting endearing, I can't have northern. I need to be like warm or pleasant or something like that. But either way. But no, I think, actually, no, it's not just northern. I think it's when people notice things about me, I still get quite self-conscious, whether it's good or bad. And it's a work in progress. But I want to,
though, isn't it? I think anything. Well, I love Arnold Schwarzenegger. I love his journey and everything he talks about. One of the things he says that he was ridiculed for his accent for years and years and years, and he actually tried to get his accent changed. He tried to go to a lot of like speech therapists and these types of things, but his accent is actually what makes him who he is. And I think, if we can have these things that make us, you stand out. Like when you talk, you stand out. Because if you just lived in the centre of London, you just sound like everybody else from London. But you sound like someone from Yorkshire. So as soon as you hear your voice, Terry. And to me, I just think it's amazing because it's unique and you can kind of use that and it helps you stand out. And whatever that is, whether it's your accent or your personality, it doesn't matter what it is. But this is, to me, it's your superpower, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to say it's my charm, wit, and handsome good looks that makes me stand out. I'll go with that.
I was going to say that second. So
yeah.
I was going to say, because you're a podcast king, I was going with the accent. Then I was coming to your looks after that and your charm.
I do like that you refer to me as a podcast king. I think that we should do that more often. As much as the guest before you, Lee, changed his middle name to Lee Blackburn Rovers Football Club Spary, I may change my middle name to Terry the Podcast King Cook. That actually sounds quite good.
It does. It has a nice ring.
Yeah. As you are listening to this fine podcast, you must be a growth-minded driving instructor. So, if you want to develop things like your coaching skills, your questioning techniques, growing your business, or even work on your own mindset, well, I have the perfect membership for you. It's called the Instructor Performance and Psychology Membership. It starts from as little as £10 a month, and you even get a free 7-day trial to kick things off. Simply head over to patreon.com/instructor or use the link in the show notes and get access to the best value for money CPD available to driving instructors. Yeah, I do want to come back to what you were saying before, though. Mistakes. And it's interesting actually, because I'm noticing as I go through this, I'm noticing the bits where I would normally edit my podcast slightly. So there, where I just dived back and there was a bit of a pause, in my head, I would edit that out. And it's not a bad thing, I'm not bothered, but it's like, I'm not editing this out. I'm not editing 6 hours worth of podcast and it's going live now. I just find that amusing. But speaking of mistakes, because you spoke about those and about learning from them. And I think that's massive. And it's something that you've spoke about. I've heard you speak before. We spoke about on my podcast. We spoke about on your podcast, which, you know, you're welcome to promote anytime you want. But you're big on that and learning from it. And I used to be massively scared of making mistakes, really scared. I'm not saying, I won't go so far as say as I look forward to making mistakes now. I look forward to messing stuff up. But there's a bit of me that kind of likes it. It's like, that's how you learn. When I look back at season 1 of The Instructor and look at the stuff, think, yeah, if I had that time again, I'd do that differently and that differently. But I'm able to then use all that to go and do season 2 better. And now I'm thinking, well, how good's season 3 going to be? When all the stuff I've learned from this, it's like that compound effect of every mistake you make, it gives you even more knowledge. You know, what's your spin on that?
It's actually interesting because I was just listening to a podcast. Have you heard of Andrew Huberman?
No.
This guy's a neurobiologist, right? He's just, his podcast is just amazing. It's absolutely amazing. If you like sciencey stuff, but someone who explains it in a really good way, check Andrew Huberman's podcast out. But basically, there's this thing called neuroplasticity. And neuroplasticity is like your brain and your brain's ability to adapt. So you've heard of that before. So you can you can change who you want, you change your personality. Your brain's adaptable. You know, years ago we thought that you got to the age of 12 and it became fixed, and who you were was who you were. But now we know that that's not true. You can actually change who you are. You can adapt and change. Now, between the ages of 0 and 25, it's like a sponge. Like, this is why kids learn so easy. But when you get to the age of 25 and onwards, it gets a lot harder. So you got to be more intentional for what you're doing. Now, the big part of what Andrew Huberman was saying in his podcast and the research that he was using, he was saying like neuroplasticity needs to be stimulated. You can't just read a book and say, "Oh, great, I'm going to learn new stuff." You have to actually stimulate neuroplasticity. You know, and to do that, there's 2 key things. The first one, you've got to get to the point of frustration. You've got to get to the point where you're thinking, like that has to happen. And the second thing is you have to make mistakes. If you don't, your mistakes and your errors are absolutely critical. If you don't make these mistakes, you don't get neuroplasticity because your brain doesn't know. So you have to, it's like in the skill sports, you know, if you're maybe like shooting basketballs, for example, it's the same thing. You've got to miss a million times before you start getting that in. But it's them errors that actually rewire your brain to make it happen. So when you're getting frustrated, that's key. And when, you know, you're getting failing or not failing, making mistakes, I hate the word failure. When you're making mistakes, that is absolutely essential because you get that point where you be spending all day on something and then all of a sudden, it just hasn't worked. And you're like, but that was key because then what he was saying at that point there, that is the point to say, right, step back from it and go and either have a sleep or just rest and just don't think about it. Because that's when neuroplasticity happens. If you get frustrated and then you start to go back into it again, that doesn't happen. So you got to get that point where you then relax, you know, meditate, go to sleep, whatever it is, leave it till the next day. Don't try to learn something new after you get to that point because that's when the magic happens. That just blew my mind when I heard that. I already knew about neuroplasticity, but when he put it in that context, it was just like, I'm going to go and fail even more just so I can learn some more stuff. You know, you've got to learn from your mistakes. So,
yeah. And I mean, I'm right in thinking that's essentially how muscles work as well. You don't gain muscle from lifting weights. It's the recovery afterwards that affects your muscles.
Yeah. And that's it. It's, you know, it's just going back to personal training days where, you know, people just be in the gym all the time say that is not what you actually destroy your muscle in the gym. You don't bench press every day, you destroy it. It's when you're resting, it's when you're recovering. That's when it grows, strong. It's the same with your brain. So if you're trying to learn new things, you've got to get that recovery period in. You know, it doesn't mean that you do a little bit of work and go to sleep for the rest of the day, but you've got to get that recovery period in. But you have to get that, like the gym, you've got to get to that point in the gym where you reach failure to some point. You know, people take this too far and do it every time you go to the gym. But you've got to get to that point where you push yourself past your limitations, because that's when you grow, that's when you develop.
Yeah. But I agree. I think it's changing the mindset around, you say you don't like the word, but around failure. It's embracing it. And it's obviously being an instructor, obviously. There we go, using the wrong word. Being an instructor, it's something that happens a lot, whether it's a student that fails at something on a lesson or fails on a test, or whether it's me failing my test. It's a failure, but to me, I try and take the edge off that word. I use it probably more than I should because I want to take the stigma away from that word with my students, because that's what they think about. They think about failing a driving test. That's the word they use. And rather than try and get them to stop using it, I try and take the edge off it by talking about, okay, so we failed at that, but we haven't failed at everything. So what are we doing next? Or you failed this test, but you haven't failed your driving tests, because you can take as many as you want. And I think it's going in with that approach of just because something's gone wrong doesn't mean it's the end of the world. It means you develop and evolve. And whether it's me forgetting to schedule a podcast and waking up late and realizing, oh crap, it's 3 hours late out, or realizing I've not scheduled any toilet breaks in during a 6-hour podcast extravaganza. Whatever the problem is, it's learning from them mistakes and developing from them. But I also want to come back to because you mentioned about going online with the sort of the personal training and working with personal trainers and their business side of it. What took you online? Was it simply the pandemic, or has that been somewhere you'd gone anyway, or is that why have you stayed there?
My plan was always to go online anyway in some capacity. But for me, like, my biggest purpose in life is creating freedom for my family. That is it. That is the biggest thing. Even before I had my family, I always wanted to escape. I used to work in a factory. I was in a factory for 9 years, mechanical engineering. Absolutely hated it. And I hated being tied to time. Like this, I just hated the 9 to 5. I hated being tied to time. When I actually left, that was a massive release for me. It was like, wow, I've experienced this thing I've never experienced before. And ever since then, it's always been about creating more freedom in my life. Now, when I was in the gym, the same thing was kind of happening. I was getting brought into that. I was getting sucked into that time thing again. And, our family life was very difficult. And we were, we did hit a hard point. I'm unashamed to say this, but this was something that really destroyed me inside. But when my second boy was born, Kobe, I literally missed the first 12 months of his life. Like, for the first 12 months, I was there when he was born, of course, but I was hardly at home and I hardly see him. I thought, you know what? Like, this is just not worth it. I don't care what this gym generates. This is not worth it. It's just not worth it. Like, that for me wasn't purpose. Purpose was being with my family. Purpose was being, creating the lifestyle that we want, that we can enjoy time together. And to be honest, the only way you can do that is to be online. Unless you've got a business, if you've got a gym, then you are never going to escape that. You cannot, because something's going to happen. You need staff to run it. Guess what? Staff falling sick. When you have more people in your business, more problems arise. That is the truth. If you're going to open, you're going to have a gym, or you're going to have some form of business with people in it, you've got to want that. You've got to expect them problems. So you're never going to break free of it. To me, online is like, do you know what? I can work anywhere. Like, if we said, do you know what? Should we just sell the house and move somewhere? Should we just move to Bali or whatever? We could do that, because online allows you to do that. It gives you that opportunity. And to me, it's just that next level of freedom. And so it's always been there. But for me, that is the biggest reason. Plus, I can reach more people. That is the biggest thing.
Yeah.
I can reach people all over the world and help them. And I've always wanted to do that. I've never wanted just to help a small group of people. I wanted to reach out and help as many people as I can. And online allows me to do that.
Yeah. And to be fair, I think I'm taking a similar approach in that whether it take us off online, so whether it's the Instructor Podcast Premium, or whether it's the theory test training course I'm doing, or potentially even getting to the podcast stuff that I'm doing. And even with other instructors, I'm seeing more and more instructors pop up are selling training courses to parents, so the parents can teach their kids to drive. I'm seeing more and more of that. And I think it is the way forward for a lot of people. But taking, I suppose, mine and potentially yours, sort of personal reasons out of it, do you think we're running the risk of taking away the face-to-face stuff and being too online?
Well, I actually do both at the minute because I love face-to-face stuff. Like I've done it all my life. I've always been face-to-face. When we came into lockdown, the biggest thing that kind of got to me was I was stuck in the house. I had my garage converted into a gym, so I was going from my house to my garage, and then I was talking to people online in my house, and it was just like, I need to get out of here. So I actually converted a unit, like a shipping container, and have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen that online. Looks
It's
awesome.
it's really cool. But I put all my gym stuff in there, and it's like a little mini gym. I started training a couple of clients because I wanted that interaction. I wanted to help them as well, of course, but I wanted that interaction. And I've also started like a youth group as well, because I still love that side of it, and I love like kids. For me, like teaching kids and making them just better in life and giving them confidence. That is my biggest purpose in life. Like when it comes to helping other people, I just want to help the youth just develop and create opportunity because, you know, and I like that face to face. I would never lose that. Even if I did move to Bali, I would probably do something similar because you need that. I think, if you're just like this all the time, you lose that. You just lose that. You need that as humans. We need that social interaction, but physical. You need it. You've got to be able to shake somebody's hand. You've got to be able to put your arm around someone and say, I haven't seen you for a while, and give them a pat on the back and a high five. And that is just part of being a human.
Yeah, I know we've spoke about this on each of us podcasts before, but I noticed that over lockdown. I've always been quite, and I still am, an insular person. I'm quite isolated. I'm happy alone until it's all taken away. And then it's like, I don't want to be alone forever. I still need to go out and do stuff. Probably not as much as a lot of people or a large group, but I still need to go out and get that. And I think we're on similar lines there in that my goal is, and I think it's sort of mid next year, I want to be doing 8 to 12 hours a week in terms of lessons. I never want to stop doing lessons. I want to keep doing it, but I don't want to do 26 to 36 hours. I want to get to a point where the income from this stuff supports me reducing my hours here. Then I can always go and do more on this other stuff as well and provide even more content. So I think that there's definitely positives to it, but I do think there's a fine line between going overly insular and not. But yeah, I had seen your container gym. I think that's awesome. Was that a Keir idea? Oh, there's one for you. Keir idea. Was that a Keir idea? Or had you seen that somewhere else? Or
do you know what it is? When I closed Lyft, I had to get rid of all my equipment. I had to sell all my equipment. Bear in mind, there was a lot of equipment.
Yeah.
And I rented a unit. It was just like a shipping container. Part of the stuff I couldn't fit in, so I had to kind of really quickly get rid of that. But then I had this shipping container. I was putting stuff in it, and I was just standing there. I was like, this would be amazing for like a little gym that I could train in. And it was just that idea at that time. And I thought I didn't forget about it, but I had a lot of things on, and it was just something that just went away. And then I'd done my garage out with the stuff. I thought, this could be like a really nice little place. And then one of my ex-clients, he started buying loads of shipping containers. He actually rents them out. And I was like, can I rent one of those things off you? I was like, why are you going to do that? He's like, well, I've got loads of gym equipment. I said, I'm sick of training in my garage. I says, if I can go somewhere different, then, I can like train in a different environment. So I just literally put all my stuff in there, painted it. I had to buy some more mats and put all my equipment in there. But this is amazing. Just a tiny little place, but I'm training, say, I think 2 or 3 people at a time in there at the minute. So it's ideal. It's just perfect.
I loved it. I thought it was a cracking little idea. The other thing I've seen you've done recently is blogging. And I've seen that you'd set yourself, tell me if I'm wrong with this, you'd set yourself the goal of doing 100 blogs this year. You realise you're a little bit behind, and now you've given it your best shot to go and do those 100 blogs. How's that going?
It's not going too badly. I'm not getting them up every day at the minute because kind of what I'm doing, I'm actually in the process of building like a webinar, which I've never done before. So that has taken up a lot of my time. But from the blog side of things, I'm pushing them up there. What I'm kind of finding is my blogs that I thought I'd finished haven't actually finished. So there's still some work to do with that. But yeah, for me, like I love writing. It's that allows us to get a bit of escape time. Like, I look at you love podcasting, I love writing, and it's going too badly. I think I'm up to 30 something at the minute. And I've got 3 months left to get them all up. So it's probably going to get to December, and I'm just going to spend the whole of December just finishing all these blogs up. But I'm determined to get to 100 before the end of the year.
What was the idea behind 100? Was it just a personal thing? Was it you trying to generate interest, or?
I just set myself a target. To be honest, it was just a number. There was no like magic behind it. It was just a case of if I could hit 100 and I can get people reading them, then that'd be worth it. If I get to 100, nobody's reading them, then maybe I'm not a blogger and I'll not do any more.
The other thing you mentioned then was podcasting. Now, I'm sure you're aware I like a podcast. I think yours is undergoing a bit of a makeover at the minute. How's that going? Do you want to tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so like I started a podcast we actually started a podcast before lockdown. Me and one of my mentee at the time, young Aaron, had this idea of starting a podcast. So we started the Lift podcast. I mean, it was really good. It was going really well. Obviously lockdown hit and knocked everything on the head. So I started my own, I think it was back in February this year I started. But I didn't really have any reason to why I was doing it. It was just I wanted to do some podcasting. I wanted to start getting my message out there a little bit, more on the personal development side of it, because I knew that was a big thing that, well, everyone was struggling with, the kind of the mental health aspect and with everything that was going on. So I started that for back then, just to try and get my message out for people to listen to it. Since then, it's developed because I've obviously transitioned into helping personal trainers now, and that's where it's at. But it is kind of going through a little bit of a makeover because I need to make it more specific to that demographics. As opposed to it was quite broad when I first started. It was just personal development on a whole. Whereas now I'm kind of niching it down and making it more specific. So I've done 2 seasons of it. I'm going to go into the 3rd season once I've got my webinar done, and I'm going to make it even more focused towards the right people.
Yeah. It's interesting because I often find that I find these random podcasts are applicable to me, but still find them really interesting. So yeah, even though you're niching down, it's like with the Instructor podcast. When I went through a little phase on season 1 where I tried to make it more broad, and I can remember introducing the show being like, "Oh, this is aimed at instructors, but it's suitable for everyone." And those shows never did as well as the ones when I said it's for instructors. But even when I said it's for instructors, still other people still listen. But it's like when I try and it's like make it. What's it they say? If you speak to everyone, you speak to no one. So yeah, I found that really interesting. I want to touch back on there. Aaron Kendall.
Aaron Kendall is the most amazing little dude you'd ever meet in your life. Saying little, he's taller than me, but he's just an amazing little dude.
Yeah,
Big dude.
I stumbled across him on the chap who's coming up next, Robin Bates, on his Culture for Geeks Turbo group, and he was on there, and it's like it's bonkers where his brain is and what he's doing at the age he's at. I mean, he's further ahead than I am now. And he's 18, something like that. He's crazy. The guy is an absolute legend of a human being. And I mean, I don't know him that well, but he just seems an absolutely lovely chap as well. So massive shout out to Aaron.
Absolutely. Aaron, he says, Aaron came through my youth group at Lift. I used to train, like, obviously youth. At the time, he came through, a 12-year-old, I think he started, all the way up until he was 16. And then he just got into listening to entrepreneurship. And he's like, oh, this is quite interesting. And he's just a massive geek on business and psychology. And like you say, his brain's just in a completely different place to what other kids his age are. And it's amazing.
Why do you think that is? I mean, I know that everyone's different. I get that. But why do you think that some people take that approach of, I want to learn, I want to develop, and other people put the blinkers off and put their shutter up and say, no, not for me? Do you think it is just different people, or do you think that there's a stubbornness there? Because again, I can use myself example because I didn't start to really look into self-development probably until a couple of years ago. And I did kind of put the blinkers up. I think part of it comes from my background, working class family, Bramley, council estate, not a slight at any of that at all, a good upbringing. But it's, like you think of Bramley, you don't think of world leaders. You don't think of people that look to develop. You've got your lot. This is it. So do you think a lot of it is to do with upbringing?
Absolutely. Environment plays a huge part. Like, I mean, it doesn't mean that it means that everybody who grows up in an area that's really affluent, that you're going to be affluent yourself and you're going to have huge success. You've got to work for it. But I think it's your early influences. Like I grew up and it's where I live's Consett. It's an old steel town. Like people still don't even go outside of Consett. They're still kind of staying in the same place. We've got that like small town mentality. And it was just a case of, I don't know, I think it's maybe hard to see what opportunity. Like I didn't even want anybody in business until I was in my 30s. Like I did not know anybody in business. Like no one around me obviously had shops and things, but I was never exposed to that type of environment. I always thought, I never thought I was intelligent. Like I always thought I'm not intelligent. Like I'm not intelligent, but when I was younger, I used to use it as a way of, as an excuse. Well, I can't do that because I'm not clever enough. They can do it because, I always used to say I didn't want a posh job with a tie. Like Mum always says this now, she'll always say, remember when you were in school, you said you didn't want a posh job with a tie? Because I never seen myself in that capacity because I didn't think I was clever enough to do it. For me, I had to go and work in a factory. That was just where I was at. That was just my mindset. I was so fixed. And I think if you can, at an early age, if you can be exposed to what's available, like Aaron, I think Aaron was exposed to it. It was actually Dan Meredith. He listened to Dan Meredith and I think it was Jay Alden's podcast. And he was like, entrepreneurship, what's this? What's it? You only stumbled on it by accident. But bear in mind, when I was younger and you were younger, we didn't have podcasts. We had nothing. So you had no access to the outside world as such. You knew what was around your environment. So that environment was influential to your decisions back then. Like if Aaron, for an example, Aaron heard Dan Meredith and Jay Alden talk about entrepreneurship on a podcast, probably in the middle of London or wherever they're at. And he was just like, what is this entrepreneurship? And then he came across Tim Ferriss. And he was like, Tim Ferriss, who's this Tim Ferriss? I'm going to go and read his book. Read his book, and all of a sudden Aaron has gone down this path instead of being influenced down this path because of what he heard and that early influence. I think the early influence is so important.
Yeah, and I think it's learning when, I don't know if that's the right word, but everyone opens up or everyone at a different stage. So like I said, for me, it was probably around about the age of about 35, 36. So that's a long time. But I don't think I ever completely put the shutters down and dismissed stuff. It was a bit like you just said there, I'm not intelligent enough to do this. I'm not clever enough to do this. It was never me going, no, I'm not doing that. It was, I'm not able to do that. And it makes me chuckle sometimes. I think because I just keep an eye on the numbers here and, it's kind of hovered around 9 or 10 throughout the 6 hours. And every now and again it spikes up and comes back down. And it's that. And it just amuses me. I think, I wonder how many people come on and kind of go, not for me, and then move on. And that's not a bad thing, but it's just, I think, I find it quite sad because, again, I know I used to be like this, but I find it quite sad that too many people that just put the blinkers down and don't open up and aren't willing to try something. And you spend 50 quid on a course, and if the course doesn't go well, just straight away, it's 50 quid lost.
Wasted.
Yeah, rather than thinking, yeah, but I've still learned something. And I think that, I just wonder why that is. But as we said, everybody is different.
I think you've got to experience some form of pain. You've got to have that. You've got to have to want something enough to actually try and do it. Like I use weight loss as an example. Everybody wants to lose weight, right? Like everybody, I've heard every story under the sun. Been in it for 13 years. It's like, yeah, I really want to lose some weight. Why? Well, because my trousers are a bit tight. It's like, where's the pain? Like, why do you really want to lose the weight? When you can really get someone, see, not everybody's in the right stages of change. Like, everyone's different. People who think that losing weight's a good idea, you're never going to get them to lose weight because they're not in enough pain to change. They've got to get to the point where you're at breaking point and say, do you know what? Like, I need to do this for my family because if I don't, then I'm going to die early. And then my kids are going to grow up and they're not going to have a mom or a dad. And they've got to experience that pain because then when they experience that pain, it's like, right, now you're ready to do it because now you're ready to go through the challenge to lose weight because losing weight's not easy. Starting a business and being successful isn't easy. doing anything new isn't easy. You have to go through a point of struggle. But unless you've got that real desire and you're at that point of pain where you can't go any further, you're at rock bottom, then I don't think people don't experience that. They get the point, it's like, nah. So they're kind of ignorant to it a little bit. They've got to get into it, feel it, and then grow from that, in my opinion.
I think that's massive. And I think as well, I think this is probably almost what Emma Morgan was touching on earlier. Maybe I'm an agile coach and don't know it, but it's breaking it down. You see, like for me, I might want to lose 40 pounds right now. I can't lose 40 pounds tomorrow. It's that initial thing, isn't it? You've got to, A, like you said, feel the pain and want to do it enough, but then B, be able to go, no, but I can lose £1 this week. If I want to get to a certain, because it's my birthday tomorrow, as we record this, 39
Happy
tomorrow.
birthday, how old are you?
39 tomorrow, so I'm 40 next year.
Okay.
So there's certain goals I want to achieve between now and being 40. Well, it's going to take time. I can't drop the weight I want to drop tomorrow. I can't make the money I want to make tomorrow, but I can do something. And I think you feel the pain and then you've got to action that accordingly. So I'm just going to come to a couple of these comments quickly because we've got Chris Bensted who says, if I'm trying to read this right, because it is an intelligent point, I'm going to butcher it with the way I read it. I feel about not intelligent as Keir does failure. He clearly switched on and thinking 100. I think he's basically saying you're intelligent. I think that's what he's saying.
Wow, I've never been called that in my life, so thank you. I'm definitely not intelligent.
And we've got Michael Carr. Come on now. Michael Carr is the brains behind Go Roadie. And he's saying, highlight the pain. He says, that's when they click, and then tiny steps. So yeah, I think it's that, I think. And again, I was like that. When I tried to lose weight before I started working with people like Lawrence, Trouserdale Smith, Haley Field, before I started working with those, I never lost weight. I said I was going to lose weight. I'd lose, a couple of pounds a week, but then you'd have that day where your weight goes up a bit, and then I'd eat a pizza, and it's like, you can take that approach to everything. And I do think that the weight example works for a lot of stuff, including personal, because you're podcasting, you're a podcaster, I'm a podcaster. I think it's every listener counts. We need to give them a reason to listen, but it's growing it. You can, unless you've already got the audience, as we said before, you can't get up to 1,000 downloads overnight. You have to work your way up through number one first and then keep going. And I think people miss that. It's really easy to look at the success people have and see it's come overnight. They don't see, the old iceberg example anyway. You can see the tip, but you can't see all the hard work underneath. I think that's a really easy trap to fall into.
The thing is, it's like what you were saying. It's like a compound effect. You've got to live that identity. It's okay. This is what I want to do. I know it's not going to happen tomorrow, but I know in 5 years' time, this is a person that I want to be. So you create that identity now. Because I want to be somebody who is 150 pounds in 5 years' time. At the minute, I'm 300. But in 5 years' time, I can be someone who's 150. You start living that identity. And every day you just make sure that identity or your actions are delivered towards that identity. I think James Clear says that it's every action you take is a vote of the person who you want to be. So if you want to lose weight, but you're going and you're sitting in the house all day and eating pizza, then that's a vote to the person that you are. But if you say, do you know what? I'm going to get up, I'm going to go for a walk today. It might just be a mile. It might just be half a mile. It doesn't matter, but it's a vote towards the person that you want to be. And then every day you keep on doing that, they compound over time. And then before you know it, you've lost 150 pounds. Or you started a podcast and you had 10,000 listeners or 1 million listeners. You started a business and you're, 10 years down the line and you're sitting back and other people are working for you and you're getting loads of money. Whatever it is, but you've got to start. You've got to get to that point where you've got to want it.
Yeah. I mean, one of my favorite people to read or listen to, she's called Jen Sincero. And one of the things that always stuck in my head was she used the weight example again, said, if you want to lose weight, but you're not losing weight, it's because you haven't actually decided to lose weight yet. Mm-hmm. And it's like, it just really clicked like stopping smoking. You just decide. And I don't mean like it's easy to do this stuff, but you make that decision. And when you make that decision, you're no longer a smoker. You're no longer, like for me, I decided overnight I was going vegan. I no longer ate meat and drank and had dairy. That was just me. And because I went in it with that approach, I never really found it that difficult. It was just, this is me. I've made this decision to do this. And I think that when you go in it half-hearted, it's always going to be harder.
It's interesting you mentioned the smoking because I was a smoker. I smoked from the age of 11. Sorry, Mum, if you're watching this.
Oh, you do come from concerts, so...
Well, exactly. I mean, there's a lot worse things you can do than smoking concerts. But I started smoking at the age of 11. And, like intermittently throughout school and all these types of things, I've become a heavy smoker at one point. And I always said, I'm going to quit. I'm going to quit. And I never did. I never had that desire to quit. And then I said one day, I said, you know what? I'm going to meet somebody who hates smoking. And I'm going to quit because I know that person doesn't like smoking. That's when I met my wife. Now wife, not wife at the time, my girlfriend at the time. But I met her and she absolutely detested smoking to the point where it's just, you smoke, I don't care who you are, then we're not together. So she told me that and I was just like, well, I'm not going to smoke again. And I never smoked again from that point. And that was 15 years ago. I stopped on the point I was addicted to smoking. I smoked for years and I just stopped because I decided before that, if this happens, that's who I'm going to be. So I changed identities like that because I met the person who, I reached that point where I said I was going to do it and for that person.
On that note, I am going to switch tracks slightly because I've been asking all my guests. Now, I think you mentioned one earlier. I forgot his name, but I've been asking all my guests for podcast recommendations because we are on the behemoth podcast that is the Instructor Podcast on the Extravaganza.
Is this like the Joe Rogan podcast, but for instructors?
Yeah, and less of a knob.
Yeah, the Terry Experience, Terry Podcast King Experience.
Yeah, let's go with that. I'm not renaming it now. It's too much harder. but yeah. So what podcasts or podcasts would you recommend or would you suggest that anyone listening gives a try?
Just depends, really. I mean, I've got a few that I go to. To be honest, at the minute, I'm only listening to one, and that is Andrew Huberman, just because I'm just so obsessed with like sciencey stuff. And he explains it so well. So I love that personally. He goes through a lot of different stuff. It's not a lot about the brain. He talks a lot about hormones and fat loss and these types of things, but he's very sciencey. These are the facts. Like, I'm not telling you what you have to do. I'm just telling you the facts. You can go and do what you want. These are just the facts. This is what the science says. And I love that. From this side of it, if it's more business related, Rob Moore is a really good one to listen to. He has actually two. There's a disruptive entrepreneur and there's money. He has 2 podcasts. I haven't listened to them for a while, but I did go through a period where I was just listening to every episode that he has. Really good podcast. Another one as well is Pat Flynn. His is a smart passive income. So basically he talks a lot about creating online courses, having a passive income where you actually don't have to work. Saying you don't have to work, you still kind of work, but creating a passive income through online courses, having products and these types of things. His podcast is really good. So it depends what you're interested in, really. They're my probably 3 go-tos.
Well, you mentioned Rob Moore there, and I love Rob Moore. Now, I must admit, I did stop listening to his podcasts, but I listened to all his audiobooks. I've listened to, I think I've listened to them all twice. There's only a select few. I think there's 3 audiobooks that I've listened to 3 times. I've listened to his twice, and I love them, but I think his podcasts are a bit... Because when he's on the audiobook, he has to control himself. On his podcast, he's just a bit a bit too much for me. But no, I do like Rob Moore. So I'll give the others a listen as well. I am also taking this opportunity to throw some podcast recommendation out. But what I've done is I made a list of some of my favorite podcasts and I'm trying to tie them in randomly as people come along. So for San Harper, who was very much a mindfulness expert, I gave her the Richard Nichols podcast. Now, it's not a recommendation to her. It's just a recommendation. I'm trying to tie it in with a person. Then we had Emma Morgan come on, who was, she's a massive horror fan. Like, I'm a huge horror fan, but Emma's beyond belief. So the Evolution of Horror podcast I mentioned. And then when I had Elise Spary on previously, I talked about selling without sleeves, because as instructors, we're notoriously bad at selling ourselves. Mm-hmm. Now, I've got it down to 2 for you here, and I can't decide which one will probably fit you the best.
Tell us both.
I've only got so many on my list. In fact, no, screw it.
You're going to keep... I can only have one.
Yeah. Actually, no, this one works. I'm going to go with this one. I am going to go with Fitter Food, which is a podcast, and Matthew Whitmore, and I forget the lass's name now. It's really annoying because I love her. She's awesome. And it's really nice podcast where they're just having a chat about mental and physical health. but not in a listen to me, I'm brilliant kind of way, just having a chat. And sometimes I'll get like 20 or 30 minutes in before they actually get onto the topic they're speaking about. But it's just really interesting. So I'm not necessarily saying you should listen to it, although you'd probably enjoy it. But yeah, anyone listening, give it a whirl. Fit of Food, it's definitely worth a listen.
Yeah, I think anything like that, you can, the thing is, podcasts are just, what I love about podcasts, if you sit down and watch a video, you have to actually physically sit down. Like, I listen to lots of audiobooks, I listen to podcasts, but like, I'll go for a walk. I think, do you know what? I've done a lot of work there. I need to get out now. And I just go listen to an audiobook or listen to a podcast. It's just so easy. You put the things in your ears and you walk, or you go and sit in the car, or you lie down on your bed, or you do whatever you want. Do your housework.
I half disagree with that in the sense I think choosing what podcast to listen to is a bigger commitment than choosing a film or whatever. So while it's easy to do, I think that, like, for me at least, I'll flick on a film. I think I'm getting mixed up with what I've said on previous episodes today, but like on Netflix, it comes up with what's what next. If you put YouTube on, you watch a video. Yeah, you've chosen that video, but then it'll take you straight to
Gives you a
another one.
recommendation.
Yeah, and I think that it's almost easier. But when you're choosing a podcast, there's a real deliberation there sometimes. I think that when someone chooses your podcast, it's almost like someone choosing a book that you've written. I think it's that same kind of, it's almost a privilege that someone's chosen to listen to you. They're giving up time. I think it's awesome. Actually, here's a random question. If you were going to release a podcast tomorrow, and it could be about anything, there's no pressure, there's nothing. It doesn't have to be something that generates your income, business. You're doing a podcast just for fun, something random. What was your podcast about?
Random stuff. Just getting two people on and just talking about random stuff. Do you know, I think me and Aaron did our podcast, and honestly, it was the best experience we both had because we just ran on for ages about random stuff. We started off talking like about whatever it was, the topic, but we just talked about random stuff. We had so much fun.
Yeah.
Honestly, we get like an hour in, we're like, we're going to have to wrap this up now because we've been on it for an hour. I think just about, like the day was a bit random. There was no plan. Yeah, I mean, you could maybe just call it random shit or something like that.
I like that idea. I'm knocking that down. Oh, I can't because it's live. I can't pretend I've got it. All right, so we are coming towards the end. We're about 50 minutes in, so I'm going to give you the opportunity to sell yourself. And so far, to be fair, everyone's been a bit, and I'm bad for this as well. I appreciate that I'm 4 hours into a podcast. I'm barely promoting my own podcast or premium subscription, but whatever, yeah. 4 hours into the show, and I don't think anyone's been particularly good at selling themselves. So no pressure, Keir. Let's show us how it's done. Where can people find you? What have you got to promote?
Actually, you can find me on Facebook, just Keir Wotherspoon. I have a business page, I have a personal page. On there will be the links to, I've got some free training that I'm actually developing at the minute. That will be done in the next week for personal trainers. I also have a free group. It's called the PT Hangout. So if any personal trainers listen to it and want to come and learn some stuff about business and about personal training, how you can get clients, how you can create an online course. Because for me, it's about helping people to create that freedom in life. Having an online course is, this is your best opportunity. And it was exactly what we spoke about before, Terry. Maybe you like training people, yeah, but you are not going to get the financial freedom or you're not going to get the time freedom from that. Having something like an online course gives you that freedom because you can get as many people on that course as you want. You can make that course the best in the world. And that will give you in time a passive income where you can actually choose if you want to work or not. And that's kind of what we do, what I do with the personal trainer. So we have a free group. So I go through that kind of stuff. Obviously, if you want to work with me personally, then you can get in touch. My program is the Fitness Business Accelerator program. And this is to kind of get clients, to get personal trainers, absolutely crystal clear with who they're working with, because we spoke about this earlier before. I think we touched on that really well about if you try to work or you try to talk to everybody, you're talking to nobody. So that is a big part that we work on, getting you absolutely crystal clear on your message and your problem, who you help, the niche that you help, the confidence to be who you are, the confidence to be a really great coach. And then we build your method and your online course. And that is kind of what we do with the Fitness Business Accelerator. So at the minute, yeah, the free training is about out, but if you want to get in touch with me personally on Facebook, that is probably the best place to get a hold of me.
Yeah, that's probably the best picture I've had so far. I like that. I'm going to give
that was awful. I should have written that down beforehand.
I am going to give a shout out to your podcast as well, because I mentioned before about having podcasts that are quite niche but still interesting. And I think yours is, as much as it's aimed at personal trainers. And I know you said it's undergoing a bit of a revamp or a minute anyway, but as much as the current one is aimed at personal trainers, it's still really interesting. There's a lot of takeaways from it. And I think that we can learn. I mean, it's one of the things I do on this show, get other people in from other industries, because I think we can learn from that massively. I think we underestimate too much that we've got to stick within this little bubble. There's nothing wrong with going, I'm going to take a bit of this and I'm going to take a bit of that and making the...
That's actually, if we're talking about like a business one, like you're a driving instructor. Like I was a personal trainer. Somebody's a baker. It's just it's a way of serving somebody. Underneath, it's still a business. Everything's still the same. Like your business isn't any different to somebody who's in the gym. They're still serving people. They have a gym. You have a car.
Yeah.
That person has the internet. That person has a shop. It's still the same thing. So you can take a lot away from it. From a marketing perspective, yes, you've got to be niched. You've got to be focused, because otherwise, who's going to listen to it? But that doesn't mean that everybody else isn't going to get a lot of value from it.
The other thing I'm going to mention, I'm going to give you a bit of a shout out, and I think I've said this before, but it's worth saying again. You were someone that helped me almost indirectly when I did my first podcast, the 5 Minute Theory, because we kind of met through a mutual, I don't know if acquaintance / friend / just awesome human being in Shabnam Raja. We met in her group and we were messaging and got onto the subject of podcast. I mentioned that I was doing the 5 Minute Theory, and he sent me one comment back, which was, that could be massive in 12 months. And I don't know why, but I think it was just the way you phrase it just clicked with me, because like, yeah, it could be. We spoke before about the step-by-step process. I wasn't thinking that then. I'd released this podcast and 4 people had listened, and so what's the point in carrying on? But you phrase it like that and it's like, yeah, it could be massive in 12 months. Why am I judging it now? And, the 5 Minute Theory podcast is currently at 21,000, well, nearly 22,000 downloads.
That's amazing.
I know, and it's not even been 12 months since you said it, So it's like, appreciate that you saying that. That was one of the things. I mean, I've had lots of people I've worked with, people that have given me a bit of advice, including yourself in that, but just that one, it was just a really significant snippet and sentence that had a massive impact in I think without that sentence, I don't think I'm where I am at podcasting now.
Well, I'm very privileged to be a part of that, and I'm so pleased that that tiny little thing give you a big insight, because that it does, doesn't it? And it just takes something small.
Yeah, I am going to bring in Robin Bates now. It may be a minute because it's a little bit early, but that's fine. So, is there anything else that you would like to just discuss as we wrap up?
No, that's cool, Terry. Thank you for inviting me on today, dude. I really appreciate it. And how many hours you got left now? Another 3, 4, 2?
2, yeah, I'm on till 6. Speaking of which, I'm going to ask the 2 marvellous people on the screen at the minute, which will be Keir and Robin, if you could do me one mighty fine favour.
Are you going for a quick poo?
Absolutely.
Well, no, just a wee, I think. So I thought that while I'm away for 2 minutes, you might want to just talk about how awesome I am.
Sure.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, right. I will be back in 2 minutes. My dog may come in the meantime. I'm going to put it on mute just in case.
No, let's make a dog join it.
She's quiet anyway. She's deaf and silent. She only barks at the treat garden. I'll be 2 minutes.
Bye, Terry. We're taking over. Hiya, Keir. How are you doing?
How are we doing, Robin? You all right?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. I've just had my flu jab.
Oh, did you? That background is awesome.
It's my whole vibe is kind of vaporwavy. Whereas it's that cold here. You've got a vest on. What's going on? Where are you?
To be fair, I've got the heating on in the house. And when I start talking, I get really, really hot. I had my hoodie on before, and I was like, if I have this on, I'm going to start sweating. And I'm going to be ridiculous.
I'm warm. And I've just put this on. It's pure polyester, this. So it's no wonder I'm warming up. Okay. How was your chat with Terry? Did you have a lovely time?
Really good. It's always great to talk to Terry, isn't it?
A bit of Terry time.
Have you been in this podcast before? I think you have, haven't you?
I have. I've been on the Instructor.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. How about you? How's podcasting going for you?
It's going all right. I'll put it on hold for a little bit now. For the minute, I'm focused on a project that I've got on. And then we're going to push it on further for season 3. So have you got a podcast running?
I have one that's currently lying dormant. We did 69 episodes and put it on hold.
How good did it do for 69?
Sorry,
How far did it get? How far did you go with 69 episodes? How did it get? Did you get a good number of downloads?
Oh, yeah, we made top 10 in the UK at one point,
Nice.
one bizarre weekend a few years back. Did pretty good. I can't tell you the numbers because we put it on hold quite a while ago now, but it will come back at some point. The Coaching for Geeks show will return. And we'll have you on, Keir. We'll have you on as well, Terry.
I'd be privileged to come on. I love talking on podcasts.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Did you have a lovely week?
Yeah, and I even splashed a bit of water on, so I'm not as sweaty now. So that's...
Do you get any more hot and bothered, Mr. Wotherspoon?
Oh, it's not just Keir. It's all of you. You all have the effect. No, appreciate you joining us, Keir. It's great to have you on. It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you, Terry. It was a pleasure to be on, and anytime.
Don't say that to me. No, I'm just going to use you and abuse you now, yeah. Robin's learned not to say that to me. Very specific with the times I can use you.
Well, enjoy your conversation, guys, and have a great, what day is it? Thursday.
Yeah. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for your time. So I am going to take a moment to welcome to the host one of my most esteemed of friends and coaches and mentors and human beings, Mr. Robin Bates. How are you, Robin?
Hello there. I'm all right, Terry. I've just had my flu jab, so treating myself to a massive sausage roll. So I do apologise if there's any unsettling noises because it has made me a bit farty.
Well, no, I ain't got wind, but I've got a rumbly stomach because I've realised I haven't eaten yet today.
Oh, Terry, man.
Well, I didn't factor in the fact that I'll need to go to the toilet and eat and stuff during this 6-hour thing.
If you want to go and get a sandwich, I can keep the boys, girls and MBs at home entertained if you like. I could do my one-man show.
No, it's fine, but I've had an idea for next year that I'm going to do the same thing, but on a bigger scale. I'm going to do 10 hours and I'm going to get 2 guests on each time. So then I can just dip in and out.
I can have a little buffet table.
Oh, yeah, well, screw it. I'm going to do a live, get the guests in and they can come to my house. You're going to get the train up for an hour.
Yeah. How long would that take me?
Long enough.
Check. It was going to take me 7 hours to get to Buxton.
It took me 8 hours to drive down to you. Either way, right? I wanted to say this.
Getting away from the point, we're not here to just have a little chat amongst ourselves.
We kind of are, really. There's no real topic set. Which actually,
there's no one watching.
No, don't say that. I've been in double figures at some points here.
Oh.
And Emma's asking to come back in. No, you're not coming back in.
If you want to let Emma in to say some rude words and giggle, I don't mind.
No, I'm reducing the rude words. That's the thing. But I want to say this or I'll forget because as much as we're not scheduled anything and we're not planned what we're going to talk about, and I haven't with anyone, I did make a couple of notes aside of everyone's name just in case things went a bit awry, right? Mm. It wasn't a conscious thought process, but I'm going to read you what I put because I put CFG/turbo, audience growth, and being lovely.
Oh, thank you.
I'm presuming that was about you, not just how is Terry lovely, but I'm presuming it was about you, but yeah.
I hope so. It'd be a little bit narcissistic whilst we encourage a bit of self-love. Well, thank you you're very lovely yourself, even though you don't always give yourself enough credit for that. I think you'd be too lovely at times. Be more of a dick.
I don't know. I think I give myself credit for like a really short period. It's like, yes, today, for example, and I've mentioned this once on this podcast. I only mentioned it because someone congratulated on me, but 5,000 downloads for the Instructor today.
Well done.
Just to clarify for anyone listening or watching, not 5,000 downloads today. I've reached 5,000 downloads today. And I give myself credit for that. And I put the post up for that. And then the credit was ended. Yeah,
because I know what you like. As soon as you achieve something, that's it. You can only acknowledge that for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So don't we need to go bigger, better, bolder, stronger?
I don't want to be a dick, though. I know you said be more of a dick. I don't think I want to be.
Don't be a complete dick. Don't be a total Vader helm.
Oh, dear. So, before I dive in, is there anything that you would like to particularly talk about, Robin?
No, not really.
Right. Then I'm going
It's more
to...
than you. You're in charge. Steer the ship.
I'm good at that. You've been watching today. How have you found my performance so far today?
It's been good. I'm surprised you're not flagging a bit. Like I would be after this much time. I'd be like, I'm bored of people now. I don't want to talk to them. Don't want to talk to them anymore.
I was very selective with A, the people I brought in, and B, the order they were placed in. It was thought and planned and prepared for this. And I even have like actual notes and stuff, which is, as Emma Morgan would attest to, is rare.
But say you got Emma out of the way early.
Well, not so much. I knew that I would be probably most bouncy and talkative with Emma because she has that effect on me. Not sure why, but she does. Whereas I knew that coming to the end for these last two, as much as I can get my edge up, I need some people that could probably talk a bit to cover me if there's any lapses. So it was therefore the amazing Robin Bates and the wonderful Chris Bensted on after you. And with Chris, I know full well I can just ask him a question and have a nap for 20 minutes. So I'm sorted there.
Emma's not happy. She's still a frowny face.
That's generally the text message she sends me. Pretty much a reply to everything that I say. So
I still maintain it's a good name for a podcast, though. Dakapod.
Sick. No, it's not. It's useless. It's crap. Right? It's a rubbish name because it's the name for lobsters and prunes. Right? No, it's not. But and where I will give it credit, and I suppose you're right in a sense. And oh God, it's stuck in my throat. Emma's right in a sense as well. And it's stuck in my head.
Yeah.
So in that sense, yes. In terms of the actual name, no.
Oh, it's good. It works. And you keep little lobsters dancing or chatting on the front, and I like it. It's got a good vibe. It works. It works for the show.
What year are you up to?
Only 92. I don't. You talk a lot, and I'm busy.
Let's see. He gets. I think we did an hour and 50 for 94. Or just shy of 2 hours.
I don't go out anywhere. Like I'm normally typing, so I have to think about my words, and I get distracted by you because it's very funny.
Oh, we've got comments. I'm going to read these. My mum's still here as well.
Hi, Terry's mom.
I think my mum's been going as long as I have here. Hi, mum. She showed a massively appreciate the love. Shabnam Raj is saying hello to both of us.
Oh, Shabnam, hi.
Also impressed that I've been doing it 4 hours. And Emma Morgan saying words will be had. Yes, I expect this every Friday. Okay, back to this conversation here. Oh, hold on. When are you doing a Supernatural special episode? I think that'll be 2000, Shabnam. I think, the Decapod. I think it started in 2000, Supernatural. So that'll probably be about 4 seasons' time. Anyway, back to this. I want to speak to you initially. My first thought, and not just because I've written it down here. Oh, wrong podcast. Not because I've written it down here. CFG and Turbo. I am initially going to, gush a little bit and just say that it's one of the nicest groups in the world, not just the Culture for Geeks, but the Turbo in particular. And I thought it would be nice to give you an opportunity, because this is currently going out to at least 7 people, to give you the magnificent 7. But at some point it's been up to 15, and it will go out to hundreds of other people as well. And it's a new month for Turbo, and you like to take a few new people in at new month time, don't you?
Do. We already have. Got 3 returning from the wilderness.
Have you? Are you going to warn them about me again this time, or?
No, we should maybe talk about what it is. We talk about the entry requirements of doing a impression of Terry without maybe knowing who Terry is. CFG is coaching for geeks. That's my business. Started out doing very generic coaching. You've got a goal, I can help you with it. Move more into careers and confidence. Now we're doing audience growth, so I'm helping people like you to, I don't know if you're above or below me on your screen. You're above me somewhere.
I'm next to.
You're next to. was pointing up at your Vader helm. I help people like podcasters and small business folk and entrepreneurs, and streamers and YouTubers to grow their audiences online. But the Coaching for Geeks Facebook group is so much more than that. It's just a lovely place for folk to ask questions and hang out and talk about RGB lighting on the PCs and Star Wars and Star Trek and Comic-Con and anything really that's going on. But Turbo is for those who want to go a bit faster and have got specific goals, and we provide some accountability and some co-working groups, and so there's a whole pantheon of training available, which is going to expand this month with the little podcast marketing course. And again, it's a safe space to come and fail. In a way. We want you to do well, but it's just a really safe space to come and, it's not a brave space rather than a safe space, to come and talk about the bad days and when things don't go to plan and when you do a fuck up or when life comes at you. You can come and have a whinge about it and everybody will go, yeah, it happens. We're sorry. And have a bit of I was going to say a loving. That's not right.
Yeah, I'd sell for that. It's a loving.
Have a loving. Little loving. Have a little pity party and then encourage you to move on. And come and join it. It's that good. Except you missed it for this month, but slide into my DMs if you're interested.
The other opportunity to promote for this month and I was too late.
Yeah.
I mean, I give Keir a bit of credit before because he sent me, I don't know if you heard, but the comment about that your podcast could be massive next year. And it just reframed how I was looking at it, that simple comment. But without Turbo, there is no Instructor Podcast. It's as simple as that, or at least not for another 5 or 6 years. So I finally plucked up the courage of that. People say, no, do it. You've got a good idea. So yeah.
It takes time and it takes effort and it takes work. And I could see you before too long running some ads to it and getting huge.
Annie says hello, Robin.
Hi, Annie.
My mum says this is the most time she's spent with her son in ages.
Oh, go and see your mum, Terry.
I'm on a podcast.
No, go now. I can wait. I'll just sit here and keep them.
Fair enough. Just admit Chris in at 5 o'clock. Very.
Yeah, I'll have a chat with Chris.
But you've migrated more now into audience growth. I don't want to delve too much into that now because you are coming on in a future episode where we're going to talk about that, but don't raise your eyes. We've discussed it, I think. But one thing I would like to ask about a little bit is, like at the minute, a lot of instructors are launching new stuff. So they're launching books and courses. And one in particular seems to be more and more instructors doing, which is launching courses to help parents teach their kids to drive.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know this is going to be a very, very broad question, but, we'll see where we go from it. What tips, what sort of not generic, that's wrong word, basic or general tips would you give to people that they're aiming to grow that audience around that sort of area?
Yeah, it's figuring out who your audience is and where they hang out online. So if you were aiming it at maybe at the teenagers who are wanting to learn, that's going to be a very different place to aim in a course at the parents who want to learn how to help their kids to drive. So that's the first step, is figuring out who it is that you are marketing to, where they hang out online. Like, depending on the age of the kids, they're going to be either TikTok or Twitter or Instagram or even Snapchat if they're a bit older, and that's a bit more of a niche now, but that's really key. You've got to be able to provide info to where they are. I mean, they might still be reading the newspaper. If there's a local newspaper that you could get a story in, that's a really solid way to reach one type of audience. Do you know what? Local newspapers are always looking for stories. Always desperate for news. Send a letter to the editor, or email to the editor about how you're helping parents to teach their kids to drive safely, and I bet you'll get a story out of it. Not you, because that's not what you're doing.
Oh, we'll see. Give me half an hour.
Is that you? Is that a little sly peek into the future of TC Drive?
You never know. Not at the minute. But no, I think that's obviously wise advice, because my go-to platform is Facebook. It's the one I know best. The customers I get from that, like for learning to drive, are people's parents or 25 to 35-year-old females. That's who come to me from Facebook. I get very, very few 17-year-old, 18-year-olds. A bit more on Instagram, but still not massive. It seems, Instagram seems to have gone a little bit away from the youth as well. Sorry, Lisa's just asking, do people still read newspapers? I think they read them online, don't they? So
yeah. Online, read them on the toilet.
Yeah. Well,
but again, it's that there's a market, and it's generally the older audience member who would read newsletters, newspapers, because they get the free one shoved through the door, and they'll sit down with a cup of tea and read what's going on in the local borough, rather than coming onto Facebook and joining their local, like mine is Eyes of Dawlish, where there's a little bit more drama going on, and some people just want the news. They don't want the drama.
Yeah,
but like Devon Online would be mine. And I could do a little experiment. Should we see if we can get a story in Devon Online by this time next week?
Let's do it. Well, let's fabricate a story. Get it in papers. I should have contacted paper about this. Local man does 6-hour podcast extravaganza. But no, I do think it's massive. But the other one as well, and this is something that you've taught me and coaxed out of me and made me do, is getting on in the right places. So, for me, it was contacting other driving instructors that ran Facebook groups and going in there and podcasts. People that listen to podcasts will listen to more podcasts. So for me to go onto a podcast and talk about it, well, they're already my audience. Even if it's not my specific niche, they're still already my audience. Yeah. And will they then recommend, well, I'm not going to listen to it, but so-and-so will. So I think it's, like you said, it's finding where your niche or market or whatever is and going for it. And not being like I was for ages and being too scared and embarrassed to do it. Do it once or twice, then you get out of your comfort zone, then you're okay.
Well, you've overcome that, and now you're doing it, and you're out there, and you're pushing it, and you're inviting excellent people onto your show, and you're out there pitching your show to other people in other places. You have become, in the space of 6 months, quite an authority in the instructor space, and it's really impressive to see, because you've gone out and you've done it, and you've been pretty relentless with it.
Making me feel uncomfortable, Robin.
Then I shall moisturise my hands to this fast.
No, but you're right.
Honey and almond.
It's interesting, because I don't consider myself an authority figure in this industry. And I think that's because, to me, I don't even know why. I just don't. I don't consider myself that. But I know other people do. And when I say that, I'm not talking about everyone in the world, but I know that some people do, I'm not going to name names, but instructors and heads of organisations and Robin Bates think that I am, and that's good. I don't necessarily agree with them, but I'm not going to complain about that. I've created this platform, and in fact, I'm going to ask your opinion on this, because from someone who has got a history of this, it's like I spoke recently, and on today I've spoke a couple of times as well about the idea that people tune in primarily to listen to the guests. People haven't come here today so it's a me talk, it's a selection of guests. I just do it, and this is where I'm giving myself credit again, do a really good job of being a conduit for that. I would be interested in your thoughts on that and how accurate you think that statement is.
Yeah, no, people come for the guests. They stay for you. Otherwise, they wouldn't listen to any of the rest of the content that you provide, because they've only come for that one guest. So yes, I'm the bait, you're the hook.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Bait and switch.
You're what they come for, I'm what they get lumbered with.
Yeah, but no, they wouldn't stick around if they didn't like you as a host. And hosts who have guests on need to remember that they might be the conduit. But if it was a different host, you wouldn't get the same from your guests. You wouldn't get the same interactions. You wouldn't get the same bants. You wouldn't. And you're going to attract the people who like that. And if they don't like it, they'll find a different podcast with a different host. But the fact that you are pleasant, you are funny, you don't take no shit despite despite the pleasant demeanour. You say it like it is. And people respond to that. They react to it. They enjoy it. There's no, it's not pretentious or wanky. It's real and relatable. And that's how a podcast for driving instructors has amassed such a wide audience beyond just driving instructors.
Yeah, and I think that there's some hosts of podcasts that take ownership of the show, and they are the host, and it's their show with guests, and there's nothing wrong with that, nothing at all. But that's never what this was intended to be. And I appreciate your comments there, by the way. And I think that I mentioned before, I think again, I've been going for like over 4 hours now. I'm getting mixed up with what I've said and what I haven't said, but I think I mentioned before that I'm looking forward to listening back to this and seeing how I am different with every guest, because it's not one size fits all for me. I very much treat my guests almost as I treat my learners. I will adapt for you. You know, if you come on and you're going to be really, really talking and chatting and monologue, brilliant. I'll sit back and let you. If you're someone that's a bit more almost short with your answers, then I'll have to be more interactive. And that's fine by me. I like that. That's the fun bit for me. But I'm really looking forward to sitting back and listening to 6 hours of me changing throughout. And again, that's not a slight on me or a slight on my guests. I think that's almost praise to me. I think that's brilliant. But I think the other thing I want to touch on is, and again, I'm using myself as the example here. I do this a lot. It's where I've learned, because when I first did the instructor, I would talk a lot on social media when I'm promoting the show, almost try to big the show up. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it was, we're doing this and we've got this and this is awesome. And it just never really come off as sincere. But now I'm more factual. I still give it the praise, but I'm more factual. It's like, we're doing the 6-hour podcast extravaganza. These are the people we've got on. Come and listen. This is going to be interesting because I've not planned anything. You know, and I find that when you're honest, rather than saying something like, this will be different to anything you've ever heard before, and then you listen and it's not. It's like, it's anticlimactic, and I think that turns people off. So how important is honesty within people's messages, Robin?
Really important. People will see too, we're confronted by lies on a daily basis on social media, in the news, from politicians around the world. Honesty can be completely disarming, especially if you say, I'm completely unprepared for this. Let's see what happens. Relatable. I attended a webinar last night from a fairly big name in the personal development space, and they went, if this isn't the best webinar you've ever seen, we'll give you $100 of content for free. And they seemed really surprised when I contacted them at the end and went, that wasn't the best webinar I've ever seen. I'd like my $100 of content for free, please. And they were like, oh, no. It's like, well, because you picked it up to be the best thing ever that was going to completely change my life. I was intrigued by the premise, and it didn't deliver. So no, it's not the best one. And also, get a better microphone. Your sibilance is terrible. Well, your S's are hissing away. And so because they built it up to be this phenomenal, life-changing event, all it could do is disappoint. And it's just, we're bombarded with, this is the best thing ever. And it works for some content and it works for some hosts. And if you can be ridiculous, or you are a larger than life character who can deliver with bombast and sort of really, people who we probably wouldn't like in real life want to listen to you and I, Terry, then you can get away with it. But I think being honest, being charming, being real, you've got to do that, or people see through it and go, "Where's my $100 of free content, please?"
And being yourself, I suppose, as well. I think that's massive. I've spoke about this before and this isn't a slight on the driving school. I was with Red Driving School, and a lot of the custom that came to me, we didn't gel very well. A lot of them I did, but a lot of them I didn't. And that's because they weren't choosing me. They were choosing Red, and then Red assigned them me. Whereas when I left Red, people came to me because they were choosing me. They're seeing the way I am on Facebook, because I try not to do generic posts, and I used to, but I've developed from that, and I talk about my beliefs and how I am and what I do. And now I say this all the time on show, and I still stand by it. I love 99% of my customers, and I apologize for the 1% that I'm not going to name, but I enjoy 99% of my customers.
And we're all worried now. We're going, "Oh God, is it me?"
I'm having to bite my tongue a little bit because it's live. It's not, I can't edit it. Someone could be watching or whatever.
There, Tyler.
I don't know how to recover from that. But no, it's that just openness and being you. When you all of a sudden I enjoy my job more, and it's not that I disliked it before, but I enjoy it more because of that. And I think it was an unintentional thing by me, but it was massively eye-opening. And again, that's what I do with a podcast. Sorry, I've just read a comment, and I don't know where this has come from. I don't know. What this is a response to, but it's by Chris Bensted. And essentially, Robin is the meat, but Terry is the sauce.
That's when I was the bait.
Ah, yes, there you go. Yeah,
I'm the meat. You're the creamy sauce.
Yeah, and that's completely derailed my train of thoughts. Is that
in red sauce? Good though.
In what?
Red sauce.
Oh yeah, better. Well, which is better, red or brown sauce?
Depends on the context. They both have a place. And some days I want tomato. Sometimes I want brown. Which bacon sandwich could go either way. Quite frankly.
Yeah, that depends on the mood.
Yeah,
although,
and the bread.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have bacon, so it'll just be a sandwich for me. But
sausage sandwich again depends on the type of sausage.
See, I don't have ketchup or red sauce or Heinz or the brands are available, but I don't have that with sausage.
Yeah,
I've only ever had, to my recollection, brown sauce in a sausage sandwich. I think bacon would have generally. I feel weird talking about this now. I think bacon would have generally been red sauce for me, with sausage going brown.
What things would you eat now as a vegan that would benefit from a brown or red sauce?
Well, peas have always gone great with ketchup.
No, I have to keep them very separate on my plate. I don't want the pea to touch the ketchup. And if we can use any of the other foods as a kind of barrier between the peas and the ketchup, then I will do that. Same with beans and eggs. That's very Alan Partridge now. I want to use the sausage as an actual breakwater.
Of everything we've spoke about on this so far, this comment has created the biggest response.
It's the important stuff.
All the intelligent stuff I've spoke about for the past 4.5 hours.
Fuck that. Let's talk about condiments.
Yeah, won't bother next time, right? Let's get straight to this. So,
what's the best condiments for your dinner?
My mum's making a good point now, saying I'm the biggest mint sauce fan. I do love mint sauce.
Yeah.
On a roast dinner.
I've come a long way. I used to not like any of that type of stuff, like your apple or your mint. But now, I love some apple sauce. Thank you. Not a fan of cranberry.
No, but what I do like, and I'm watching the comments as I say this.
Come back to mint.
No, not coming back to meat. Because I used to have this when I was a meat eater. This was one of my favourite sandwiches. I'd toast some bread, fry some mushrooms and onions, and on one slice I'd have tartar sauce, and on the other slice I'd have ketchup. And that was a banging sandwich. Fried mushrooms and onion inside tartar sauce and ketchup. That was awesome.
Can you not have that now then?
Yeah.
Oh, you can?
Yeah. But I was saying I used to have that instead of meat. I used to like it just as much back then.
Oh, gotcha.
Mashed potato is tricky for me. Mashed potato is the hardest thing in a sense because with mashed potato, I would always put milk in.
Mm.
And I can't find a vegan milk that goes in mashed potato that works.
See, I put
Like-
oat milk in it.
No, I don't like the. No, it's not that I don't like it. I can eat it, but it's just not as nice. And I've always accepted that some things won't be as nice. It's like, I love mashed potato. It's probably the one thing that tempts me to use dairy is when I make mashed.
I'd want to put butter in it.
Yeah. Well, I put not butter. It's like I think it's Vitalite margarine that I get that's vegan, and that's quite good actually. But yeah, I think what else I have condiments for? I think just the normal stuff. So I get some pretend sausages and pretend bacon, and it works still. So there you go.
Do you miss gravy?
No, I have gravy all the time.
Like,
I can get
bits?
vegan gravy.
Mm.
No, they can't have the bit. They can't have like bits of beef in it. That's a bit of a.
Bits of fake beef, bacon bits.
I like mushroom gravy. I've always loved mushrooms. And like the Chinese for me, when they get delivered, I can get Chinese curry. Not Chinese curry, mushroom curry. I get fried rice. What else do I get? I can get chips and crap, there's something else I get. I forgot, but there's like 4 things I can get that are all vegan. It's just really, really nice. Really, I do not miss anything from the Chinese. I can get that. It's awesome. As much as that was the most popular segment, talking about vegan, my numbers have just halved. So, no, I'm not listening to him talk about vegan.
How do you feel about mustard?
Never been the biggest fan. And can't remember last time I had it. The only time I tend to have it, and I've not, in fact, I must not have had it for over a year because I don't think I've even checked if it's vegan. The only time I'd have it is on a hot dog. Hot dog, ketchup, fried onions, banging.
Is that what kind of mustard though? Like American?
Oh, yeah.
English?
Yeah, American. I'm not keen on English mustard. I mean,
I need crispy temper.
crispy temper. Sure, I've never
Chinese.
tried temper.
I don't know what it is. I'm going to have to look it up now. Sorry for the typing. Oh, my e-key stopped working.
Are we going to type my name?
Difficulty. True. What is it? It's a plant-based protein source. It's from fermented soybeans that have been formed into a block. Looks nice.
Oh, my mum's also chipped in with Marmite. I love Marmite.
I like the idea and the smell, but it's just a bit slightly too much for me. If there was like a watered down Marmite, I'd enjoy that.
No, I adore it, and I could have it on pretty much everything. Probably the lowest point of my entire life was when I tried Marmite peanut butter, because it should be awesome, but it's not. But it's peanut butter and Marmite, and you should put them together, and it should be awesome, but it's just not.
Sad times.
It was really sad. Yeah, I think. See, now I'm sad thinking about it. I need to come away. From this.
Did they come ready mixed though? Could you
Yeah.
try maybe a different peanut butter or a different amount of ratio of Marmite to peanut butter, or is the whole concept just flawed?
I don't know, because I might try that now. I could just bang some Marmite on the toast and then put some peanut butter on top of that and try that. That might work.
That's what I'm here for, Terry, solving all your problems.
Screw audience growth. We're going, the Marmite peanut butter conundrum has just been fixed. If scientists all over the world try to solve this.
Well, we don't know if it's fixed yet. You've got to go out and do some science. Some tasty science.
When my 5 o'clock comes in, give me 5 minutes, I'll let you know.
Right.
Oh, no, I ain't got any peanut butter. Oh, Marmite. Oh. Give me half an hour and I'll let you know.
Some scientist you are.
That's my homework for after the show.
Have you got any Marmite or peanut butter in? But you can drop off.
I'm going to ask you about podcasts briefly, because I've been asking everyone for podcast recommendations. So what are your podcast recommended? What would you recommend for me or anyone else to give a listen to?
Oh, there's a whole bunch of podcasts that I like. There's the obviously big and famous ones, like My Dad Wrote a Porno, which continues to be hilarious. For anyone who doesn't know, a guy found his dad's erotic novel and they do a dramatic reading of it every week called Belinda Blinked, and she's a pots and pans saleswoman who has erotic adventures. There's the obvious ones, the Instructor, Crazy Ex Club, Press Start Leadership. I really like Well, That Fucks Me Up, which is, you need to put an asterisk instead of the U or you won't find it, which are stories of life-changing events that people have gone through that fuck them up. And that sounds quite dark, but it's the story of like the hope and redemption and coming out the other side. That is what it's really all about. It's a bit like a bit of therapy, really. Like What Am I Rolling, which is an RPG one-shot series where they play a different role-playing game every month and have a little one-shot with it. Oh, so many. I have to look at my list. But carry on. What about you? What are you enjoying at the moment?
Well, I've been giving out a recommendation on each episode of this extravaganza so far, and I only had 6, and I'm trying loosely to tie them in with a guest. And so the one I'm going to tie in with you, I've got down to 2, and I'm going to go for Starburst Radio, because that's very much genre-based, which I take delight in as well. And I love Starburst Radio. Mike Royce and I'm going to say Chris Hemsworth. It's not Chris Hemsworth. I forgot his name. He won't be listening. We're fine. And it's a different take on the whole horror, sci-fi, fantasy genre.
As in Starburst Magazine?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Which, I love. I mean, they're on hiatus at the minute, but I genuinely love it. It's just so erect. Can't say the word. Irreverent.
You can say erect.
No, I won't say erect. It's just so...
Irreverent.
Yes, that's the word. Say it again.
Irreverent.
Irreverent. Yeah. It's so irreverent. I just love it to pieces. I think it's one of them. If I was, yes, I'm not going to give off any more because I'm going to give 6 throughout the show.
I've got loads more if you want. Fairy Tales for Unwanted Children is good. You've got short stories, short fairy tales, quite dark but humorous with it. And Personality Hacker is a good one for working on your personality. That sounds terrible. Need to work on your personality, Terry. Get on Personality Hacker. It's good for things around confidence and self-belief. It's like Richard Nichols is good as well, despite him being my nemesis, which he might or might not be aware of.
I did tell him. If you'd have listened to that episode, you'd have heard him say hello to you, and then you could have got shivers from that, Robin.
Now, those are the ones that I've been listening to. Haven't done a new episode in a while, which is sad.
Well, here's an interesting thing, and it is podcast related, but it's coming back to almost what I was saying before. Like an uncomfortableness for me around asking certain people to be on the show, because it's like, oh, well, these people are too big in this area. Why would they come on my show? It took me ages to get away from that. One of the things that helped me massively, not just your obviously wise words, but the fact that when I looked at how big you are on Twitter, I know that you can't use Twitter as a barometer or everything, but there were some people that I were genuinely nervous about asking, and their following is like a third of what yours is. And I'm thinking, hold on, so how can I ask Robin to be on the show, but I can't ask these? And it's like, well, I know you. Oh, well, if I know him and he likes me and even trusts me, some might say.
Even Terry.
Then why can't everyone else?
Yeah. Me with my 36,000 followers on Twitter will come on your show.
Yeah, exactly. And you showed me almost indirectly how to promote an episode after your show, after you came on season 1, and I think I sent you some links for the show and that kind of stuff. And you were almost as if you went, this is how you do it, Terry. And then did it. I'm like, oh, okay. That seems like a good idea. That's what I'm going to do. Rather than just me sharing once and hoping for the best.
Yeah. A lot of people do that. They'll just, at the point of publication, they'll promote their thing instead of creating a bunch of content and then sharing it for the week and then putting it into like an evergreen pot that can keep getting reused, recycled, republished. And it's so worth revisiting when people say, oh, well, if someone comes to you and says, oh, I really like this bit of the show, where you get a bit of feedback or a review, creating a new bit of content to promote an old episode is brilliant. It reinvigorates interest. And if you get a few more people in, and then you've got all these other episodes for them to listen to as well, that's smashing. It's easier to keep a listener that you acquire later on, the one you acquire at the start, which is weird.
Almost as if you had like a podcast that were featured in like a psychologist magazine and then just didn't do anything about it. That would be the wrong way to do it, wouldn't it, Robin?
Yeah.
Do you know, my concern for this podcast is I'm doing callback jokes to like, 4 hours ago. People haven't been watching for an hour. They ain't got a clue what I'm on about now. But yeah, you're right. And it's something that I have learned from you. So, when I'm asked to go on the Project Edward podcast, it's like that gets talked about. When I'm asked to, to be fair, I asked them, but I wrote in a DIA magazine, that gets talked about. And now I'm asked to write in the Motoring magazine, and that's getting talked about. Shouldn't have said that yet. That's getting talked about. That will be talked about. So it's that kind of stuff. It's not being afraid to promote yourself. And it's something that I was, and you've said before about doing a case study on me. I'm probably an ideal person to do a case study on in that sense, because not like I'm massive or anything like that, but the change and how the way I behaved has actually impacted the thing I'm doing, I think is really relevant.
Yeah. When I launch my new site, we'll get a case study done on you. Ready for launch.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about podcasts is your opinion on this, because I've said a couple of times today that I think that a podcast fan is harder to acquire than almost any other type of fan or any other type of content endorser. Would you agree with that? Am I way off?
No, I think you're right. There's extra steps involved in getting someone to listen to a podcast. As a blog or a stream or YouTube, just kind of click and it happens. A podcast, you've got to navigate whichever podcast app you're using. You've got to provide them with, here's all the links to all the different places where it could be, because you might listen to it on one of about 50 different podcast providers. So you've got to give them the means to get to it quickly and easily. Gone are the days where it used to be, good old iPhone, when Apple podcasts ruled the roofs, and that was the only place you really had to be and care about. But now, Spotify, Captivate, Deezer, I was going to say Breeder then, that's not right.
No, that's someone else. We'll talk about that another time.
Amazon, Google, you've got to be in all of them. And if so many people do it, they'll just provide the Spotify link. I don't use Spotify. If you give me a Spotify link, I'm not going to go looking for your podcast. You've got to respect my time and use a links page to be able to send people to the right place. It's hard. And it's harder because there are so many more podcasts than there used to be. And the money came along. BBC started their own podcast app. Audible do. See, I don't consider it Audible to be podcasts. They call them podcasts. They're not podcasts. They're paid shows. So I'm a bit like, there's nothing wrong with monetizing your content, but I feel like it's a bit of a mistake. Like people who do a video podcast, that's not a podcast, that's a YouTube show. Not a podcast until you put it on a podcast service.
I agree wholeheartedly, and I did ponder for a while about, whether to refer to this as a podcast. Well, I'm like, no, it is. I'm recording a podcast. I'm just also banging it on Facebook.
Yeah.
And when it's done, it will be out there still haven't quite decided how, but as somewhere, it will be out in some form of audio format.
Yeah, it's just a live podcast recording at the moment, and that's fine. But yes, it is hard. Probably it's harder to get a click to a podcast than it is to a blog, to a stream, to something else, because a podcast requires an investment of time as well as a blog I can probably read in a couple of minutes. A podcast is probably going to be 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, a couple of hours. A stream I can hang around for as long as I want. It doesn't necessarily have a structure of a start, a middle and an end. It's someone playing a game, talking, doing things. Music, I can listen to a track and stop, whereas a podcast it feels like more of a time investment. So you're not wrong. It's tough, and finding interesting and innovative ways to lure people in is where it's at.
And I also think that I'm always surprised by the amount of people that don't listen to or don't know what a podcast is. It's like when I first started doing it, because I know what a podcast is, I assume that everybody knows what a podcast is. But it's only something like 52% that listen to podcasts. And that doesn't mean that those 52%, the other 48% are wrong or right, because, we all know those sort of votes don't go the way you want them to go. But either way, it's you talk to half the population almost, whereas pretty much everyone can read. I know there's exceptions to this, but can read or has the ability to read or be read to, or they can watch TV or they know what YouTube is. It's like that, but there's still a massive gap there. And then I was speaking to a chap from GoRoadie, which is an instructor thing. It's essentially, at the minute, it's an app for instructors for like a diary app. And he was saying there that his biggest competition isn't on instructor apps. It's still pen and paper diary. And it's like, yeah, of course it is. And it's like me, I don't just want to go for people that listen to a podcast. I want to go for people that have never listened to a podcast before. And I thought, it's a weird one when you think of it that way. Because we're in this little bubble, aren't we, where we just...
Yeah, we're tech savvy. We know this stuff. To tell people, it's a radio show, but you can listen to it whenever you want. That's kind of what it is. And people don't get that. I think you need special equipment to listen to a podcast. You just download it. Where do I download it from? I think a step-by-step guide how to listen to podcasts is maybe something that a lot of podcasters should provide for their audiences if they want to acquire. So you like what we're doing, but you don't know how to listen to us. Here's how.
Yeah. Yeah, although knowing me, I'd probably do it on the podcast. So,
why not? Hey, want to listen to this, but don't know. And then you get your transcript, and then you publish that.
There you go. Two birds. Yeah. We've discussed my accent on transcripts already on these episodes. Speaking of podcasts, when is I ask you this all the time, CFG podcast coming back?
Oh, I don't know. I've got to finish building the new website and launching a course on podcast marketing, which should be coming out in October. Then the website in November, and then proper relaunch start of next year. So maybe January we'll come out of the Christmas holidays with the podcast in the can and ready to go.
Well, if you want any help creating the podcast course, I'm willing to help with that. Clearly, I know my stuff. Secondly, can I be a guest on it before Emma Morgan?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not
even going to have Emma Morgan on there. So.
I don't think she's listening. I think she's on trial duty, so we get away with it. But if I only achieve one thing from these 6 hours, that's it. Another quick question, just before we sort of start wrapping up. If I've been live on Facebook and recording this podcast for 6 hours today in total, how many times should I have mentioned the Instructor Podcast Premium, do you think, and plugged that during those 6 hours?
Oh, at least 12.
Right. I think we're on 1 so far.
All right. So, Terry.
Keep forgetting.
So you know that you're a podcaster and you have a number of podcasts that are related to this and unrelated to this. Tell us about them, Janet.
Tell us about them, Janet.
The Rocky Horror reference.
I've never seen Rocky Horror Show.
Oh.
I might put it on my list for this year for the Halloween. Emma Morgan is watching.
Hi, Emma Morgan. You're not coming on my new podcast. Larry has decreed.
The Instructor Podcast Premium, where you get loads of additional stuff. So every Sunday we do the Instructor Podcast, which features a whole host of guests, some of which have been on today, including the lovely Robin Bates, and even where I got interviewed once by the mighty Emma Morgan. And I'm pointing down there because she's on that screen for me. Well, she's not on the screen, whatever. Yeah, I'm coming off topic. But that's every Sunday where we speak to the leaders, innovators, game changers, and indeed experts from inside and outside the industry to help you build your business and become a better human being generally. On top of that, every midweek we release the Green Room. Now, the Green Room is where we speak to driving instructors and discuss the latest news and goings on. I think I've just read what you've just read. And we discuss the Green Room, the latest goings on from within the industry. And now that one, 20, 30 minutes of it goes out to the public. The other 30 minutes to an hour goes behind the secret magic paywall, which is the Instructor Podcast Premium. So every week, you get access to 60 to 90 minutes of a bonus episode. On top of that, especially coming into October, we've got 3 key topics. We've got the standards check checklist, which is where we get different instructors, experts. Are you counting or you want me to send?
Counting.
Right. Experts come in and discuss the standards check, which is a massive topic right now, and breaking down the standards check by check. Well, Martin, if you're still watching, give me a message. I could do with you right now. We also have the second one, which is TED Talks, which, as Lee Spary, I believe it was mentioned earlier, clearly TED Talks have ripped off. TED Talks, where we've got a host of wonderful people, some of which include Emma Morgan, Robin Bates, Mark Kingston, and Gendron. All of these people that have specialist subjects coming in and giving a TED Talk presentation on those topics. And then number 3 is coaching conversations, where I speak to coaches from within and outside the industry about coaching, and we delve deep, not necessarily specifically around driving instructing / coaching, but around coaching in general. And then, because it's not just them 3, there's a whole host of other bonus ones as well, including test reports, where I'm talking about different driving test failures and passes, and alternative routes, where I am spending 10 to 15 minutes giving different options that you can take to improve your driving school. If that doesn't sign you up, I don't know what will. How was that pitch, Robin?
What's it cost? How do I find it? Where?
Say good, Terry, well done.
You're not finished. Carry on.
To find the Instructor Premium Podcast, you have to head over to Patreon. Patreon is a subscription website, patreon.com/instructor. I'm hoping someone will be nice enough to put in comments for me. But you head over there. There's actually 3 different tiers, one of which is £2, and you don't get anything for that other than just a nice way to support the show, which someone has done recently. It's genuinely the nicest thing ever. Someone's just said, here, I like what you're doing. Have £2. It's really, really heartwarming. Then you've got the £5 tier and the £10 tier. Now, with the £10 tier, you get everything that's available at the minute. With the £5 tier, you get the Green Room and a random other show thrown in as well. But the £10 tier is obviously the best one because it encapsulates everything, all of that goodness. And there's even a video on there that I'm just seeing a comment and it's thrown me off. There's even a video on there that explains for you how to get the premium content onto like Apple or Overcast or anywhere like that. So you don't even have to come out of your normal listening device.
All right, I'm just reporting Emma for harassment. Done. She's going to get blocked on Facebook now. Well done, Terry. That was an awesome pitch. Everyone should be signing up.
Yeah. Don't sign up now, though. Don't sign up now. Sign up tomorrow because Patreon charges you on I think it's the 1st of every month. So if you signed up today, you would have to pay again tomorrow. That's the way Patreon works. So don't sign up today. Sign up tomorrow. Unless you want to pay twice, which case sign up today. I'm more than happy with that. If anyone does sign up today, let me know and I'll happily refund it. And then you can go for next month.
Avoiding the Patreon.
Yeah. And very soon I have the Instructor Podcast website coming out, which you'll be able to go direct to it from over there. And there'll be blogs on there and there'll be links to the show and there'll be all other stuff over there as well. I don't quite know what yet. Oh, there we go. All right, that'll do for me. Robin.
Yeah.
Thank you for making me do that, by the way. Promote yourself for a minute. Tell us about you, where we can find you, and what benefits you can bring to the good nation.
Hello there. I'm Robin Bates, Overlord of Coaching for Geeks. We are here to help you promote yourself to a wider audience, no matter what you are doing, whether that's podcasting, streaming, YouTubing, if you've got a blog, if you've got an Etsy store, if you are on YouTube, if you have a business of any kind, we can help you get it in front of a larger number of people by being awesome and doing a lot of the things that Terry's been doing over the last 6 months to elevate him to a position of authority where he lords it over all with his Darth Vader helmet. But it's not just that. That's a free Facebook group. If you have a little look on Facebook, Coaching for Geeks will turn up. Or you can head to the website, coachingforgeeks.com, which has got about 600 blogs at this point. We're going for a while. Everything from news and reviews to Comic-Con to cosplay to how to grow your podcast, how to start a podcast, how to grow your Twitch stream, and much more. Besides, we've got loads on confidence, we've got loads on health and fitness and all sorts. So head over to coachingforgeeks.com. coachingforgeeks.com/Facebook to join the Facebook group. Or join Coaching for Geeks Turbo and put your arse in overdrive with our accountability coaching group, where you'll find the likes of Terry, you'll find the likes of Annie, you'll find the likes of Emma if she hasn't rage quit, who are all there to help and support each other to getting more done. We provide you with co-working sessions, provide you with weekly planning and debriefing sessions and monthly planning and debriefing sessions and loads of training, loads of content and loads of accountability on a daily basis to help you get the things done that you want to get done. Lovely.
Is Aaron still in there?
He is. He's a busy lad, though.
I only asked because I was talking about him with Keir before.
Yeah.
I think you need to do the Aaron segment, an Aaron special. Just get him to come and do a post once a month in Turbo, because that'd be worth the money alone.
Yeah. Aaron, if you're watching, we miss you.
He was lovely. Yeah, feel free to put links for all that stuff in the comments. Oh, right. I think I might just be starting to wane slightly.
Wait.
Oh, no, don't. Yes, so feel free to do all that. Anyone listening on the podcast version of this, I'm not putting links in the show notes. I can't be bothered, so you'll have to go and search for it. But Robin explained it quite well, so you can find it over there. But obviously, go and check out check out patreon.com/instructor first. Even if you're not a driving instructor, because some of the stuff coming up is going to be applicable everywhere. That's something I mentioned before as well, about niching when there was that period when I first did the instructor season 1, that I don't know what episodes it was. There are a couple of episodes where I'm like, oh, different people listen to this. So I need to start introducing the show by saying it's not just for instructors, it's for everyone. And they were the shows that did the worst. So oddly enough, all that information and all those wise words that people are giving me about niche and aiming for your target market actually makes sense.
Yeah, since I've niched down harder, I've got more people coming to me for more things that aren't the thing that I sell than ever. Like yesterday, we did an anxiety session with someone. People go, don't suppose you do this, do you? Well, the thing that I used to quite widely market that I did and then stopped because nobody bought it. Yes, I do. It's funny. Niche. Yeah. And then everyone will come. Ridiculous. You call it ridiculous, and I love it.
On the ridiculousness of people, it seems apt that Chris Bensted is about to join the conversation. So just before he does, I'm going to take a moment to, as I have done with everyone else, if I've forgotten, I do apologise, to thank you for your time. I really appreciate you joining me today, Robin. Always a pleasure. I can't remember the rest of the joke. Always a pleasure.
Thank you very much for having me, Terry. I've enjoyed it. Always do.
I'm glad you have. You're a fine man, a champion for the people.
Half of it, I forgot we were doing a podcast and just having a lovely chat with you.
Slightly frustrating that, like I say, that was the most amount of interaction was about ketchup.
Talking about ketchup and brown sauce and gravy. Hi, Chris.
Hello, how you doing?
Good, thanks. What's your favourite sauce?
I brown sauce, definitely. You caused a massive row between me and the other half, though.
Oh, no.
I'm on the peas and ketchup side. She's horrified.
Yeah, it's funny how this has divided the nation and split up relationships, and me and
It's the only phone call I got from her today, which was going, "What's he mean about peas and ketchup?" I was, yeah.
Disgusting. Yeah, you've got to have that sausage breakwater between the two.
I can sense a Paul. Emma, arrange a Paul.
But the irony is, I'm reasonably well known amongst close circles for having a bit of an issue with baked beans. Major phobia.
Well, if you'd like that phobia removed, give me a call.
It's called the Spider Wizard for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I
manage.
can't.
It's fine.
You can't have my beans touching my egg. So I'm very funny about that.
Nah.
Not okay. And I can't have once. An ex tried to serve me bangers and mash with gravy and beans. I was appalled. Can't have gravy and beans.
That actually sounds really nice.
What's wrong with you?
Not mix those sauces.
No,
You can. Maybe it's a northern thing.
maybe. Well,
We like it moist.
Butter on a bacon sandwich.
What's what?
Yeah.
Butter on a bacon sandwich, yes or no?
Yeah.
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 No, there was a thing on TV the other day, and they were horrified that someone was putting butter on a bacon sandwich. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Where is more grease not going to make it better?
Yeah, delicious grease. You got to moisten the bread as well.
Pre-vegan, it was toast, butter, bacon, melted cheese, Marmite, toast, done.
See, unless it's a club sandwich, I'm not down with the toast.
I prefer toast and bread.
Well, when you run out of bread, you've got to move on to the toast, haven't you?
No, because you'll catch me out with one of those now. I'm tired.
I've been looking forward to this.
Yes, I've been looking forward to it all. And it's been wonderful having you on, Robin. I'm going to let you go and enjoy the rest of your day. And thank you for making me promote the thing that I should be promoting more.
Yeah, Chris, make him promote the thing at the end because I think you're his last one and he needs to do that at the end.
I need to wake him up, I think.
Yeah.
But yes, we'll do.
Good. All right, nice to meet you, Chris. Bye, Terry. Love you
Yes,
lots.
So I am going to take a moment to say, welcome, Chris Bensted. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. I've had a nice day listening to you chatting away, being annoyingly interrupted by phone calls and having to miss bits. But yeah, no, it's been good.
How have you found the show? Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, no, definitely. Sorry, I paused for too long then, didn't I?
Yeah.
And it was as if I was going, it's all right. Yeah, no, it's been really good. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I was kind of thinking through the different people and there was something from everybody that I went, oh, that's interesting, or it made me think. But yeah, I think you've done a cracking job because that's a long amount. It was a long time to listen, let alone actually engage and talk. So yes, and I still like the t-shirt even with the comedy element to it. It made me like it more, to be honest.
Wasn't intentional until I first did it. I'm like, oh, I can't sit like that. But
I went with, and it's probably backwards on the screen, isn't it? But yeah, can
Well,
you read it?
hold on, because it's fine on my screen, but I'm wondering if it's backwards on the Facebook.
No.
No, it's right. No, it's all good.
Is it all good?
Yeah.
I felt
Well, there
that
you go.
probably how you were feeling by this point of today, so I deliberately picked it out.
To be fair, that's how I feel most points of most days. I don't think I've struggled because it's different guests. I think if I'd have done one person for 6 hours,
Yeah. Although we've done that.
we haven't been far off, that's for sure.
The bit before the recording, and the bit afterwards, we'd probably racked up 6 hours. I feel like I've prepared you for a marathon.
Yeah. Is that what you've been doing all this time? You've been like secretly training me?
Yeah. I'm like Mr. Miyagi, which you'd probably class as a horror.
Well, no. Well, I don't know, because when he gets attacked at first, aren't they all in like them Halloween skeleton suits? So,
the man who can find horror. Yes.
You've no idea how impressed I am with that. That's real. I'm going to mention this actually because I mentioned before with Robin that we've prepared nothing. We're not decided what we're going to talk about, anything like that. But I have made a couple of notes for everyone just in case I struggled. which I didn't think I would, but just in case. Your note, essentially, well, not essentially, it literally said shit magnet.
What's gone wrong? I thought it all went quite well today, didn't it?
No, it has. It just, I don't know. That's what came in my head when I thought of you. But no, to my knowledge, nothing's gone wrong in the industry. So seeing as nothing's gone wrong in the industry, we clearly have nothing to talk about.
No, nothing at all.
What I was going to ask you about, and again, I try to keep these shows a little bit lighthearted at the moment, but what I was going to ask you about was what we spoke about last time. So the striking, the fuel, the start. So those big three things that we spoke about on the last episode of The Green Room. Has anything changed for you since then?
I am still awaiting a reply from the DVSA as to whether, if you can't get to a test because you haven't got any fuel, whether you can cancel and rebook it without charge. But we're nearly a week in, and it's kind of resolving itself, it seems, depending where you are. So by the time it's solved, we might have got an answer. It'd just be nice to have one, because it just takes the worry away. So I sent a second email with which I got a reply saying, yes, we will answer. And to the best of my knowledge, I haven't had a reply yet. So I'll keep asking. It'd just be nice to know, because then at least if you are in that situation, and everybody's situation is different, I keep hearing from people who live in the middle of nowhere with one petrol station. They're like, we've got loads of fuel. It's not a problem, because they're the only one that use it. But, where we are, most places are shut. So, So, anyway, it'd be nice to get feedback from that. Strike action, no news. There's, as you said, there's not a lot going on or wrong, which is nice. I'm not complaining. But, it's it just means we've got to get on with the everyday stuff. I just feel for the people out there that are struggling, because I know there are instructors that are having to cancel lessons, having to triage who they're training so that they make sure they use the fuel effectively. Or the worst one, and I'm only smiling because I know him, we've chatted about it, is that one of my instructors who was, managing his fuel level, going to someone who had their test, I think early next week, went to join the motorway, and a bunch of people walked straight out in front of him and started supergluing themselves together, protesting about the access to the motorway. So he wasted a quarter tank of fuel going out and back again because he couldn't get to his lesson. So you sort of think when people say, "Oh, I'm a bit tight on fuel. I've only got a quarter tank." Some people have it worse.
Yeah.
So there's our benchmark.
Well, I'll say I've got lucky this week and having the week off, but it does worry me. Like because I'm back on Tuesday, and I'm not looking forward to it because it is quite bad round here. I mean, the community groups and stuff that I'm looking, and people's meshing every day since it fill up. Like, yes, they're filled, but now it's gone again. So I'm hoping it gets better when I come back on Tuesday, because I do feel for the people at the minute that can't get fuel.
Yeah, definitely. And it's been one of those things, you can blame whoever you like, and you can decide it was caused by whoever or whatever. We've got to resolve it now. So, everyone's got a good idea of how to solve these problems. It's like everything else, isn't it? But it seems to be. I've seen tankers. They're normally followed by a queue. But it seems to be that it's slowly working its way through, and things.
Yeah, I mean, I've read that people are following tankers to the petrol station. It just seems a bit bonkers. There are a lot of different ways to keep up with the goings on, not just at the Instructor Podcast, but also in the wider industry as well. For example, you can follow the Instructor Podcast WhatsApp channel, you can sign up to the email list, or follow the Facebook page. Links for all three are in the show notes. Let's move away from fuel. Let's move away from depressing, because I made a comment yesterday, or it might have been this morning, I don't know, I lost track of time, that the longer I talk, the looser my tongue gets. So is there anything you'd like to speak about in particular that, I can make a fool of myself about?
Well, I was quite interested in doing a bit of a recap over everything you've done today. I know it probably feels like you started yesterday. I didn't know if you wanted to talk. I know this adds to your dilemma of, do I cut it into lots of little bits, and do I refer back to people that I'd spoken to before? But But yeah, no, I think you picked a really nice, they're a lovely bunch of people, but we know that. But a really nice mix of stuff that they, that they were talking about, and everybody brought something different to it. And as always, I respect what you do because I know, having tried it, how difficult it is.
I respect you coming on this Facebook Live because I know that's not the thing you're happiest doing.
People don't get that. It is, stick me in front of a film camera, TV camera, fine, I'll talk because I need to and it's there. This is a choice. I don't particularly enjoy it, but I'm kind of pretending it's a bit like the baked bean thing. If I ignore it, it's not there. So I'm kind of pretending we're just on Zoom and it's just us having a chat, and that's fine. So we're just carrying on like that. Don't burst my bubble.
No, I don't like that idea. Let's touch back on a few of the things I've spoken about already. So initially, I was joined by San Harper, and San Harper is one of the loveliest people ever. Just absolutely super pleasant. And there was someone that was supposed to be on the show wasn't able to come on, so I kind of got in touch with San quite late. It's like, yeah, I'll do it. I'm like, oh, that's really lovely. And it's really nice. And before the show, she did say to me, do you want to do a grounding session? I'm like, no, because you've taught me I can do it myself, and I did. So, in fact, where do you stand on mindfulness, Chris? How are you around that?
I'll declare that, I did a course in clinical hypnotherapy, and they're kind of, along similar thought processes, if nothing else. Lots of similar terminology and approaches to things. I feel one's more conscious than the other. So you can do self-hypnosis, but mindfulness is a different approach. It's awesome stuff. Every driving instructor should know about mindfulness for their pupils, but they will benefit themselves.
I was going to say that the big one for me was in between lessons. And this didn't come from San, admittedly. It's come from before that, but it's just getting out of the car between lessons, sitting on bonnet, not like a yogi with my legs crossed, but like leaning on bonnet, and just closing my eyes for 10 minutes and just, it's not even like a proper meditation, but it's just taking in the fresh air, taking in a bit of a breeze, just letting your body calm down and then go and do a next lesson. And if I'm being honest, that's probably the only thing, I don't know the right word, I'm going to say struggled with today. It's not been a struggle, but the fact that it's like bang, 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 haven't had the gap in between, which is what I'm used to with lessons.
Today's a really good example of why mindfulness is so important. It's you've shown that, and it's taking the moment. That's it. It's taking the moment, and we all need to do that, and we do it really badly. But we've had that awesome, lockdown reminder of needing to do so, which is why so many of the instructors that phone me for various bits of advice. So there's not a single thread connecting them all, but so many of them say, "Oh yeah, I'm not working late evenings now. I'm not working weekends. I'm not going more than so many miles from my house," and they've taken control. And just taking that moment to do so is a really important thing, and none of us do it well enough. We can always improve. It is a muscle to flex, and I'm a big fan. I discovered through hypnosis. I discovered spiritualism, I suppose, or I don't know, a spiritual part of me that I didn't think existed, and I would have laughed at previously, and I'm happy to laugh at in general. But yeah, I kind of found that, and that totally changed my perspective on probably everything. And through that, discovered other things like NLP, like mindfulness, and other kind of reflective approaches. Even down to different religious beliefs of the people that were involved in the world of hypnosis. Have a certain amount of things in common, or discover them along the way, and that was really interesting. So yeah, it's something everyone should dabble in, and there's lots of ways to do it.
Yeah, it's not all about meditation, just taking a minute, but And the other thing I'm going to mention here, because it kind of started, and it wasn't intentional, but started this with San, and it's been a thread throughout the episodes, is people not wanting to pay for stuff. Now, not necessarily not wanting to develop. I don't mean that. I mean not wanting to pay for that development, because we've spoke about this. In fact, anyone listening either on podcast or live now, you've got a bit of an exclusive, because I'm going to tell you about a show that's coming up. Myself and Chris and Michael Carr of GoRoadie have agreed to come on, and there's another couple that will be coming as well, doing a bit of a roundtable talking about why instructors don't want to pay for anything. And, we see it all the time on Facebook groups where we should charge our students, but we should all help each other for free. We shouldn't do anything charging each other. I am going to let you take this one at first, Chris, and then I will retort.
I find it really amusing, but it is a common thread in my life that when you talk to someone, so you got instructors that don't necessarily see, and some do, some are happy to pay, but the majority don't see the value in a lot of things because they've got to pay for it. But then in the next breath are complaining about the fact pupils are phoning up saying, complaining about their price. And it's like, well, do you want me to do it for free? And we see their value in ourselves, but don't necessarily see that value in that other people can give us. And I think that's getting worse. And you see it. There's something we mentioned the other day about unqualified opinion. And I think that's part of it as well, that if my 11-year-old wants to find out about something, he'll look at YouTube videos made by other 11-year-olds about a subject, and that'll be the fact, and that is, some of them might be right, but they might be brilliant, but we've lost that respect for or awareness of the qualification, and it's that thing of you've got to be able to tell me, you've got to be able to back it up, give me some evidence. Why should I listen to you? And I think we often miss that we, especially instructors, all of our badges are the same color. There's no shades of green. We've all got that green badge, so we're all the same. And it's something I've been told by instructors, that we are all equal. You're not better than anybody else. I don't think I am. I've just done a lot more in certain areas. So let me share that with you. I've looked into it rather than you have to do that hard work. Let me share the best bits. And why should I not charge for my time if I'm doing that? And I think the thing that really winds me up, and when you get criticized for it should be done for free, they ignore all the stuff you do for free. That you, even if it's just to promote what you're doing, that's all for free. And as you beautifully linking it all together, as you said earlier about a driving instructor hour is 90 minutes and podcasting hour is 3 hours. See, I was listening. See? They miss all of that. I've been working with Diane Hall, who I know, was talking to you the other day, setting up a course in Southeast London, Kent, running that in November, so she can deliver her expertise, and then instructors can benefit. And you're buying a commodity that you can then resell. So you're buying that knowledge on that course, and then you're going to give that to all of your pupils who are going to benefit from it. Think about that. Think about how much resale you're going to get out of that bit of knowledge. And maybe then you won't think that 100 quid for a course is a huge amount of money. Because if you go to a different industry, you'd probably put a 0 on the end.
This is life. I'm not editing it, so I'm going to ask a small favour now. If I start to go off on a bit of a rant that you think may be inappropriate, please interrupt me. Yeah, I'm going to ask that as a favour now. But I think there's I think that you kind of hit the nail on the head there. I don't think you use this word, but stubbornness. There's a stubbornness there. It's like, why should I pay you when I could find this out myself? Well, how have you learned it? You've paid for it. Do you know what I mean? It's that, I think that sometimes it's not wanting to pay that person. because they could do it themselves. Well, it's the reason why you use a mechanic. You use a mechanic because you could do it yourself potentially, but A, it's not going to be as safe. B, it's probably not going to be as good, and C, it's probably going to take you 20 times as long. So the reason why we use people is for the expertise and for the hours that have gone into it, and I think that's part of it. It's that stubbornness. I don't want to give you my money because I could do that myself. Well, I could train myself on standards check just by watching YouTube videos or whatever. But if I want to go to someone that's actually going to speak to me one-to-one and that's going to tailor their advice to suit me, well, I expect to pay for that. I'm not going to be stubborn about that. And I think that's where the problem comes in. It's I don't need to pay for this, so therefore I'm not gonna. I think that's a big one, and we'll probably touch more on that as we go through. Then we had Emma Morgan.
Just leave it there. That's it.
No, I'm gonna say something now, because I'm the thing is, right, with Emma Morgan, I introduced her as my podcast bestie, and she has definitely become my podcast bestie. I am gonna say something, and I will say this only once, and I almost hope she's not watching. She's absolutely awesome at what she does. In so many things what she does. She's a genuinely phenomenal podcast host. As I spoke before about Robin, about being the conduit and flexing around people, I think she does that brilliantly with the guests on her show, but also does it brilliantly with when she didn't have guests on. And the way that she then adapts to me on Decapod is awesome. So the way she does that, she's also a brilliant agile coach. I've done a bit of work with her and she's really, really good, even though she puts herself down and throughout the session, put herself down. She's really, really good and what she does. And she's got me using Post-it notes. And if I can say that she's got me using Post-it notes, then that's all I need to say. In reality, that's all I need to say. She has got me using. So for that, it's crazy, right? So it just shows. But yeah, so when Emma came on, I stand by all that. And that was, I mentioned, I think it was Robin, I said it to that. I did carefully pick the people that I wanted to come on, not just because you're all brilliant people, also brilliant guests and have some real expertise between you, but also I wanted people that I knew I could work well with, because 6 hours is a long time to record. And again, as much as me and you have gone for 6 hours, I think me and Emma have done that a few times as well. As we start recording at sort of 8:30 on a Sunday, I'm going to bed at 1 in the morning. And that's for like a 90-minute show. So I wanted that, but I kind of put you in certain places. And I said it jokingly, but there's truth in the fact that part of the reason why I wanted you to come on last is because I know that if I was starting to win, you could carry that a little bit. You could carry that load for me. And I mean that in a good way. And again, part of the reason why I wanted Emma on... part of the reason I wanted Emma on early is because I knew that she would get my energy levels up. And I knew that if after sort of the first hour and a half, I was starting to dip, I knew that would pick me back up again, because we do just bounce off each other. But so it was interesting. And I like that as well, because that was the one that was, this is going to sound horrible to anyone else, and it's really not meant this way, but that was it was more fun. There was some good stuff we spoke about, and we spoke about agile coaching and podcasting that as well. But I'm going to throw it to you for a second. What would you have taken from, I'm going to refer to it as an episode. What would you have taken from that episode?
It was weird watching you scream when I'm used to just listening when I'm wandering around Tesco's or something. That was odd. So, those voices that are in my head have faces. That's one of the things I took from it. And because of that, I oddly feel like, I know you, but I don't know Emma, but I kind of feel like I do. I always tend to look at there's two sides to things. There's how things are being done, because you can really learn from that. And I think you both do it really well, and you bounce off each other well, and it works. So I think I took that from it. But from what you were talking about is just find what you are doing that you enjoy, or what you need, and then go and make it happen. because that's actually the thing that linked together all of those bits. The agile approach to things of going, actually, I don't need to create myself a career. There's something I'm doing, so I'm going to break it into the bits, and I'm going to do it in that way, and I'm going to make it so that it works and I can grow it, and that's something that I've been lucky enough to do. I've worked my backside off through lockdown. That every now and again I regret it slightly, because I think I could have done. It's jumping ahead, but when Keir said about missing the first 12 months of his child's life, I kind of feel through lockdown I could have done a bit more family time, and they were awesome, and I will thank them every time I get a chance to. But it gave me a massive opportunity to kind of reinvent what I'm doing, and I'm now not feeling tied to the car. Had a conversation earlier where someone said, "What do you do as a job?" And I was like, "I haven't got a blooming clue." I can tell you stuff that I've done recently, but I can't necessarily put a finger on it, because am I a driving instructor? I've got the badge. It's the same colour green as everybody else's. So from it, that's what I took. And I was then reflecting and thinking, so what do I need to do next? Because I'd moved away. It might be give Emma a buzz. I've moved away from doing very specific things, and suddenly it would all become a big mass again. And I this week, possibly last week, realised I need to break it down a bit more. I had a bit of awesome coaching from some northern bloke who I happen to chat to every now and again. He does talk sense, Mr. Cook. So this is the benefits I get of doing the podcast, and then we have the chat afterwards. And I've put into action a number of things that you said. I've also nicked your idea of a WhatsApp group for my theory pupils.
You call it Theory Club?
No, because that's your initials. I was going to try and come up with something clever, but not yet. I'll get there. So breaking it down, doing it in bits, which ironically, to link together with the thing about CPD or development and paying for courses, my 11-year-old complains about the fact that when he's got a problem, he doesn't like coming to me, because I do that annoying thing of breaking it down into little bits and making it easier to deal with. Because he wants the problem, here's a problem. I want to address having a problem. And I'm going, well, what's the actual issue, and let's fix it. Solutions based. And I don't do that myself. I get caught in the fog of it and feel overwhelmed. And I, last night was talking to the other half and saying, I feel absolutely overwhelmed and panicky tonight. Don't know why. It's just stuff. And then realised it's other people's stuff. It wasn't my stuff. So why am I hanging on to it? I can help them, but they're not my problems. So I broke it down, and I started dealing with some bits, and then felt all right. And I'll give that advice. What do you do with your learners when they're worrying about the driving test, or they've failed the driving test? They didn't fail the whole test. They failed little bits of it. Right, which little bit? Let's narrow it down. It's always good. You don't always do it yourself. You need someone, that voice in your ear. So thank you very much. My business is better today than it was yesterday. And I'm working hard to, make it better again tomorrow. But yeah, that was for me. I'm guessing you're too close to that one to necessarily have found something in that conversation that
I gain so much from conversations, not just like on a podcast. Although I've always said that the great thing about this podcast is I get an hour of CPD every week. It's great, but just from conversations and I feel like I've given myself a lot of credit throughout the last 6 hours. But one thing I am good at is just picking up little subtleties, and it's not always when people are giving advice. It's when they're talking, and I learn from their stories. I get that a lot from you. You, I don't know if it's inadvertent or advertent, but you talk. I see you talk a lot. You do talk a lot, but you talk a lot of sense, despite what some people may say. It's just you have a way of putting into long sentences. That's all. But no, I'm good at picking stuff up. So even when I talk to, even when we're doing Decapod, I remember not during Decapod, but before and after, there's stuff I'll pick up from her. I don't even think it's intentional, but I want to come back to a couple of comments on here in a second. But before I do, Would you pay to see Decapod live in concert?
Oh, I would.
No, don't say anything else. Just leave it as that. You would.
Yes. I've got this awesome kind of, the presentation at the end of Bill and Ted when they've got the people from history in there, and there's smoke and there's music, and yeah, I've got this. You mentioned a few big name bands, and they then play. I don't think that's quite what you had in mind, but it'd be kind of awesome. So yeah, I think that'd be great fun.
Yeah, there you go, Emma. Decapod live. I'm considering doing the Instructor Podcast live. Bit like this is, oh God, I shouldn't be talking about this now, but whatever. Some kind of seminar on the Instructor Podcast where there will be guests come in, and it'll be almost like a presentation, but it'll be on podcast. I don't know. It's just a work in progress. Anyway, I'm going to come back to these because Kaz Powell, who I believe you may know, said you need to discuss peas and ketchup. I think we touched on that, but we'll come back to that when we get to Robin Bates. That was clearly the most important thing we discussed during that. Emma Morgan says, guilt for your earlier comments. No, there was no guilt there, Emma. I'm at that stage now where I don't drink now, but when I get drunk, I get truthful. That's what it is, and I think that's what stage I'm at now. I'm not lacking energy, but I'm at the point of the drunken night out where I'm just telling it straight. And she also said, no, I think this was to you. And I don't know why she said it in a Yorkshire dialect, but get these some Post-its. So there you go.
Yeah.
But
I'll post it as an ex-stationery salesman. Yeah, sounds good.
Then we move on to Lee Spary, and Lee was one of my most successful episodes ever, and I think there were a few reasons around that, one of which was, because screw it, I'll say it. He shared it in the relevant places where a lot of people don't, and that's not a criticism of anyone. I don't expect anyone to share my podcast, even if it's got them on it. That's fine, there's no pressure there. But whenever it gets shared, the numbers do better, because if I say, come listen to my podcast, it's awesome, well, I am going to say that. But if someone else says, come listen to this podcast, it's awesome, it attracts more, so it gets different eyes on it. Then, yeah, so he was one of them, but also, and that's where I really started clicking around the idea of the descriptions and titles that I need to do more. So I can't remember what I called it now, but I'll put on there about it's on 100% pass rate and that kind of stuff. But he delivered me an awesome episode. It really was, and it wasn't necessarily what I expected. It was just a really, really good episode. And even coming on today, I thought, again, it was an interesting conversation. We got more into the almost a nitty gritty of teaching people to drive, which was, again, quite refreshing to do that in the middle of this and have that conversation. And again, watch the live numbers. Now, I know these people watching live are changing. I know that it's not just to say, there are a couple that have been sort of throughout, which is really nice. But there's probably 5 or 6 where they keep changing. And it's just nice watching those numbers stay the same. I assumed if we start, and it wasn't going to stop me, but I assumed if we went down the nitty-gritty driving instructor route, those numbers would just drop off. Mm-hmm. And they didn't. And I thought that was really interesting. So, give us your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I loved that episode. I thought it was really good. Do you think that's representative of the fact that there's this sort of strange thing about instructors being good? You're in business, so you shout about, I'm good. People don't like it when you shout about, I'm better than the others, but we kind of have to feel that we are in some way at least, or at least as good as, but that kind of I'm better thing. We then don't like the people that do play the I'm better card, even if they can back it up. And then when our pupils pass their test, it wasn't me, it was you. It was me. I worked my backside. No. But that kind of thing of shouting about stuff, I don't think we do it very well. I think we maybe I'm just projecting, but and this again is a conversation that we've had and I've benefited from. But I think that's something that maybe we should embrace other people's excellence a bit more inside of what we do. Of having, I tell you, here's an idea. Maybe we should have a wall of fame where there's particular people that are recognised for doing really good things in particular areas.
Where have you heard that before?
Might be an idea that you dropped into conversation, but it's definitely one that I'm working on.
Notice you say these ideas for the bits I didn't record. It's like, "Oh, that was mine, that one."
I think that's maybe that for PDIs coming in, how do they find people that have an expertise in the things that they don't? The training's very me too and basic. And, how do they find John Rogers, disability driving instructors? If they want a podcast, how do they find the person to speak to about that? I'm sure you'll recommend someone. And, how do they discover if they want to improve their coaching skills? If they want to work on doing some kind of specialism, possibly, not the physical disabilities, but working with people with dyslexia. If we base it on the number of my pupils that never knew lefts and rights, that's a lot of them. Those specialisms, as small as they are, don't necessarily come into your training. So where do they find them? Where do they, if we don't shout about the names, I think maybe we need to be more willing to acknowledge specialism, and we don't.
I wholeheartedly agree, and I'm going to mention two things here. First of all, if only there was a podcast that celebrated innovators, leaders, experts, and game changers, and if only there was some kind of organization that was like a signposting platform for the industry. If those two things could somehow come together and interact a little bit and then point people in the right direction, that'd be pretty cool.
If only. Yeah. If anyone knows of two such, groups and isn't yet, a member and subscribing to them. Yeah.
Nick Knowles and ADI and JC, I believe, are both podcasters and will provide you with the relevant information there. No, it is a good point though, because again, yes, some instructors are better than others, but the more I talk about this, the more I look at driving instructors as conduits. I'm probably saying that word wrong now. In the same way that I am for the podcast, we just facilitate our learners. That's essentially what we're doing. And when they pass, that's not because of us. Yes, screw everyone else. I post it for two reasons. I post it, one, because it's a good way to let people see me. Because what will happen is that person shares it, and that's the best way to get organic reach, is because the student wants to celebrate, so more people see you. But I don't think, maybe I did it first, but over the last year or two, I don't think I've ever celebrated a student passing as if it's because of me. Never. I do the same thing now. The last person that passed was Heaven. I can't pronounce the surname, I'm not going to try. But the last person that passed was Heaven, and it was, here's Heaven's story. And I spoke about what Heaven did to overcome it. I never said I did it. I said Heaven did it. And it's showcasing her. And I think what happens there is, again, that helps the people I attract. And I mentioned this, and this probably ties in with Keir and Robin a little bit moving forward, is that it's that the people you attract, and by me talking about these students, that attracts the people that want to learn from that person. If I go out, I've said this before, and this was back in season 1. I saw a post by a certain driving school. I can't remember the driving school's name now, but it was, we do not stop. We pick you up and you'll do like 57 minutes an hour, and that 57 minutes we're driving, we have 3 minutes at the end. And I thought I would hate that lesson. I would hate it. So I did an alternative post, which was, if you don't want to drive, we don't drive. We'll happily sit and talk. And we will stop. We'll talk about this. We'll do this. We'll do this. I kind of said all that. And that was one of my best posts and got me the most custom. I should do it again. And it's because it attracts the people that want that. Now, that's not criticizing the other school, but it wouldn't attract me. But it might attract someone else. And I think that's the difference. There's nothing wrong with speaking about the way you are and celebrating yourself, but you don't need to celebrate yourself. You can talk about the things that you've achieved or things other people have achieved. And I think that's a good way to go, because like you said, as a DITC, the Driving Instructor and Trainers Collective was to do a Hall of Fame. Well, you're not promoting you, you're promoting these people. But that inadvertently promotes you. Because who do you think that I am going to come to when I want something, I'm going to come with this guy over here who just put me in a bloody Hall of Fame. Obviously I'd be behind McNulls and Dipod in that. I get that, but whatever. That's where I'm going to go. And I think that it's almost the inadvertent promotion. I'm going on a bit of a rant. I'm reeling myself in a little bit now.
That was something that was what I took from the thing about Lee. I've already messaged him about one of them. Is your surprise at sitting in the back as a standards check session being something where you sit, watch, and feedback at the end? Because I would do the same as him, and where the pupil's happy with it, the instructor's happy with it, and if as the trainer you can do it in a way that doesn't make the instructor look, small or wrong, or you've got to be careful with doing it. But if you can do that and engage, and I was in back of a session last week, and the pupil was struggling with door mirrors, but he was all over that center mirror, and the instructor was working really hard, and I just said, can I just throw something in? Just tip that mirror up to the ceiling, because instantly he was all over those door mirrors, which triggered a conversation, which the instructor then beautifully dealt with about, I'm going to get a van once I've passed my test. And then it became about future focused, real life driving, not about, the examiner needs you to be checking your mirrors at junctions, or, and not in that frame. And your take, your assumption of what a standards check session would be is probably one that a lot of people have got. So, I that's something I'm going to go away and change how I promote the one-to face-to-face support that we offer. And then I messaged Lee and said, you didn't mention part 1, because either I can help him with it and do it for him, or I can help him make sure he's got the bits in place to deliver it himself. And there were those two things where it was different the way other people perceive it.
Again, it goes back to what I spoke about with Robin. I expect people to know what a podcast is. I assume that when I talk about a podcast, everyone is going to know that. So it's the same thing. We assume that when we talk about Part 3 training or standard check training, people are going to assume, they're going to know what to expect. I assume that, you must get this. I'm sure that we all do as instructors. You get students before their first lesson saying, I don't know what's going to happen. But in my head,
Yes.
Of course you'll know what's going to happen. But no, they won't. Why would they? They might have heard what their friends have said, but I'm sure their friends have got different stories anyway. So why would they? I think that sometimes we need to be a bit more clear. Like with this 6-hour extravaganza I'm doing now, I've been intentionally vague with you guys because I wanted it that way. But I could and possibly should have been more clear, But I've been intentionally vague, but I think doing it intentionally is different. I think that with the Instructor Podcast, I've started getting more clear about what's on the shows and what to expect and where you can listen and all kinds of stuff like that. Anyway, I don't want to dwell on that side too much. A couple of comments here I'm going to touch back on. So Lee says, congrats on your 6-hour run. 90 minutes left. There's still time for a power cut. And we've still got to get through 2 more guests. I should have known that, this is going to be, 6.5-hour podcast, isn't it, Chris?
This is why you leave the shit magnet till the end.
Yeah. Chris is grafting for more dollars. Yes, grafting for more dollar. All right. In fact, no, I do want to ask you one more question about that because I had this amazing idea that whatever. 3 hours in, it might not be amazing. Would you pay for a standards check that wasn't on your file as such? So you have a mandatory standards check every 4 years, but you can pay for an additional one every year or as many times as you want. I don't know what the price will be, but you can pay for it. So an actual examiner will come in, deliver or sit in the back for the lesson, give you 30 minutes of time afterwards. So you paid for 90 minutes essentially. That doesn't go on your file. Only the official one does, but you paid for that standards check. What are your thoughts on that idea? And yeah.
I think there's 2 customers for that. There's the one who wants to improve. So they just want to have some feedback so they can go away and find growth in an improvement or know just how bad it is and how much work they need to do, depending on the result. And then there's the ones that would use it as a dress rehearsal. And I could see that being quite a nice approach as well. I know I've got one coming up, mock test, if you like. But that kind of let's go and get it done. I possibly, because of what I do, I don't see that it needs to be an examiner and that you should be able to do it with the trainer in the back. But we do mock tests and then they can go and absolutely fail miserably because it's different.
Yeah.
So I acknowledge that. And I could see a market for it. I don't think it's one that would necessarily be taken up by DVSA, but I'd more than happily float that one.
I don't think they'd do it. I think it's an interesting idea. I think, again, I'm speaking personally. I would quite happily pay for that standards check and then pay for the following trading. I would rather have that every year, and then every 4th year, you get your actual standards check. But yeah, it is what it is. Then we go on to Keir Wotherspoon, and I am going to mention again, and I know I've said it on the show and I've said it previously, but that text he sent me, this could be a massive next year. It's so simple, but that was the thing that changed my podcast. Other people have said that to me, but I think it was, sometimes you need a stranger to say it, or you need just a text rather than an explanation. And it wasn't him trying to coach me. It was just it's like, yeah, it could be. Okay, cool. I can't get to 21,000 tomorrow. Well, I suppose I could, but I can't get to 21,000 tomorrow, but I could do that in 6 months, and I think that was the big, and I love Keir. He's really honest. He's really upfront. He's always happy to jump in and help. So, but you put a comment in there about intelligence and again, I couldn't quite fathom that one. So I will let you come at me with that.
Yeah. So the comment was off the back of Keir objecting to failure as a phrase. And my first thought about that was, how would someone who objects to failure as a phrase cope inside of the driving instructor industry, where we're kind of pass fail is what's forced upon us. So lots of instructors will say it's not a fail, you just weren't successful this time. Examiners will say, go and work on this. At the end of the day, it comes down to pass fail. And that's how people feel about it, initially at least, until we wave our magic wand and try and change that. So that's very much mindset based. But then he said about not being intelligent, and I've always objected to standard measures of, and especially working with people with individual needs of those with dyslexia, autism. Any diagnosis tends to be negative. This is what you're not going to be good at. This is what you're not going to achieve. And this is what you're not capable of. So it's no wonder that once they get to, 17 plus, all the way up to however old we end up working with them at, and they're still carrying with them all of that negativity, and they haven't been told this is what you're good at. Ian Brett and myself went to a dyslexia association meeting. Everyone was handed a A1 piece of paper. We were then rapidly handed the pens, as everybody else in the room was dyslexic. And we were told to write down the benefits of dyslexia. And they just demonstrated one of those. They'd handed people who could, they felt, spell better than they could and write better than they could, the pen, identifying strengths in other people. People with dyslexia are amazing managers. So being able to do that, there is a level of intelligence required to be able to translate, the situation, to work inside of the environment and effectively and successfully. Those things are so important. And to listen to Keir speaking and put him in a box of not intelligent just makes no sense, because you can see he gets it. He's switched on. If you ask him a question, there will be a meaningful answer that is worth listening to. For me, that doesn't fit with my label of intelligent, or not intelligent, if you like, at all. And that was my comment. Yeah, I will be going back. So I haven't listened to his episode. I don't believe. I somehow missed it. So apologies to both of you. I will be going back and making the effort to do so.
I believe you have listened to Keir's because you gave me a certain comment on that episode.
Was that they? No, he was saying. Okay, so it was that I got halfway through and haven't listened to the end. I will be listening to the end, and it was a particular phrase. I can't remember what the phrase was. That was just grinding my gears. What do we say?
Yeah, but again, I think there's an element there of word usage because I used to say that I wasn't intelligent, and I stuck with that for ages. And it took a friend of mine to point out to me that what I probably meant was I'm not well educated in the sense of I never went. I went to college to study carpentry and joinery, but never went past high school level in that sense. So I wasn't well educated. There was no university there in that sense. Intelligent is always a tricky one for me because it's one where I feel that if you say you're intelligent, it's like if someone else says they're intelligent, I'm like, okay, cool. If I say I'm intelligent, I feel like I'm being pompous. Like I'm intelligent.
When you said about the carpentry, I nearly started a sentence with "if I gave you wood," which I think would mean something totally different. So I'm going to rephrase that. If I gave you some material, if I gave you some material, you would be able to look at that in a way that I can't. You would be able to turn it into. I'm assuming you're good at it.
I have my moments.
Really been a successful career, which has continued.
I'm sorry, I'm interjecting. I've got to tell you this. I have a collection of joinery books I used to have, and my mum and dad's bed once broke, right? Innocently broke. And my dad asked me to use my joinery skills to fix it, so I wedged it up with the books. That's my joinery skills. But yeah, there you go.
There's a functional fixness to it. I was revisiting Dunker's Candle, which is where the bloke called Dunker, I don't know what his first name was, gave people a candle, a box of push pins, and somewhere along the lines of, you needed to light the candle, but the wax wasn't allowed to get onto the surface, and it wasn't allowed to touch the surface. And the solution, spoiler alert, if you want to have a go, pause now. The solution was to use the pin to pin the box to the wall and put the candle in the box and use it as a little candle holder. But people didn't do it. And it's the same with putting the door handle on the wrong side of the door. People will wrestle with it for hours before they tried to push the wrong side of the door and it opens. And it's the same thing. We don't. There's a skill in seeing things in that way. I've got plans for something surrounding a Rubik's Cube. Because I'll sit and I can't, do it in under a minute. And I watch some of these, seconds. It's amazing. I can 2.5 minutes as a regular thing. I could teach most people to do a Rubik's Cube in 2.5 minutes. People watch you do it. And they say, I can't do that. It's really simple once you know how. And then look at what we do as a job. That complicated bit of machinery with however many pedals you choose to have in your car, 1, 2, or 3, and we learn it. It just needs to be taught in the right way, be learnt in the right way, and then be used in the right way afterwards.
And then we come on to Robin Bates. Now, I am not going to give Robin Bates any praise, partly because we're running short on time, but also because I give Robin an absolute ton of praise. He knows he's one of my favourite people and helped me more than most people in the world. I have a spider's web. I want to say roundabout, but I don't like the term. So I have this spider's web and the only people, okay, it's going to be obvious when I mention this one, but it's like me in the middle, and then coming off is my little network of people, and that's my support. There's 5 or 6 people on there. They don't know who they are. One of them, well, they do because I tell them, but they don't know who the others are. Everyone now knows Robin Bates is on there, right? So I've kind of given that away. But yeah, he's on there as one of my first on my spiders web. He's just such a top bloke. But the important thing we need to speak about from Robin Bates is the peas ketchup scenario.
Well, it all comes down to that, doesn't it? At the moment, I don't know if A, I'm going to have dinner on the table when I get home. That's important. And B, whether I got somewhere to sleep. So yeah, I just peas and ketchup. It's a no-brainer for me, and I'm not fussed if it's ketchup or brown sauce, to be honest. So
Oh no, I won't do it with brown sauce. No, you've crossed a line now.
I do feel, maybe there needs to be a poll put out. We'll pop it on the dark side and see what comes along.
I don't know whether
I've noticed that your half's commented straight away, so I'm in trouble.
Do you reckon that's no chance, as in like with the peas and ketchup, or no chance you're not having a food, or no chance you've not got a bed? That could be all three.
She is multi-talented, so I'm sure she'll be able to achieve all three.
No, but with Robin Bates, honestly, if you're listening to this podcast and you haven't signed up for Coaching for Geeks, don't let the name put you off. It's not just for geeks. To be fair, it's mainly for geeks, but the quality within there is just, we've got a Bensted family from all going on now. The quality in Coach for Geeks and more so Turbo is beyond belief, as the gang would attest to here, I'm sure. But the thing I like about him, one of the things is, I was sort of making a joke about saying, how many times would you promote the Instructor Podcast Premium? And he said 12, and I'm like, I don't think I've done it once. And that wasn't through fear. It was just through, I just enjoy myself. I'm not thinking there. My brain's on, let's have some fun. But then he gets me to plug it, and it's like, and then points out the stuff I've missed when I'm thinking I've done this actually quite a good thing. And I did, but I missed some key things off. And then when I go and get into plugins, it kind of shows you, this is how you do. It's like, oh, yeah. And what I found interesting was, because and I'm going to ask you the same in a minute, but I asked everyone to plug it, and no one was particularly good. And I don't mean that in an unpleasant way, but even myself, when I thought I'd done it well, he pointed out, well, you haven't told them where they can find it, and you haven't told them how much it is. And like, even with Keir that I said was good, it still, there still wasn't, in terms of promoting what I was promoting, still not where you should be. And I just found that sort of almost an education, the fact that everyone I've got on and asked has shown that a little bit of weakness around saying, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, come with me. This is why. And I think that's really, really, really interesting. And Robin would admit that he's not always great at that with everything, So yeah, just your thoughts on that.
Nobody could be good at everything. So having a voice on your shoulder, or having a support structure, or just a model, so that when you get up in the morning, you divide your day into bits and you tick things off so that you do the things you need to do. Or you find someone else to do it for you. I watched a program about people that sold houses. I think it was buy to let. And they were two young guys, and they'd costed out how much an hour was worth to them. And if it was cheaper to pay someone else to do that activity that was needed in that hour, they paid them so they could go and do what they enjoyed doing. So they paid a chef to come in. She came in for 4 hours, 5 hours, one day of the week. There was food then in the fridge, in the freezer for the rest of the week that they could eat as they needed to. And that was a better use of their time. And I think that links together with what we were saying about earlier, about other people's skills, about CPD, about recognizing strengths in other people and ourselves. And the flip side of that, of recognizing weaknesses. And therefore, we all need someone. And I've got the same, I've not a spider's web, but I have a number of go-tos that if I've got a question, I know I can have a chat and I will come away better than I was before. And then I have Ian, who I then give all the rubbish to. So thank you, Ian. And I think everybody needs that. And I think on a broader scale, that's one of the big things we have lacking as an industry. So, that's what we're out to solve.
Awesome. So let's look at wrapping up now then. Podcast recommendations, Chris. Do you have any? What would you recommend we go and listen to tonight?
I've got moved a bit away from podcasts, except for yours. It looks like a bit of a fanboy page on my Overcast. It's really pathetic. But it's only because I just haven't got the time to listen to others. I've just added, but haven't yet listened to Rob Cooling's recommendation, the SEND podcast.
I've studied that, yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that. So I'm going back a little bit to ones that I did listen to. The Infinite Monkey Cage for me. I love science and I don't understand half of what they talk about, and I love that. And then Freakonomics, the stuff that I've been able to take from that and convert into driving lessons is scary. Just concepts and things. It's all about economics, but actually they put things in a really interesting way, and I've learnt stuff. So they're my two ones that I will go back to happily and start at the beginning and listen to, every episode and learn something, like there's a dinosaur that became extinct twice. So yes.
I'm not going to ask you about it. I'm going to go check it out. My recommendation, and it kind of ties in with you a little bit as well, is the Mentality podcast, which is run by ex-rugby league player Stevie Ward and his cohort over there. And it's aimed at men's mental health. So, it's not it's not anti-female. It's not that side of it. It's not like an incel thing or anything like that. It's actually just mental health that's aimed at blokes. And it's really refreshing. It's really honest. It's really open. And I just pick up a lot from that every time. So, I mean, I'm sure you could learn a lot from it if you're female or gender neutral or whatever. But it is aimed at men. So go give that a listen. So, Chris, I'm going to throw this over to you. A chance to promote yourself. Where can people find you and what do you want to promote?
Best way to find me is usually Facebook, because all my facets are on there. I've got the Theory Test Explained, which is a one-to-one and soon to becoming a group support for people doing the theory test and struggling because the UK structure on the theory test is rubbish. We train instructors to do it badly, and then we pass that on to our pupils. So we need to work on that. So I want to help those people who are struggling and stop seeing I've failed 12 times appearing on my feed. To find that, Theory Test Explained on Facebook, or give me a shout, and I will talk through on a one-to-one basis where your individual needs are. Then we have the larger side of things, which is the DITC, the Driving Instructor and Trainers Collective. So for that one, go to theditc.co.uk. Membership is, as Terry keeps saying, too cheap at £6 a month with various benefits. There's a massive discount on the Queer Box Gender Identity course, which every business should do. And as long as you passed your part 1 onwards, so PDIs and ADIs, you can qualify as a professional learner and get a student card and all the associated student discounts. So we are setting it up to benefit instructors, to support instructors, people who have got their pet projects that have come out of lockdown and they finally found time to put them together, to help them join the dots. Very much a middleman of the industry and a signposting place to other awesome stuff. And we want to support that. So yeah, go to the website, check it out, have a look at some of the articles that are going up. And not everything's on the website. So if you've got a need, get in touch and we will try and point you in the right direction, because there's a lot of information to get up and share. So ask us, get in touch.
Is there anything else you'd like to throw out there before I wrap up the show?
Yes. 2 things. 1, awesome congratulations on today. Well done. I didn't envy it, but I did enjoy it. And I've had a good laugh today. If you could do it again tomorrow, that'd be lovely. I would thoroughly enjoy it. And as promised, what is it you do, Terry?
I wrap up the show is what I'm doing. That's what I'm going with. No, I won't be doing it tomorrow, because tomorrow I am recording with Lynn Barry of the ADI NJC and the current chair of NASP, which rotates every 6 months. And I thought it was as longer than that, but it rotates every 6 months. And she has she is the chairperson until December. So I'm recording with Lynn Barry. That will come out on the Instructor Podcast on I'm going to say Saturday. I'm planning to do it Saturday. However, I am 39 tomorrow. There's a slight chance I'm just going to go, oh, screw this. I'm off it at shops to buy some crisps and not do it. But either way, I'm recording with Lynn Barry tomorrow, hoping to have it out on Saturday. On the Sunday, I've got a podcast recorded on Monday with Lou Walsh, which took me by surprise a little bit. I didn't see it go in the direction it went in. So make sure that you listen to that as well. I mean, I'm going to say it's worth a subscription fee. Definitely worth the subscription fee because it's free. It doesn't cost anything. You get all this content. You get 6 hours of content today, if you watch live, for free. So Lynn Barry on Saturday, hopefully, possibly Sunday, and Lou Walsh on Sunday, and then back to the normal schedule going forward. I also run the 5-minute theory. So if any driving instructors are listening or watching to this, feel free to get in touch. I'm always looking for people to come on the show and deliver their top tips. I'll be having a word after this, Chris. To the top tips, how to pass a driving test. That's what's going out every Friday. Instructors' tips on how to pass a driving test, how to pass a theory test. And if you're unsure what I mean by that, go look at the 5-minute theory podcast and look at the episodes that are already based around that. On top of that, check out the Instructor Podcast Premium. You can find that at patreon.com/instructor. I'm not running through it all again. There's crap loads of stuff out there. And guess what? It's all quality. If I'm willing to do 6 hours on a Thursday for free, imagine what I'll do if you actually pay me. Yes, pretty much anything. That's pretty much where I am right now. So check out the 5-minute theory. Go subscribe to the Instructor Podcast. If you enjoyed any of this today, even if I'm hope people are still watching, it appears they are. Go subscribe to that. Share it. Share this post as well. There's 6 hours here. This is going to stay on Facebook. The audio, I don't know what I'm doing yet, but this will stay on Facebook. So go and share this so people can watch. Feel free to comment. If you just catch and see them, feel free to comment. At some point, I will circle back and respond to them. I've got 6 hours worth to come through. In fact, just as I am, I'm just going to read these last few comments because Jenny Bensted, I said you've missed sufficient chips. No chance dinner on the table. Cars Pal says amen to that. Also, happy birthday for tomorrow. Thank you. Andy Lee, well done, especially Terry for the full stint, Grace. But thank you for that, Andy. And Ellen Morgan says you were invested. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining me, including yourself, Chris, all the guests, everyone that's tuned in, commented and or listened and or shared. Really appreciated. I've genuinely had a real good time today. Yes, maybe 5 hours might be my preferred one going forward. I think the last hour, a little bit tiring. However, screw it. Potentially, I'm doing it again next year on International Podcast Day. I said it with Robin. I'm going to get 2 guests in each time over a 5-hour stint and go from there because I think that will be a little bit easier and a bit more fun. So I've got 10 guests to find for next time rather than 6. You up for it, Chris?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
That will do. Excellent. And on that note, I am going to use my line of the 5-minute theory. Quite simply, stay safe, drive safer.
The Instructor Podcast with Terry Cook. Talking with leaders, innovators, experts and game changers about what drives them.